Not sure whether we're live on the webcast yet. Potentially we might be. Good morning to all you guys out there that have come to join us from wherever you are around the world. Just a little bit of, maybe a little backstory of what's going on here. This is the Australian Malibu National Waterski Titles, which is the most elite amateur tournament in Australia. It's where the best of the best from around the countryside come to have a little bit of a ski, show us their wares for the weekend. We are at Stoney Park, which is in Port Macquarie, New South Wales, Australia. Port Macquarie being, it's a little beachy sort of town, city. I think we had the mayor last night actually. He came, dropped in and said a few words to us. I'm pretty sure he said, was it 88,000 within the region, the voting region? So I'm not sure what designates a city, but there's a few people hanging around. There's Bunnings, there's all the regular players in town here. But anyway, we are in central New South Wales on the coast, surf beaches, lovely area. And probably, I'm not sure exactly how many years ago, 20 to 30 years ago, Jason Stone built this excellent site here, two-lake site, man-made lakes, very similar to the setup they have overseas. There's a few of them around Australia now, actually. But this one is definitely tried and true, and we are set up for our Waterski Nationals. That's 3-event water skiing, slalom, trick and jump. And we usually hold it over the Easter break because there's a few extra days to be able to hold it over, and that's traditionally the timing of it. But this year, because we've sort of only had the availability for one lake, we've stretched it over 2 weekends, and we had the Overs event last weekend, which was really nice. Had some really good performances. The weather played the game for us. Conditions were beautiful. And a few people skied out of their shorts. And I think when I last left you, we were talking about the party. Let's not talk about the party. The presentation party on Monday night. That was a success as well. And we all had a few drinks and said our goodbyes. But we're having a little bit of deja vu now because we're coming back for the Unders event. And there's a smidge of a chance that we might even have some slightly better performances because the Overs are also, not the Overs, the Open skiers are also mixed up in that event. So the best of the best from around Australia are going to be skiing. Maybe I should, the Overs aren't, the Open skiers aren't skiing till the weekend though. I'm losing track of time in the world. It's Thursday. And looking at it right now, I've got a little start list, little run list in front of me here. Under 14 boys slalom is where we're starting, and then we're going to under 17 boys slalom. Morning, how we doing? Yep, that's it. What's not to love? Just a little weather check. If it stayed like this, I'd be happy. There's predictions for a stiffish sort of westerly today, which will be cross breeze, so that's okay. Gus is putting up the starting list there for us. Under 14 boys, under 17 boys, under 10 girls, under 10 boys, under 14 girls, under 12 girls. That's the slalom for the morning. And then we're going to turn around and do some tricks. Under 17 girls tricks, under 17 boys tricks, and under 21 men's tricks. And then we're going to finish the day out with some jumping. So with the Overs event, there wasn't as many people hanging around, so we had the luxury of starting a smidge later. And we finished relatively early on a couple of those days. Finished at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which was nice. It was a bit dangerous, actually, finishing early in the afternoon. But, yeah, we finished a little early. It sort of looks a little bit along the lines that we're going to be running all day. So we're not going to go anywhere. So hang around with us. I'm assuming, hopefully, you just could pop the TV on in the background. And I'm hoping there's lots of relatives out there that are excited about their kids skiing, nanas and poppies. You're going to get an opportunity to see the kids ski, and the quality of the webcast by Axial Production Services, which is Gus Mitchell in Australia here, raised the bar with the webcast, and hopefully we're going to continue to raise the bar this week and keep everyone informed of what's going on out here at our Malibu National Waterski Titles. And speaking of Malibu, there is one peeling up the lake right now. Gary Pollock behind the wheel, looks to me. He's concentrating, I think. Good on you, Gary. He'll be excited about doing that. For anybody who doesn't know the game, the water ski game, There's a fair bit of tech involved these days, so you can see all those aerials and cameras and things connected to the poles. It's all to keep everything very fair, and especially in this level of event, which is our, our most prestigious, our top-end event for amateur competition. It's all well and truly governed. There's speed controllers, zero off speed. Anyone involved in the water ski industry will know zero off for sure. That maintains the speed of the boat very accurately for every pass, so it's exactly the same for everybody. And also now in more recent years, we've got shore path in there, which actually lets you know exactly where you are in the slalom course as well, whether you're deviating a little bit left or right. And there's definitely rules about where that boat needs to be. There's a very narrow path up the centre that those guys are trying to maintain. And that's why I reckon that Gary Pollock had that frowny look on his face. He's going, I'm concentrating on keeping it up the middle here. Alrighty, little chitter-chat on the radio. Everybody's getting in place. I can see judges getting in place. Maybe I'll read the judges list this morning, but I'm sure they're potentially all in position. But let's see who we've got out there. Gary Pollock obviously is our driver. Our boat judge is Steve. Might be Steve Bickerton. It's got Steve B. I'm assuming that will be Steve Bickerton. We've got Kurt Nieberding is one of our tower judges. I'm not sure whether that means he's across the river over there. Can I see Kurt? Someone better head over there to give him a nudge, keep him awake this morning. Tower judge, we've got Kim Nolan. Video review, we've got David K. Is that going to be David Kidd? I'm not sure. Gate judge, Brian R. Scorer is Susan Sutherland, and Queensland is taking care of the dock. So we need someone on the dock down there who, there's rules there too. There's rules. Everyone gets to ski with their own handle, but in this level event, that handle has to be measured straight after you've skied. So, and there is a handle measuring device down there, and that's part of the dock marshal's duties down there. Is just to line everybody up. Who's next? Put their handle on, give the rope to the boat, and get it all happening down there. And then also just make sure that that handle is within the correct tolerance for a water ski event. So it's all happening here this morning. We're going to be underway with under 14 boys slalom soon. Let's have a little bit of a look at the list here. It's kind of nice. I don't know whether it always used to be this way. I kind of thought it was a bit more random in the old days. But I believe now in the modern era where we're connected to EMS, which is the, what does that stand for again? Event Management System. So IWWF has started a few years ago the event, management system. So now all of the scores for people end up going into that system, and we can kind of look at everyone around the world. You only need to tap on somebody's name and you can see how they've been skiing and where they're ranked in the world these days, which is really handy. And then I kind of think that we do a reverse seed on your ranking list for a start list. So traditionally, the best skier in your division is potentially skiing last in that first round. And in the second round, it'll be a reverse seeding on your performance in the first round. So, yeah, maybe guys from around the world or whoever that's not really involved in water skiing doesn't 100% understand this as well. I'll explain it. We do 2 rounds in water skiing in the national titles in Australia because we can. I'm pretty sure the Americans only get one shot at it, one round. It's because you've probably got so many skiers. We're at a stage, and we've been doing it for years, and we don't want to stop. We give everybody 2 opportunities. And normally within that 2 opportunities, they will add those scores together. So I know in the under 14 boys and the under 10 girls, for instance, they will add those 2 performances together, and you'll get a result out of that. I believe in the under 17s and under 21s, it will be a prelim round and then a final. So the prelim round is really just a seeding round. So the first round for the under 17s, under 21s isn't super critical because the winner is going to be whoever skis the best in that second round. But if you have ties, that will break ties, so then it reverts back to the first round. So it's not just a nothing ski. It's going to rank you to let you know where you're skiing off the dock in the second round, which is kind of important sometimes. So it's nice to know what the other skiers have done in front of you, what you've got to beat. There's all sorts of ideas on that front. But anyway, that's the way we do it in Australia. 2 rounds. And this morning, obviously, because we're only just getting started today, this is our first round. There we go again. We've got Gary Pollock heading up the centre of the course. Steve Bickerton there ready. to count balls as the boat judge in that beautiful Malibu boat from Malibu's Australia. Noel Gordon's on site somewhere. He's our Malibu representative, and at some stage of the game later today, maybe even, he's going to come up and have a chat to me about those beautiful boats and about a couple of little changes they've made to them and the engines and so on. We're just happy we get to drive them without having to buy them initially. Anyway, we are at Stoney Park, which is in Port Macquarie in New South Wales, Australia. My name's Greg Cooper. I've never actually said that to anyone just yet out there in webcast land. Yeah, Greg Cooper, and I am the president of Waterski Queensland at the moment. Queensland is the hosting state for the Nationals this year, and that tends to be the way we do it in Australia as well. Everybody has a little go. It takes a year to host the national titles, and it sort of reverts around the states. It's nice if you can hold the event within your state. This year we had some issues in Queensland. We couldn't quite get it sorted up there with regards to the sites. And this site is a renowned easy to run site, so we've come down to New South Wales, central New South Wales, to run it. But Queensland's hosting the event, and it's kind of why you're stuck with me. But you'll be stuck with me all day. I'm going to invite some other people to come up and join me today. It's probably a little bit early. There won't be too many people to wrangle out there, but I'm going to wrangle some other people to come and chat to me, or even take over for a little while so you don't have to listen to my voice all day. Imagine being my wife, eh? Having to put up with that. Anyway, I'm getting a bit excited because we are getting close to getting underway. The boat is down the far end of the lake, meaning I think that they are going to come back and do a simulation pass to prepare the water so it's fair for everybody. And it's going to be Harry Kilby. It's pretty, I reckon it's a nice, what's the word I'm looking for? It wouldn't be a nice feeling being the first skier off the dock, but it's a nice thing to be able to say that you were the first skier off the dock in the event. Under 14 boys from Victoria, Harry Kilby is going to get that honour this morning to be the first skier to set the pace. I feel a little bit sorry for him that it's 6:30 in the morning and he's got to rally himself to ski this early. We used to do that all the time. We used to have to ski early in order to get the good water. But here we're skiing early because there's only so many hours of daylight in the day, and we need to get it happen. There they are down on the start dock. You can see them on the start dock, and there'll be a few nervous little heads down there ready to go. There'll be a few mum and dads hanging around helping them out. I can see Georgie Cooper, who is the Queensland junior captain. She'll be hanging out down there trying to make everyone feel good. So we've got Harry Kilby, and that'll be followed by Jackson Pigden, Hamish Butler, Zach Coburn, Blake Robinson, Samuel Keys-Bevan, Oscar Cowan, Campbell Sutton, Oscar Cronin, Archie Dowding, and Taj Reeves. All right, that's our under 14 boys division. There is 11 skiers there. Minimum start speed I can see on the left-hand side. There's all sorts of good information here. 43k. I don't think Harry's going to be starting at that speed, but we're going to find out in a minute, and we are going to get this 2025 Malibu National Water Ski Titles underway, the unders part of the event. Anyway, take two, a little bit of deja vu. We said last night we're all feeling a little deja vu. We had a welcome night last night, and we had a welcome night about a week ago for the other part of the event. The party just keeps rolling on. All right, I can see him down there in the boat, throwing the rope to the first skier. That'll be Harry. His heart will be pounding. About to hop in the water. I wonder whether the water's a little chilly. I know they Alrighty, we've got a start speed for Harry of 46k. Good on you, Harry. Good luck to you out there, buddy. I hope you do very well. I need to find myself a pen so I can start writing some of these scores down for everybody. We can keep track of the world. Got a little message from Mel Collins, I think. Good on you, Mel. Thanks for coming out early. Alrighty. Skier on the water, Harry Kilby here. This is the way it's going to go this weekend. There's going to be loads of skiing. Cuts out to the left for his entrance gates. Come on, Harry, run that opening pass. Let's make it happen. Turns around one ball pretty nicely. Turn 2 in good shape. Maybe a little bit broken over there. Round 3 ball, heading over to 4. Come on, Harry, I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you. Turn 5 and let's head for home. Excellent. Lovely to see the first skier for the first pass of this fairly long weekend we're going to have ahead of us. We are skiing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and a little bit of Monday. Whew, that's a lot of skiing. So that's a lot of viewing you guys are going to have out there to see what's going on in the world. Got a bit of a replay here of Harry heading through. Score of 6 coming through from the judges. Nice little turnaround one ball there. Conditions look great. Like it's a smidge chilly, and when I say chilly, people would laugh at me. It's really not too bad. Oh, you wouldn't be wearing a wetsuit or anything to ski this morning. It's only that it's a bit early, and the sun hasn't come out yet, and there's a fair bit of cloud cover. But I'm happy enough to run with cloud cover rather than pounding sun on you. Alrighty, so that's 46k for Harry, and he'll be coming back at 49k, and I believe the top speed for the under 14 boys is going to be 55k. So he's got a few passes to get through before he gets to his maximum speed. There's Gary Pollock in the boat there, powering up. Stern concentration on his face. Knows what he's got to do. Harry coming in the course. He'll feel a little bit better because he's run his opener. So 49k for him. 18 metre line. Let's see what we got. Nice little turn at one ball there. Not bad. Maybe a smidge slow out of 2, but I think he's still okay. He's fine. Nice tight turn at 3 ball to get himself back on track. A little bit, no, pretty good turn at 4. I reckon he's just going to turn 5 and make it home. Happy days for Harry. 6 balls and his second pass, so now we'll be starting to really feel good. That's the way it kind of works. When you get through a couple of passes, you start to feel better, and you almost start to feel excited that things are going to go well. Excuse me. Alrighty, so scores coming through. There's 6 for Harry Kilby from Victoria in this under 14 boys division. Alright, so it looks like we got Taj Reeves as the last skier ranked the highest. So I do know Taj from Queensland. I'm a Queenslander, and I know he's been smashing out some records and so on. I probably should try and get a hold of some records. As per what Mel has mentioned to me, it's a good idea in each of the divisions to see how close they are. I don't have that handy now, but I wouldn't mind getting it. Alrighty, that boat powering back up. Harry Kilby from Victoria on the water, third pass. This is going to be 52k for Harry. He, I don't know, he's going to need to lift his game a smidge. Like, he's got a really solid 135. Came out of 2 a little slow, and that, I think, could be his Achilles heel here. Let's see how we go. But he's in his third pass. So generally this one's, it's not iffy, but it's not easy either. It's had a pretty good one ball. Looks good out of 1. He's turned 2. Oh, I think he kind of had a bit of a go there. He knew what he had to do. He had to come out of 2 ball a little tighter in order to make this thing play, and just bit off a little more than he needed to. The line wasn't quite there for him, so pops him into the drink, but I'm pretty sure he'll be fairly happy with that. That's going to be a score of 1.5 at 52k. What have we got there? Yeah, just back a little bit, and then fell away from the boat without the line there to help him out. It's a good start. Well done, Harry. It's a good start for the weekend. Good on you, buddy. Sorry about that. I had to disappear for a few minutes to find myself a pen. Now, I have just been reminded, because we're back at the new part of our event, the unders part of our event, that remind everybody that the canteen is hopping down there. They're just letting me know that the bacon and egg rolls are hot and fresh and ready to go. And they have also got some beautiful piping hot coffee. So for anyone who's not familiar with the way we're set up here, the canteen is ready for action. So if you want to, especially want to get yourself some coffee up there, it's all happening. Alrighty. Jackson Pigden from New South Wales is our second skier on the water. Didn't hear the start speed. Let's see if we can work it out. Nice blue bibs from New South Wales. You can always tell the New South Wales people got that beautiful sky blue bib running. So Jackson has turned one, a little bit of a funny two, but he's still in the game for sure. We want to get him through it. He's turned three pretty well, broken again. So he's a smidge rattled, but he's still in it. So as an opening pass, it's well within his means, and it's really just a settler for him. Boy, he was early for six in the end, so that one was easy peasy for him, really, even though he had a few rattles on the way down the course. Alrighty, that was 43 for Jackson, and he is going to be coming back at 46k, so we know where he is now. Pretty easy pass for him. Just had a little bit, some funny little turns in there and broke forward a little bit down that course, but still stayed well in control. Turning probably a little tighter than he needs to there, and ending up really early. Good on him, he'll work it out. We are in the under 14 boys division. We've got 11 skis. Actually, it looks pretty solid. Like, we've got 11 skis in under 14 boys, 17 skis in the under 17 boys, and we are broken up. It used to go under 10s to under 14s, and now it goes under 10s, under 12s, under 14s. So there's only you can only spend a couple of seasons in there, and we've got 11 skis in there, which is, I think, is pretty strong. So it's good, bodes well for the future of our game, hopefully. Alrighty, coming back, Paxton coming back at 46k. What has he got for us? Had a nice turn at one ball that time. Waiting for two. Opened up nicely and come out pretty good. I think this pass is looking a little bit better than the first pass. Maybe 43 is a smidge slow for him because he's looking really good. Maybe he's settled down too. This pass at 46, very nice pass for Jackson Pigden from New South Wales. Alrighty, a little replay of this pass. Pretty good through the gates there. Nice turn at one ball. Like, he was early for two. Just early and waiting. Opened up really nicely at two ball. And consequently, that ski came around beautifully. Waiting for three. Turned that nicely as well. Yeah, this was a lovely pass. Skiing that pass as easy as he did also, I think he's got a couple more in him, is what I think. All right, Jackson coming back from New South Wales. This is going to be 49, this pass. Oh, little crash early there for Jackson. You okay there, buddy? Give us a wave. Yep, he's pretty good. Probably a little disappointed. I pumped him up there at the end of that pass. I'm pretty sure he can get a little deeper than that. Running that pass previously as nicely as he did. What do we got here? Oh, just turned a little tight at one ball and got stuck in a bit of a lean of death. And that unwound him. Alrighty. I've got Marty Wright from Far North Queensland, who is the Queensland team manager for this event, coming up to join me on the mic. Good on you, Marty. Thanks for coming up.
Nice to be here, Coops.
Yes.
Just been down on the start dock. There's a few excited people down there this morning. Great start to the weekend.
Yeah, we got it all happening. It's all just about to get going here. It already has. We've had 2 skiers. And what was that? That would have been, it's potentially a half. I think a half at 49 for Jackson. All right, we're all going to snooze over a little bit to centre ourselves. We got a full day ahead of us, a full day of playing this game. A little bit of slalom in the morning, a little bit of tricks in the middle of the day, and a little bit of jump in the afternoon. Half at 49, so we've got some live scores up as well. We've got our radio blaring here, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have Hamish Butler from Western Australia is our next skier on the water. And you can tell those Western Australians, they've definitely got a nice yellow bib. So that's kind of the way it works here in Australia as well. If people are watching from overseas, there's a bunch of states around Australia: Queensland, New South Wales, Western Australia, Victoria, Tasmania, Northern Territory, South Australia. Anyway, we tend to hang in teams, or we play in teams a little bit, because there is a shield, the Benyon Shield, that we're all vying for every year. And each of our skiers potentially puts points towards that Benyon Shield. But everyone's competing, individually, obviously, as well in their age divisions. But we certainly keep a track of what states do and what as well. And we have got Hamish Butler from Western Australia about to hit the course. Ooh, wide on his gate, so it was really early for 1 ball, which is nice. Round 2 ball pretty well. Looking solid on the water. Didn't hear the start speed. Did you hear the start speed, Marty?
Didn't catch the start speed,
Yep.
no.
Probably looks 46-ish. I don't think it's 43. We'll find out in a sec. Anyway, sensational. He gets through his opener. We will everybody through their opener if we can. Especially these young under 14 boys. Alrighty, that was 43k, so he's coming back at 46k, Hamish is. So very similar to Paxton. Jackson. I'm never going to get that right. I've got something in my head about that. I'll have to get Murray to slap me. Alrighty, sun looks like it's maybe just about to peek through and shine on us.
You've got a little bit of a crosswind, looks like, as well. But not much of a wind.
It sounds like the westerly is going to blow over the course of today, I think, and then the wind is meant to fade away a little bit over the next couple of days, so we'll see how that pans out. It'd be great if it did. All right, we've got Hamish Butler from Western Australia on the water here, coming back 46k. This is his second pass in the 2025 Malibu National Waterskiers titles in Australia. And Hamish is trying to get a good score on the board. 46k, he's looking pretty comfortable so far. Conditions are definitely skiable. There is a little breeze on the water, but it's I don't think it's affecting it too much. Little cross breeze. And out of those exit gates for Hamish, he'll be happy about that. So all of our first 3 skiers have run 2 passes. I'm happy if I run 2 passes. You're probably happy, Marty, if you run 2 passes.
I'm very happy if I run 2 passes.
Mind you, I think some of these kids, you know how kids like more of everything, they would probably like to run 4 passes. And just looking at Hamish, I reckon he would like to run 4 passes.
He was looking pretty relaxed out there, wasn't he?
Getting a little bit of slack line at the balls. You just notice the way that rope sort of taps on the water a little bit. That'll happen to you every now and again. But keeping a nice rhythm, nice body position, and he was always in control. Took his time at 6 ball. It's a wonder he didn't do an inside hand drag. We had a bevy of inside hand drags at the overs event. Who was it? It was Dan. I think Gary Pike started the routine, and Dan McManus did a hand drag on every pass. Inside hand drag, 6 ball. I'm not promoting it, by the way.
You're not?
No. All right, Hamish coming back. Hamish Butler from Western Australia under 14 boys. This is going to be 49k now. What's Hamish got for us at 49k? Let's have a look and see. Not a bad one. A little slow out of one, maybe. He's turned too well, though, so he's on track. He looks on track to me. Not doing too bad. Heading over to 4. Didn't have as much time at 4 ball, but I think he's done a pretty good job at it. He's turned 5 ball with enough gusto to get over to 6, so no problems there. He'll be excited. That is 3 passes for Hamish.
It might be put him in the lead, Coops, this morning.
So we don't have a bio for Hamish Butler. We do have a folder of bios, beautifully put together in alphabetical order for us by Susan Sutherland, and good on her for that. But I'm not sure everybody's filled out a bio. It's nice if you have. We can see a little bit about you, what ski you're riding and what you're up to, what your PBs. It's nice to know the PBs of people so we can see where they feel like they might go. But if you tap his name, you'll see some scores, won't you?
Yeah, I've got some 2024 scores here. The 2025 ones haven't come in, but it looks like he's a few at 49.
So a bunch of scores of 49.
And there's one at 52 down the
Well,
bottom
he just
there.
ran 49 then, if I'm not correct. If I'm not incorrect. It was 43, 46, 49. So he's coming back 52k. So this is potentially PB territory. Can we will him through it? Top speed for under 14 boys, 55k. So he's got 2 more passes before he gets to chop that line. Let's see if we can get him through the first one. This is 52k for Hamish Butler from Western Australia. What do we got? It's a nice 1 ball. He looks in control there, and he's waiting for 2. If he doesn't fall apart here, this can potentially happen. He's turned 3 okay, heading over towards 4. Turning 4. Just needs a reasonable 5 ball, and I think he's going to make it home. So that is going to be 4 passes. I'd almost be expecting a fist. If I threw 4 passes, I'd be cheering.
Well, I heard a few cheers from the shore there, so it may be a PB. We're not sure on that.
So that is a full completed pass at 52k for Hamish Butler. So he is now going to be coming back at his maximum speed, 55k. This is the first maximum speed we've seen for the weekend. We're going to see a lot more of it, I think. But Hamish is going to be the first one who's going to play the game for us. Alrighty, this is going to be exciting. What's Hamish got for us? Has he run 52? Oh, it's 55. What's his PB? We need to know his PB. Anyway, boat's going to be going flat out now. 55k, still an 18-metre line. Hamish Butler, what has he got for us at 55? There is a little bit of a jump. I've played the game myself from 52 to 55. You can feel the pinch a bit. He's turning 2 ball pretty good, though. He's running a little late. I think he's going to be late at 3. He needed a big 3. I think he got it. He's going to turn 4, but that is going to be all she wrote. But that is still an excellent score. 4 at 55k. 2 more balls and he's chopping the line. But I reckon he's going to be pretty excited about that. 4 at 55k.
Just looking at those scores, his previous scores, Coops, and I can see a lot of 52s, but I can't see a 55, so I'm thinking that might be a big PB for
Right. That's the best place to PB, is at the national titles. Who doesn't want to PB at the national titles? Put a bit of pressure on the field. So there's 11 skiers, and he is was the third one off the dock. So supposedly there's a bunch more skiers there that are maybe a bit further down the line or up in speed, but I think he might be giving that thing a little nudge. And good on him. They all sound excited down there, the Western Australian people, and what's not to be excited about? Good skiing. Alrighty, just hearing back from the boat. Next skier on the water. Start speed 46k, 18 metre line is going to be Zach Coburn from New South Wales. Famous name, the Coburn name in water skiing. There's a lot of good Coburn skiers, and I'm sure Zach's going to be one of them.
We haven't got a bio for Zach, but it looks like he's 3.5 at 55 is the best score I can see on EMS. So looking for something in 55 from Zach as he goes through the gates in around 1. Nice relaxed 2. Did you get the start speed, Coops? That
46k, so this one is definitely 46k. Heard it through from the boat for Zach.
A little bit narrow at 4, but he's around 5 and pulling all the way at 6. Just a nice.
Looks like a big lad for under 14s.
Was out on the start dock, and there are a few boys that don't quite look under 14s, but I know they are. But that's a confirmed 6 boys from Zach.
Alrighty, we got Zach Coburn on the water. This is the under 14 boys slalom event, first round 1. This is our first day of 5 days of skiing, so it's we're going to have a lot of skiing to see here. Zach coming back. This is going to be 49k for him. He's out of New South Wales, out of a very famous ski family, the Coburn family, and he is working his way down this second pass of 49k, and he is out the exit gates. Nicely done. So that is 2 completed passes. All the under 14 boys are skiing very well, multiple passes. It's a nightmare for a tournament director when everyone skis that well.
It's a good nightmare to have.
Yeah, that's right. We want everybody to ski well, and lots of smiles rather than lots of tears. There's going to be some tears. I've shed some tears myself over the last weekend. There's going to be tears this event, but hopefully there's going to be more smiles for everyone.
Well, we won't know. These are accumulative scores, aren't they, Coop? So we won't know. This will be added to the second round, and we'll find the winner or the champion after they add those two scores together. So both rounds are really important for these under-14 boys.
Yeah, you've got to get... you just want to ski a half reasonable round in that first round towards your PB. You don't have to break any barriers there, but if you ski poorly, like really poorly in the first round, it's a real downer because it's difficult to claw that ground back no matter how well you ski in the second round. So everybody wants to put a good score on the board. That's only for the under 14s, under 12s, under 10s. The under 17s, it's a prelim and final, so their whole world is just the final. But they still like to ski well in the prelims, like I was saying before, because it gives them a backup score in case of ties, and it seeds them where in a nice position to ski. Anyway, we have got Zach Coburn on the water. This is his third pass, so it's going to be 52k. Coming back here, looking pretty good so far. Actually, looks really nice on this pass. Nice and even on both sides. Solid position behind the boat. Early at 5 ball, so he's going to ski out 6 ball, no problems. Easy peasy 52k. So did you say you had some scores for him from last year?
3.5 at 55 is the scores that I can see there. That looks like a PB. We haven't got a bio for
Zach,
but that's the best I can see over EMS. And this is Zach's home lake too, isn't it, Coops? He skis here a little bit, so he'd be pretty familiar with the water.
Yeah, I think so. So it does give you a little bit of an advantage if this is your training site, just everything's familiar for you here. So maybe some of these young boys, because I'm not sure there's heaps of under 14 boys hanging around now, neck of the woods. They seem to be skiing a lot of passes, so they're getting down to their 4th and 5th pass, which is really good to see. They've got the energy to do it. We can't do that.
No, 5 passes.
Too much puffing and panting for us after we ski a pass or two. So, if he can get through this pass, we'll get our first little taste of short line skiing. That 52 looked pretty good to me. Like, I feel he's got this in him. 55k. Not sure whether he's ever done it before. We're about to see if he can do it today. He's had a 1 ball, and it's pretty reasonable 1 ball. Looks good. Sun shining through now for us. I wonder whether that might even be affecting him a little bit, but he's heading over to 4 and he looks in control. I reckon he's going to do it. Heading over to 5, only needs to turn it. He's a lefty. He's going to get home for sure. Nice job. Unless I've got something wrong in the world, that is a 55 pass at 18 metres, and they're going to be chopping the line.
That looked quite nice.
Yeah, look. 9.5, so that's a confirmed 55k speed. 16.95, so this is the first little bit of chopping the line we're going to see this weekend. It's definitely not going to be the last. Yeah, just looking back at that replay, doesn't look in trouble at all. Maybe he was a smidge late there, turned past the ball, but well and truly in control. Like he's on time there. He's looking good.
Didn't look panicked at all, did he? 5 ball maybe. 6 ball at the last one and through the game.
He wasn't super early, but he wasn't very late either. So that was nice skiing for him. Just a reminder for everybody that the coffees are on at the canteen there. So if you need your caffeine fix this morning, head on down to the canteen. I'm sure they're doing hot chocolates and everything too.
Well, the barbecue was also going, and there were bacon and eggs sizzling over there.
Yeah, I might even partake this morning, I think, in a bacon and egg roll.
Can't really go wrong.
16 metres here. Hamish Coburn coming back 16 metres 55. What do you got for us? Can he run this one as well? I'm generally a bit of a convert of saying if you can run 18, you can run 16, but he's gone in at 2 ball, but that is still some sensational skiing. His 5th pass. That'll be a score of 1.5 at 16. Not sure if that's a PB for Zach there, but that is certainly some nice skiing. 1.5, 16 metres, 55k.
Yeah, the New South Wales team are coming down to give him a bit of a tunnel as he gets out of the water. Always good to see this early in the morning. Maybe as I can see his dad down there, Chris, maybe a thumbs up if that was a PB for us.
That is a PB.
Yes.
Has he run 55 before in comp? Oh, nice. He'll be excited. There's going to be smiles in that family. First little bit of short line action. So now in training, he'll be able to look back at the boat all the time and say, cut it. Just cut it.
Chop it up.
Alrighty, there we go. Gary Pollock, he'll be excited about that too. Boat drivers love it when people ski PBs behind them. And you can see how excited Gary is there. He's almost jumping out of his shorts. Look at him. No, he's concentrating. He's concentrating on making it happen.
He was. I mean, Gary was the first one starting the inside hand drag around 6 ball, so he probably's not impressed until one of these guys
I think it's because he skied so well himself. He actually skied really quite well. And he even just had a huge dismount. He had the best dismount of the weekend. If we had the comp for the biggest crash, Gary would have won it. But we didn't have that this year. We don't. It's probably not a good thing to have at the national titles, the crash award. We do have it every now and again in our little local comps. It's just a little bit of a consolation prize for you if you do damage yourself a little bit in a crash. Yes. Anyway, we are starting to work our way through these under 14 boys slalomers. South Australia next. Blake Robinson. Don't know too much about Blake, starting 46 that was. So starting 46k, a bunch of these boys have been starting at 46k. Seems to be the norm for them. What bib? South Australia, I think, have white bibs, do they? Soon see it. We should be speaking to Declan Nolan if he's hanging around. He can let us know what's going on in South Australia. Yep, looks like a white bib to me. Opening pass for Blake, 46k. He looks comfortable on the water there pretty early, so it's a cruisy little number for him, I'm hoping. And I am willing all of these under 14 boys to get through that opening pass, and they all have so far. Good on them. Good on them, and good luck to them. Confirmed score back from the boat of 6 balls on that opening pass. We had a tiny bit of sun peeling through on us there, and it's got swallowed up again already, Marty.
I'm a little bit happy about that. Sunglasses on. Haven't got much for Zach on, Blake on EMS, but it looks like he's gotten to 49.
So got some scores in 49.
But giving his ranking, he's probably now, that was in 2024, so he may have had a few more this year. His
you never know,
ranking score is above Zach Coburn, so we expect him to get him to 55.
Yeah, potentially, yes. Well done, Zach. Nice skiing, buddy. Yeah. Alrighty, we got Blake Robinson from South Australia on the water. Second pass, started at 46, got through that comfortably. He's going to be feeling a bit more relaxed after getting one under his belt. And this is his second pass, but he's going to need to work his way through that. Water conditions look spectacular, like it is just flat as a tack out there. So we're running with that. Blake is working his way down this pass, turn 4 ball. Pretty sure he's going to turn 5 and make it home. So he's got through that second pass. Well done, Blake Robinson from South Australia, making it happen.
I was out of that dock looking at Blake, and I think I was looking up to him. He's another very tall under 14 boy.
I suppose that's that age, 13, 14, where they have some growth spurts, don't they? And you can have some big kids at that age, and it's potentially why that's where the age split is, and they head into under 17s. Because a lot of those under 17 boys are now pretty big lugs of boys, and we know that they eat so much that they keep us poor, very poor. When I had an under 17 boy, fortunately for me, my under 17 boy is now an under 21 boy or under 20 boy, and it's headed off to university, so he can buy his own food now.
He can, but you can always buy food for my son.
Yeah, he's not bad on the tooth as well. Your lad. Shout out to Charlie. If you're listening to me this morning, Charlie Cooper. Hanging out in the ACT these days. Anyway, we are up in New South Wales. We're at Port Macquarie, New South Wales on the coast here. Lovely surf beaches. And we have got Blake Robinson on the water for South Australia. He's come back for his third pass, so this is going to be 52k for Blake. A little bit of a funny gate set up there, but he's got away with it okay because he's sort of on time. He's turned 2 ball nicely, a little down course, but he's definitely still in it. Heading over to 4 ball. Yeah, no. Oh, he's had a little bit of a funny 4. He's going to need a solid 5. Hopefully he's got it. Heading towards 6. He's going to be late for sure. Oh, I think he's squeezed around it though and squeezed out of it. So I'll wait to hear the score back from the boat. But he had a little moment. I think he had a little moment at 4 ball. And then it was a little tricky for him turning 5, and he really had to work to get home for 6. But it's the way it goes. Yep, getting 6 back from the boat, so he's got through it. Good on him. That's confirmed from the tower, so he's going to be coming back at his top speed, 55k. I'm maybe not as crazy hopeful about him getting through 55 as maybe I was for Zach. But you never know. Every time you get dropped in the water down the end there, he's just working to get back to those exit gates. Every time you get dropped into the water, you get to reset. It's a nice reset. You're happy to be where you are. You're happy that you've got through it. And you go, all right, let's get it together for this next one.
Some of these boys do like a little bit extra speed too, so let's see how he goes in this one.
Alrighty, Blake Robinson, South Australia, 55k top speed for under 14 boys. What's he got for us? He's turned 1 okay, but a little narrow towards 2. It's going to be work. He's going to have to work all the way down it. That's a big 3 ball, but not big enough, I don't think. That's fair enough. That's still probably pretty good ski, and that is his 4th pass. We're just expecting them to run fully through 4 passes now. That's his 4th pass, so it's got to be good. 3 at 55k, liable to be a PB. Can anyone let me know if that's a PB for Blake? Three at 55k, confirmed from the tower. That's a pretty good score though. Alrighty. Next skier on the water from Queensland. We've got a Queenslander finally in this lineup. Samuel Keys Bevan from Queensland. I don't know too much about Samuel, but you've got a bio there, Marty, eh?
I do. He skis up in Davies Lake and Lake Currabonga Club. Davies Lake is where Joel Howley and Lucas Cornell
I think they
apply their trade.
I do think they spent a little bit of time up there.
1 at 16 at 55k. This is PB, so...
Sounds good. Does it say what he's riding?
He is riding a D3 Ion 2
Nice.
with a reflex binding. Nice ski.
All right, did we hear a start speed? I didn't hear a start speed, but if he's got a PB of 1 at 55, maybe this is 49, maybe it's 46. All of the boys have been starting at 46. We'll know in a minute. Let's just get him through that first pass. He looks pretty comfy. Not too bad at all. He's going to be on time and early for 6 ball, so once again, everyone's got through that opening pass. Really, really important to settle the nerves. So happy days for Samuel Keys Bevan. 01 might be 46k, is it? Now that was 49k, so he's going to be coming back at 52k.
He's run as 55, so 1 at 16 is his PB, so it's a good start for him. got a lot of 3-event skiers here this weekend, Coops, but I think Samuel's a specialist slalom skier.
Hasn't got anything down for trick or jump.
No, I can't
Yep.
see any.
Fair enough. Coming back 52k. Samuel from Queensland. Let's see what he's got for us at 52k. Not a bad little one ball there. Pretty good out of 2. He's looking on time here. Heading down the course. Maybe a smidge narrow at 4 ball there, but he's going to get around 5. No problems. Easy peasy. Probably call it maybe a little head breeze from that other end. Like it's basically cross, but it's sort of into 2-4. You've got a little sort of head breeze from that direction into 2-4, and then maybe it's pushing you over to the other side a bit, but it's not really bad. Shane just letting me know there's plenty of D3s on the water. Is that why you're driving that big car you've got, mate? Because of all those so many skis.
Shane is a D3 rep for the area, and I think he might be after a new truck after this.
There is plenty of D3s floating around, so you're obviously doing a very good job, Shane, to keep it all happening. Come and see Shane. He's offering 2-for-1 deals over the course of this week. Is that right, Shane?
I will say though, Shane has a fantastic warranty on those skis. He looks after his customers really, really well, and tries bends over backwards to make sure that they get skis and they're going well. So
it's nice to have a rep in touch, isn't it? Someone you could call to say, I want, can you send me, can I play with, whatever it is. He helps sort us out for sure. Alrighty. Yes, we have got Samuel Keys-Bevan from Queensland coming back, and this is his 3rd pass. So this is going to be 55k. This is top speed. He's going to want to get through this pass. What do we got? Oh, a little jerk out of 2 ball. Still held onto it, though. A little strong little guy. He's a bit late at 4. He's still in it, though. I think he's going to stay in it. I thought he had enough out of 4 ball. He was going to lunge around 5 and get home. Maybe I need to look at the monitor. From here, it kind of looked like he was going to make it. I think it came unstuck a little bit at 2 ball where he got a little bit of slack line, and when it hit him, it folded him a little bit, so he definitely lost some ground. Let's have a bit of a look on the replay here. What happened at 2 ball? I think he got hit there and lost a bit of ground, so he was late at 3, but I thought he turned pretty well at 3, and he was there at 4. Like, I thought that turn was okay to get there, and he just didn't get the swing up to get the width onto 5 ball. So he'll be a smidge disappointed, but that's still pretty good going though. That was deep into his 3rd pass, and that is going to be a score of 4 at 55. Look, PB's 1 at 16, so he's only 3 off his PB there. So we can't be too critical of that. It's pretty good going.
Yeah, and he's kept himself in the game. It's an cumulative score, so he's right in there, isn't he, for his next round. We haven't seen all the skiers come yet, and we've got a few guns coming up, actually.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So now we are into the final 5 skiers, and this is probably where people will be starting to make a play as far as those scores. Potentially at this stage, the standout is Zach Coburn from New South Wales, who has got a score of 1.5 at 16. He may well become a player, but there's some scores in the high 55s there for sure. Hamish Butler 4 at 55. Blake Robinson 3 at 55, and Samuel Keys at 4 at 55. So they're all within, 4 or 5 balls of one another. I kind of feel Taj is going to be deep into shortening, so there'll probably be some clear air there. And I'm not sure what Archie Dowding's up to, or Oscar Cronin, but we're about to find out.
Well, Oscar, 1 at 13 metres is his PB.
13,
so he can ski a bit. This guy was in the Australian squad for the Aussie Kiwi this year in the under-14s, and surprised a few people with his trick scores. 1 trick in that event, a couple of scores at 3.5.
Alrighty, skier on the water from ACT, Oscar Cowan. Alrighty, not a heap of skiers from ACT, so good to see the ACT crew out here as well. Opening pass for him. That sounds pretty quick. I would suggest that boat's running 52 out there. and he's making it happen. Could even be more, could even be 55. Kind of looks like it's motoring. I'll be interested to hear the time back from the boat. 9.4, so that is 55k. Opening pass, 55k. Pretty sure.
Yeah, this is Oscar's second year in under 14s, and it's a bit of a breakout year for him. He's skiing really, really well. He's on a Syndicate 8 Show Pro, and we're pretty familiar with those skis.
Yes, we are. You can get them at a good price if you hang out. Alrighty. So that was definitely 55k, and he is chopping up to 16 metres. So this is kind of a little leap straight to top speed. We haven't seen this yet on an opening pass, and that's probably what we are going to see maybe out of these next skiers. Close to top speed straight away. So we are into 16 metres here for Oscar Cowan from ACT. Second pass, under 14 boys, slalom event. Round one for these guys. So it's the first ski they're having this weekend for sure. Had a pretty good one, not a bad two. He's in this game for sure. He's around 3 ball. He's around 4, and hopefully gets around 5 in pretty good shape. Over to 6 and out of the exit gates. Nice pass. Never really looked in trouble there. So good on you, Oscar. That is a completed pass at 16. That's the first one we've seen this weekend, and he is going to be coming back at the yellow line, 14 metres. So we're going to start chopping that line up a little bit. Let's have a look at this replay here, Marty. Nice through those entrance gates. Nice hips through the entrance gates. Right foot forward skier. Turns tight at 2.4. Maybe he was a little bit back on that ski there, but nice 3 ball. Just really rode that ski around that ball. Nipped the end of 4 ball off. And nicely around 5 ball. Nice pass.
Looked in control all the way through that pass, Scoops.
Yeah, he looked good.
It's nice.
14 metres is another little beast. It's a little hurdle for most people, most skiers when they first get to it. That extra little bit of shortening quite often rattles the cage a bit. But we know Oscar has run it because he's got it. His PB's 1 at 13. Is that what you said, Marty?
1 at 13, yep. He has run it, and I think that wind has dropped a little bit.
Yeah, it's you can't complain about conditions. They look perfect. So
Stoney's is probably one of the premier sites in Australia, isn't it, Coops, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. This lake skis very well. It's a lovely setup here. All right, Oscar on the water here. Can he get through this 14-metre line? We know he has before. Can he at the Malibu National Titles? Oh, that one ball's going to be the one he's after. So he's turned really tight at 2. Just didn't get the one he was after. And it is important as the line gets shorter to get that one ball. So he felt like he had to do a lot at 2 and did a little bit too much. Just didn't quite get it out of 1. The gate looked okay. Just broke a little bit there. Or just
sort of stood up out of 1 a little bit there, didn't he?
Just reared back a little bit and didn't let the ski come around to point towards the wakes, and then he had to get back down on it again a bit. Just came up and then had to get back down, which he really tried to do, but he'd lost a lot of ground when that happened. And he just tried to give it too much out of 2 ball. Anyway, that's still pretty good skiing for him. So we have got a score of 1.5 at 14 metres, and he takes the lead at this stage of the game. That is the lead. 1.5, 14 metres. And it's the lead by a full 6 balls too. So we're into some new territory. New leader in this under 14 boys from ACT, Oscar Cowan. So we have got 4 more skiers remaining. Campbell Sutton from New South Wales is our next skier. Then we've got another Oscar Cronin from New South Wales, Archie Dowding from Western Australia, and then Taj Reeves from Queensland. All right, we've got another 55k starter. Campbell is going to start at 55k, 18 metres. Campbell Sutton from New South Wales. He's in the water now. They're tightening that line up. Feverish action going down on the start dock. Gary Pollock there ready to go. Looking like a bit of a rock star in his sunnies. Plenty of concentration on his face. He's got his jacket on, so it might be a little chilly in the boat. Alrighty. Campbell Sutton, New South Wales, starting top speed 55k. Opening pass for him. Let's see what happens here. He's turned one ball pretty nicely. He's around two. He looks solid. He looks smooth. Waiting for 4 ball there. I think that's a pretty nice pass. Down the course there. Nice job at 55k. No problems for Campbell. Looked really nice actually. Like he didn't look rattled at all. He just opened up nice at every ball.
That's what you want with an opener, isn't it, Coops? Nice and easy pass. You look very in control. And just setting himself up for the next few.
Yeah, just watching that replay there, he's just cruising through. Just cruising through that pass. So, did you have a bio maybe or some scores for Sutton where he might end up?
No,
side?
I've got
Campbell?
his last year national scores.
Yep.
That's all that's coming up, and he got it to 16, 4.5 at 16 last year. So,
Fair enough. So
I think he
hopefully
might be a bit
year's-
shorter this year.
Yeah, a year's skiing under his belt. Coming back at 16 metres here. So we're half assuming he's pretty confident maybe he's going to get through this one. By the first one that he had, I think he's a shoo-in, but let's see how he goes. I hate putting the commentator's curse on anyone. Lovely at 2 ball. When I want to say they're looking lovely, I hold it until I'm sure they're home. Yeah, looking really good there. Nice pass. So I think he's breaking a little bit of new ground here, Campbell. As far as looking, those 2 passes were easy for him. And I'd be a little surprised if he doesn't get through this next one as well, and we might start seeing a score of 13 metres in here somewhere soon.
Looking at black ski there, Coops, that looks like a syndicate ski. It looks very similar to the Works 01.
Yeah, not sure what that ski is. But there, it doesn't look like there's much colour in it, does there? Alrighty, confirmation back from the boat. This is the second shot at 14 metres we're having this weekend. Campbell Sutton from New South Wales, under 14 boys. Run his opening pass, 55-18, 55-16, and we are coming back now at a 14 metre line. And are we going to see, current lead position is 1.5 at 14, so piece of 2 ball, and Campbell's going to catapult himself into the lead. I've got this feeling he's going to catapult himself all the way through this pass. Let's see how we go. 14 metre line. Oh, waiting for 1 ball. Might have been a smidge narrow though, but he's turned it pretty well. Looks on track to me. Going to need a little solid 3 ball. I think he got pulled up a little bit. I think he's in a little bit of trouble at 4. He's going to need a really big 5. Does he get it? I don't think he got enough of it. That is still solid skiing though. 5. That is a score of 5. At 14 metres, I'm sure he would have loved that. Just lost a little bit of ground. I thought he had a pretty good one. Let's have a look at this replay. I wasn't not sure where he lost it. Left foot forward skier.
One was nice.
Yeah, he's
wasn't
come out of there nice. Maybe travelling a little hot into 2, I think is what it was. Boy, he actually looked like he got not a bad 2 ball too. He was a little down course. Was at 3. Definitely a little narrow there. So he's had to wait And I think he's got pulled forward there. Yes, definitely got pulled forward out of 3 ball. But he kept momentum to get himself over to 4. And it wasn't a bad 4, just wasn't enough. So he'd broken through the wakes there a little bit. Wasn't enough to make a proper play on 5. He got around it though, just couldn't get a turn out of it.
Back to the wakes.
Anyway,
so
that's
in the
good
lead,
going.
isn't he?
Well done, Campbell. 5 at 14 metres. He's happy. And he's a player, and I suppose in the end he is now our new leader with a score of 5 at 14 metres.
That's the dad joke of the day.
Alrighty, we're getting the pointy end now. What is going to happen now, Marty? 5 at 14 is our lead score. 3 skiers to go in this under 14 boys. We have got Oscar Cronin, Archie Dowding, and Taj Reeves. 3 skiers: New South Wales, Western Australia, Queensland. Our top seeded skiers. We have got a lead score of 5 at 14 from Campbell. Just put it down for us now. And in second place at this stage of the game, Oscar Cowan from ACT. 1.5 at 14. If you don't get a score of 14, then you can't push any of our current leaders around. So, not sure where Oscar Cronin is starting at here. Can we see? It looks like an 18-metre line, so I would think it's definitely an 18-metre line on the boat there. So I would think it's going to be 55-18 for Oscar.
I think Oscar's got, he's run to 40 metres before. 1 at 13 is his bio PB.
Looking pretty good. Actually, kind of looks a little slower maybe. Is it possible he's starting at 52? I'm not sure. Or is he just making it look slow? I say this all the time, that when skiers make it look slow, it's because they're well in control and they're just making it look easy. Or is the boat going a little slow there? I'll be interested to hear this time. Maybe he starts 1792, so that is 52. So he started at 52k, which is all good. He needs another little extra pass to get himself warmed up to get to where he wants to be.
And there's nothing wrong with running a few extra passes, is there?
Yes, you get your money's worth. We've all paid our entry fee. I don't know whether there's any. There's no comps that I'm aware of, in the general routine where you're limited in your passes. I know they do it. Don't they do it occasionally in the Pro Tour stuff, where they limit the amount of passes that skiers are allowed to ski?
They definitely limit the start speed, so they will bring that back.
Yeah.
And I know in those pro events they're starting at 12 metres a lot,
12,
so
yes.
that sort of limits the passes by making sure they can't really.
We run a little event up in Queensland, Fourbanger and Sanger, where you get 4 passes and that's all you get. But even if you fall, you continue to ski. So everybody gets 4 passes. Anyway, we've got Oscar Cronin coming back. This will be 55 now, 55k 18 metre for Oscar. Let's see what he's got. A little funny at 1 ball, but good. He came out with good angle, pretty good out of 2. He's cleaned himself up. Maybe a touchdown at 3. Still in it, though, for sure. Heading over to 5. Come on, turn 5 for us, Oscar. Head back there. Love to get him through this pass. Nicely done. So he's out there. I think he's giving himself a few little heart palpitations down the course, but he's got through it. So he can drop in the water. He can reset himself and go, here's my chance, baby, and it's a big one. So it's going to need to get through the next one as well in order to make a play for the leaders. I think he had a little funny 1 ball there, just a little funny. Stood up. Pretty good out of 2, looking good out of 2 there. The little narrow and turning down course out of 3, but never really in trouble. Had a pretty solid 4 there, which was good. That's what's kept him in the game, because he was a little late at 5 ball for sure. And then a little rattle through the wakes there made him a smidge narrow for 6, but doesn't matter.
He was okay there, wasn't he? It was
Yeah.
a nice, easy pass for him. I think he ran that a bit late. But it was good to remember, too, this is the Nationals for Australia, and some of these kids have got a little bit of nerves, too. Maybe shaking those out the first couple of passes.
A little bit of nerves. When I skied in Nationals, your heart's pounding out of your chest on the first pass, just about. But everyone's different, aren't they? So once you get through a few passes, then you get excited about doing well, and hopefully you turn a bit of that nerves into adrenaline to put some performances out. So let's see what we've got here from Oscar Cronin. This is 16 metres. He needs to run this in order to keep his sort of position where he's been seated, and I'm going to will him through it here. Come on, Oscar. If you can run 18, you can run 16. What do you got for us? One ball's okay. I'm not sure it's all that he needed there. Wasn't enough, really. Turned a little narrow at 2 ball and ended up in the drink. Well done, though. That is a score of 1.5 at the 16-metre line. Well done. Just didn't get all of 1 ball. I think it... Yep. I've got... Alrighty, just a little call out. We've only got a couple of skiers left to go in the under 14 boys, and we're going to be moving directly on to under 17 boys. So if those judges that are been nominated for the under 17s can start making their way to towers and so on. We've got Shane is a driver. The boat judge is Scott R, which I'm assuming is Scott Reeves. We've got Jason Appleton, I believe, as the tower judge. Dan R as also a tower judge. We've got Declan Nolan, who's going to be doing video review for us. Emma Nieberding is a gate judge, and Amy Reeves is going to be the scorer. So if those people could please head to those areas so we can keep the ball rolling here. And I kind of think we do have to keep the ball rolling in order to get through our days. We've got our fingers crossed that the weather is not going to cause us any problems. I reckon it's kind of hanging. It's just, even though it looks gloomy, don't see it coming in on us at this stage of the game. So we're hopeful it's just going to stay like this. And we'd take it. If it stayed like this all day, we'd take it for sure.
I will do a little Rory Haberman. If you're around too, we've got a bib for you at the announcers tower. Come on down, grab a little bag we've got for you. I know you weren't here yesterday, but grab that because you're skiing shortly. Under 17 boys, bit of a marquee event. 17 skiers and that. It's one of the larger.
It's going to need his bib too. There's a bib in there, is there? Yeah. So they were handed out yesterday at a little team meeting that Queensland had yesterday during the day. That's right.
That's right.
Yep.
And Rory skis up there at
Oski
in Coolum, and so he came down last night, I believe, and he'll be hanging around here getting ready.
How you doing?
Okay, Archie.
All right, Archie starting 16-metre line. So this is another little push-up. So Archie from Western Australia, 16-metre start, 16:55. So that sort of means he probably feels pretty comfortable at getting through 14 and maybe even 13. So we're going to see what Archie's got for us today. This is his opening pass in the first round of the under 14 boys slalom event in our Malibu National Titles. 16 metres. He has turned 1 and 2 and looking pretty comfortable to me. Waiting for 3 ball. Looks like he's on track. Wow, it looks slow. I wonder whether it could be 52.16. Once again, is he just making it look really easy, or I think that might have been 52.16. We're going to hear back from the boat. Certainly made it look easy, whatever it was. 1792, that's correct. So it was a 52k start. That's something you can do these days. You don't have to start at top speed. You can shorten the line and start a little slower. And it's gaining in popularity, actually, because people prefer the swing of 16, but they don't necessarily want to deal with the top speed in that first pass, that settling first pass.
Yeah, in Australia, of course, the under 12 boys their top speed is 52. So, but Archie, this is his second year under 14s, and he is a good skier. We're talking about how some of these under 14 boys are quite tall. Archie's one of the tallest. In fact, I'd say he'd be the tallest under 14 boy out there this weekend. He's a giant from Western Australia.
Cool. But I think it's 55 is their top speed. Marty, I'm pretty sure. Oh, under 12s you're saying, William? Under 12s is 52. Yeah, fair enough. Alrighty, we're going 55 now. It's going to be coming back at 55.16. Archie Dowding from Western Australia. Pretty good one ball. Nice out of 2. Making this pass look pretty reasonable to me. If he gets over to 5 ball, he's a lefty, so he'll be able to lean on that line out of 5 ball. It's a tiny little advantage, I think. There's give and take whether you're a lefty or a righty, but one of the little takes that we take as lefties, if we can get to 5 ball, we're generally not too bad at getting ourselves home, whereas a righty's got a little more work to do at 5 ball if he's running late and in trouble. Alrighty, that's confirmed. 6 balls there for Archie, and confirmed back from the boat. He is coming back at 14 metres, which is our lead pass at the moment. Top score we've got from Campbell Sutton, 5 at 14 metres. Our current leader in this division. Next score down from there, we have got Oscar Cowan from ACT with 1.5 at 14 metres. So there is two scores in 14 metres. Campbell Sutton and Oscar Cowan.
Archie's got a skier's bio here, 1 at 13, but I think he might have got a couple more at 13. He was in the Aussie Kiwi Challenge at Bridgewater earlier this year. I think I recall a couple at 13, so that may have pushed out a little bit. Well, let's hope he gets through this pass.
Yeah, let's see if we can get him through 14. Let's see if we can get some new territory into the 13-metre line. From Western Australia, Archie, 14 metres, needs a good start. Don't know whether he got all the 1 ball there. He's got a little bit of 2, so he's on track to a degree. 3, needed a solid 3. I think he got a reasonable. He's a little late out of 4. He's going to need a big 5. Can he get it? Oh, I think he's broken forward at the waist. Out of 5. I don't know whether he got around 6 or not. Definitely. Oh, he's throwing the fist, so maybe he did. Looked like he broke badly out of 5, and I thought, oh no, he's got 5 ballitis. I had that round 1 myself. Same thing, broke badly out of 5 ball. Couldn't get to 6. But I think Archie is throwing the fist that he did get over to 6. Oh, I'm hearing the first score back I'm hearing is 5. Let's see what we got. It's turn 2 ball. Everything was sort of going okay. He's a little late down course there at 3 ball. He went up at 4 ball, lost a bit of ground for sure. He's turned 5, but he's turned tight, but it's pulled him forward there. So he's losing angle over to 5, over to 6. Did he get... Oh.
Got a review on here too, Coop. So
yeah,
I'm going to have a few looks at this.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm going to leave it. This is where I love to just leave it to the judges. Oh, gee, I don't know. It's so hard to tell. And then did he get back? All right, so I think the score has come through from the review that he did not get outside of 6 ball, which was a shame. So that is going to be a final score of 5, which is the equal lead. 5 at 14 metres for Archie Dowding from Western Australia. That was a bit of a shame. Like, it was close. He turned tight. He was late, turned tight at 5 ball, and it just folded him. But he thought he had enough just to still squeak around 6. Made a big play at 6 to get back to the wakes, which is quite often the trouble. Sometimes when you're stretching for 5 ball like that, it's hard to get back to the exit gates. But just didn't quite squeak around the ball, around 6 ball. Still good going. So we've got, there's equal leaders now. Archie Dowding and Campbell Sutton in our under-14 boys division, and we have got one final skier who can upset that apple cart, which is Taj Reeves from Queensland. And I know Taj is a pretty handy skier, and I do think more than likely he may be able to upset that apple cart.
Taj has got a PB listed down here 3:12. So first skier with a PB into 12 metres.
Fair enough.
He's got a D3 as well, D3 Neo 2. Same ski, I think, as Freddie Waterski's off. Maybe a little bit smaller than Freddie's, though. Well, Taj Reeves is renowned for his jumping, and we'll see him jump later on this weekend, and he managed to make it into Junior Moomba this year as an under 14-year-old, and I think he even made it in the year before. So we're looking forward to seeing Taj jump later on in the week, but he's a great slalomer as well.
So he's no stranger to some big events, that's for sure. Alrighty, final skier in the under-14 boys from Queensland, Taj Reeve, and he is going to be coming in. I'm pretty sure this is going to be 16:55. I can see the line is 16 for sure, but I'm pretty confident it's going to be 55 Ks as well. Let's see how we go in his opening pass. Looking pretty good out of 2. Really nice style. Opens up, throws that back arm back. He's got a real motion of finishing off his turn to make it all very similar and even down the course. Easy opening pass for him. Pretty sure that's going to be 16:55, and he's going to be coming back at 14 metres. Yep, confirmed from the boat. So he's going to be coming back at 14 metres, so he's already going to be on the lead pass. And if he can run that pass, he's going to push himself straight into the lead in this under-14 boys division.
So this is Taj's first year in under-14s. Last year he was in the under-12 division, and I think he was I'm pretty sure he was the champion last year. So he's moved up divisions, moved up his speed, but he seems to be liking that 55K.
I always forget how young he is. So he's only just moved into the under-14 boys. He's got a big future ahead. Taj does.
Yeah, we've got the Reeves here this weekend. We've got Scotty Reeves, Taj's dad, jumping this weekend in the open men's, and Zali Reeves, Taj's sister. She'll be out in the under-17 girls.
Alrighty, 14 metres. Can we get our first skier through the 14-metre line this weekend in the under-14 boys? Taj Reeves from Queensland has turned 1 ball, was waiting for 2, and he's a right. He's turned 2 tight. Heading down this course, looking like it's the goods to me. Waiting for 5 ball there. No problems at all for Taj Reeves. That is a completed pass 14 metres, and we're going to see our first little bit of green 13-metre action on this next pass.
So that puts Taj in the lead, doesn't it? After in this first round, with
Yes.
he's still on his ski, so we'll
That's
see
right.
how
That's
far
a
he
one.
pushes it.
That's a 1 ball lead. If he can run this pass and put himself, that'll put him 7 balls ahead. That gives you a fair bit of clear air to then be able to make a little mistake or 2 in the second round and still maybe win. But
Well, we're having a little crew change after Taj as well, aren't we? And we're kicking off with the under-17 boys, which will be an exciting group of boys.
yeah, it's a big field, 17 boys in there. And our top seed, someone you know fairly well, Marty Wright, is your son Dylan Wright's been skiing up a storm for sure. There is a whole bunch, pretty well everyone represented in there.
There's a bit of competition there at the top as well, so it's going to be pretty exciting, I
Yeah.
think, come the final, because it's preliminary round today, a seeding round. But
Yeah,
looking
this is
forward
just
to
a
tomorrow.
seeding round. Okay, we've got to remind myself of that.
Well, we've got
17
Taj coming into the course here at 13 metres.
13 metres. Let's see if we can get him up this pass at 13. Not a bad 1 ball. He's a righty, so he's turned 2 tight. He's on track. Little double pump into 3 ball there. Same into 4 ball. I think he's going to run it the way he's looking here. Turn 5, headed straight over to 6. Yeah, he's through it. So that Not only did we see the first 14-metre pass, we have seen the first 13-metre pass. Taj Reeves straight into it, so he's giving himself a little bit of daylight from the rest of the pack.
See a few excited Queenslanders there on the bank as well, giving a bit of a cheer as he goes through. First bit of blue action.
I don't think that hurts our position on a Banyan Shield front as well if Taj skis particularly well in the under-14 boys. Not sure what the record is. We need to maybe try and get that information. We might get the record sheet printed out so we know.
Yeah, fairly familiar with this
are.
record. Lucas Cornell holds this record, 1 at 10.7.
1 at 10.7.
So he's a little way off. Still a few more passes to go to get there. But it would be nice for Taj to get a fair way down this 12-metre. And I know in practice, talking to his dad, he has got a little bit further than 3-ball in practice. But 3-ball's his PB, which would be a nice little buffer for him going into the final round.
Alrighty, Taj Reeves from Queensland, the final skier in this under-14 boys first round. Coming back in 12 metres. What do you got for us at 12 metres, Taj? Not a bad one, ball. He's turned 2. He's heading over towards 3. Can he turn 3? He's going to try. That's for sure. He tried to turn 3. That is a score of 2.5 at 12 metres for Taj Reeves. That's going to give him a solid, well, not even sure there. It might be 8 or 9 ball advantage into his second round. And that is all she wrote. 2.5 at 12 metres.
And that's half a ball off his PB. So that's a great ski by Taj Reeves. And the Queenslanders are all coming down on force to give him a
Looks like
power.
There's going to be a little bit of tunnel of love. I never got a tunnel. I think everyone's finally alive. It's taken us the first round of this event, the slalom around. You start a little slow in the morning. It all got underway at 6:30, and I think we're all going, 6:30 in the morning. But we're all wide awake now after watching a fair bit of spray go on out there. So now we're all awake. Hopefully we've all had some coffee. Hopefully we've all had a bacon and egg roll. Well, you can certainly head in for a bacon and egg roll if you want one. I'm thinking about it myself. What do I want? Do I want a little bit of barbecue sauce or a little bit of tomato sauce? I'm not sure. I'm definitely going to go and grab myself a cup of tea, because I did have 1 or 2 beverages at the welcome night. We had a lovely welcome night last night, Marty, I thought. Lots of people there, lots of spaghetti. Lots of stuff happening.
We've had a lot of volunteers do a lot of work here, and I came here on Sunday and I was amazed at that tent that we're doing the welcome things in.
Yeah.
Viv there is cooking up a storm in the kitchen, and we've got the Pollocks on the bar at night. It's just a wonderful thing, sitting there having a few beverages, looking out at the water.
I must admit, we did enjoy it in the afternoons. A little bit of jump happening. There was the charcuterie boards come out in the afternoon. The gag about that, the cheese boards, and we had some lovely afternoons with sipping some beverages and eating some cheese and bickies. Oh, I'm good, thanks, mate. Thank you, though. Cool, no worries. Alrighty, just a quick word about the merchandise. There is 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles merchandise. I snuck in and grabbed mine. I've got that black. The T-shirts are really nice. They're like thin, dry material, which is great for up my way because it gets hot and sweaty. The towels are lovely too. I grabbed a couple of those towels. And they've even got the big swimmery 3/4 if you live in the cold part of the country where you need a big jacket. Anyway, the merchandise, if you have pre-ordered merchandise, it is in storage. Susan Cooper, who is the one that sort of managed that, is arriving tonight, and she's going to correlate all that, and we are going to hand that merchandise out to people tomorrow, and then we're going to do a bit of a stock take as to what there might be still available and put that straight up for sale as well. I kind of feel like there's still an opportunity to even order more if you go, wow, I missed out on that and I want some. But Susan Cooper's going to sort that out for us tomorrow, guys.
And I'll tell you what, Coops, we've got Max Pigton just coming to the course on his opening pass, under 17 boys. And he is cruising along a little bit slow out of 4, but
Oh,
he's
come
got
on.
around 5 and
Nice.
6, and he's through his opening pass. Well done. Good skiing, Taj. Well done, mate.
Alrighty, that was 52k for Max Pigden, and he's coming back at 55k. Well done, look good, great to get through your opener. First skier in the under-17 boys, big division. Max Pigden from New South Wales, Riley Went from New South Wales, Mitchell Bray, Victoria, Nate Pigden from New South Wales, also Bailey Butler from Western Australia, Hamish McCullum, Queensland, Rory Haberman, Queensland, Minso Choi from, is that from China? From Korea, maybe?
From Korea.
It's a tiny little flag there. Yeah, so international, we've got a little international flavour in the under-17 boys. He's obviously hanging around, and good on you, Min. You'll have to come and, Minso, you'll have to come and let me know how to pronounce that name. We have got Tiger Stone from New South Wales, Jagger King from New South Wales, Callum O'Connor from Queensland, Oscar McNamara from Victoria, Fletcher Green, Western Australia, Bryce Smith from Queensland, Finn Mitchell from South Australia, and Dylan Wright from Queensland. What a massive division, 17 boys. Max Pigden on the water, though, coming back second pass. This is 55k for him. Pretty good start. Nice out of 2 ball. He's in control here. He's getting through it. Come on, Max, you can get through this pass, I'm sure. He's a lefty and he's turned 5 ball well. He's going to get home. Unless he runs into a bird or something like that out there, like Katie Pickford did over in New Zealand. Ran into a swan, apparently.
She did get a reride, though, didn't they? They went too hard onto the Kiwis.
I think they just gave her the ball because she was on her way out the gates and she was clearly going to make it. And she just happened to run into a swan. I don't know whether that's bad luck. Is that bad luck?
I don't know about that, but
Maybe.
bad luck for the swan, at least, anyway.
Definitely bad luck for the swan. But no swans out there for Max.
So Max, I just heard, he's coming back at 58.
58,
So that was a...
yes. Started at 52. That one was 55. And he's coming back at 58k, which is the top speed. So these poor, unfortunate under 17-year-old boys are forced to go the maximum speed, 58. You see all that hair hanging out the back when they're flying through the wakes at this speed. So we're going to see a fair bit of 58k skiing this weekend. We've got our open skiers obviously running at those speeds. Also our unders and overs of 21. They're going to be running 58k as well. Good to see you. Thank you. All right, Max coming back. Not sure what his PB is. This is 58. Hope he can get through this pass, and that'll give him an opportunity to shorten the line. Boat's going flat out. He's around 2. I think he's in a little trouble. I think he's drifting down course. He's turned tight at 3. Can he get around 4? He's still in it. Can he turn tight at 5? He's reared up. Oh, just a little back out of 4, so he couldn't get the angle to 5. Sort of the tip of that ski sort of catapulted up a little bit through the wakes. So he has gone inside of 5 ball, and that's going to give him a score of 4 at 58k. That's still a pretty reasonable score, though.
It's a good score for the number one, the first skier off the dock.
Yeah, he's setting the bar pretty high. You know, this reverse rated system, you know, would sort of normally mean the first skier might be a little bit down the way a bit, but he skied forward 58k, so I think this field is going to be pretty solid throughout by the looks of things.
So the next skier on the behind the boat is Riley Went, New South Wales skier, just coming around the island now and coming into the course. So Riley just pulling up at the gates now. And a nice start, nice one ball, and round and two, and looking in control. Nice easy at 3 and 4, and moving along to 5, and out through the 6 ball and through the gates. It's a good opening pass for Riley. That pass is confirmed 6 balls at 52 kilometres an hour and coming back at 55k. Now I can smell the bacon and egg burgers cooking up on the barbecue over there, so if you're a little bit hungry this morning and you need a little bit of a bite, I'm sure there'll be something in the kitchen there that you can go and help yourself to this morning. The crew are doing a great job there today. They have been all week, cooking up a storm for the crew down here. Got to change driver, and the driver's seat. Got Shane Coulter, he's the chief driver for the week. So the under-17 boys are in good hands as Riley comes into the course at 55 kilometres an hour, and it looks beautiful out there. The water is just glistening, and he's got a nice one, nice start, looking nice. Ooh, a little bit pulled out at 2, but he's back on it. And we're a little bit, that 2 ball just was a little bit much, and he just turned inside 4 ball. So three balls is confirmed for Riley. Now this is a preliminary round for the under-17 boys, so this score doesn't count their second round. It does count for seeding, so Riley has a good feel out of the water there, and he'll go to the final just knowing what he needs to do to get a little bit further along that pass. And next gear on in the water, we've got Mitchell Bray from Victoria coming into the course. I believe it's 55k. Top speed for these under 17 boys is 58. So Mitchell starting one's click down, but he's a nice gate. Round of 1, he's on his way. Looking good at 2 ball, and he's nice and early, not late at 3, turning 4, around 5, and just pulling to 6 and through the gates. It's a nice first pass for Mitchell. Yeah, we've got the sun just come out, and hopefully it's not disturbing the skiers and they can still see, but it is glaring in the eyes of the commentators, unfortunately, and it's hard to see the replay. But Mitchell looks in control of that pass, and I think he'll be pretty happy backing it up, getting ready for this next pass, which should be up at 58 kilometres an hour, the top speed for under 17 boys. And here comes Mitchell. The boat's coming around the island into the course. The island setup here does allow for great skiing on this lake. And as Mitchell pulls up for his second pass, and he comes through the gates, and it's like a nice one ball, waiting on 2, and he hooks up very nicely at 2, around 3, going to 4 ball, and he looks at control, and he's out around 6 and through the gates. It looks like a nice second pass for Mitchell. So Mitchell's coming back into the course at 16 metres, 58 Ks. First shortening. The under 17 boys this morning, and we're going to see a few, I think, after this. But here we go, through the gates. And he's hooked up nicely at 1. He's going through round 2. A little bit of a delay on 2, but he's still on it. A little bit of slack out of 3. And, it just caught up to him at the end. And I think it might be a 3.5 at 16 metres. Final score, 3.5 at 58 for Mitchell. Now, I've just seen some ropes head down to the judges' tower, some jump ropes. So if anyone is jumping today, please get your ropes down by 9 o'clock to the judges' tower for homologation. That would be appreciated. They would like to do them this morning, particularly if you're jumping today. There will be some homologation done tomorrow, and maybe even the next day. But if you are jumping, you need to get your ropes down here this morning at some stage. So next gear up is Nate Pigden. Nate Pigden, New South Wales skier, starting at 55 Ks, 16 metres. There is a bit of glare coming off that water, but I think the sun may be high enough so it's not going to disturb the skiers. Here Nate pulling up for the gates, and he's through, and he's on the front of the ski out at 1, but he's hooked up at 2, and he's keeping it rolling. Looking nice out of 3, turns 4, and 5 is looking nice and controlled into 6, and I might have seen a little hand drag there around 6 ball, the first one of the day, and I know Gary Pollock's probably thinking to himself, I did one of those. Might have to check that out on replay. It's a little bit hard to see the screen with the sun shining in, but it was just seeing if this hand drag was legit from Nate Pignett. There we go, letting go the inside hand and dragging it. And he got a bit of slack out of that, and but he got through the gates, and good opening pass for Nate, and I believe he'll be coming back at 58.16 top speed. Here we go, eyes on the water for Nate, pulling out for his gate. Oh, big at 1, but he got out of it nicely, and he's on time at 2. Nice little 3. 4, another big 4 just got pulled a bit out, and 5 was a little bit much, and looks like he might have just got inside 6 ball.
Alrighty. I'm back, Marty. What have I missed? Couple of skiers.
Couple of skiers gone. And
Max Pignan 4:58. Riley went 3:55.
And Mitchell Bray, who I didn't write the score down for, but Nate there, I think I heard from the judges a 3 at 58.16.
3 at 58.16, you think, is it? Thank you very much, Marty. He's heading down for a little bite to eat. And I'm going to catch up with what's going on here. So I think we are going to have Bailey Butler from Western Australia on the water now. Got that yellow bib. Pretty sure he's starting at 16 metres 55, it sounded like. We'll confirm that at the end of the pass. Let's get him through that first pass. Round 4 ball nicely, big lad on the water, so some of these under 17 boys are some pretty big strapping lads. No problems through that pass. We'll listen. 9-4. So that was a 55 opening pass, 55.16, and he's going to be coming back at 58.16. All right. Bit of a marquee division, really, I think, the under-17 boys in the unders event, because you've got some really strong skiers coming through the way here, the future talent. And there's a whole lot of names in there that I can see that are rock-solid skiers. So when we get to the pointy end, we are going to see some really short-line stuff going on. But all of these skiers are running short-line. I'm not sure what the qualifier is for the under-17 boys. It's probably even 16 metres, somewhere along those lines. Don't know the exact numbers, but they are all up there. All right, we've got Bailey Butler from Western Australia coming back in. This is going to be flat out top speed now, 58k, 16 metre line for him. out of Western Australia. This is the under-17 boys event in the 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles in Australia at Stoney Park. What do we got? 16 metres. Comfortably around 3 ball. Looking good so far. Round 4. He's a righty, so he's going to have to work a bit harder out of 5, but he is out of there and home on that pass. Beautiful job for Bailey Butler from Western Australia. Alrighty, things are looking good in this under-17 boys. Bailey's got through his opening first 2 passes, and we are going to get our first look at 14 metres for the under-17 boys. Not sure if Bailey might have a bio or if we know where his PB is, but comfortably through those first 2 passes. Wind might just call it a little taily. Certainly at that end, it's a cross breeze blowing across the course into a 2-4 on the other side. Not sure how much of an effect that's going to have. But Bailey Butler, 14 metres, 58k, flat out. What do we got? Needs a 1 ball. Not bad at 1. He has turned 2 ball. He's in the game for sure. A little late at 3. He's still in it though. He's going to turn 4 ball. He's in trouble, I think, there now. Just needed a really solid 4. And reared back a little bit, and the tip of the ski came up. Could not get enough angle. He knew straight away it was lights out for that one. That's still a pretty good score. Like, that is the leading score currently now. 4 at 14 metres at 58k. Don't think that is going to make a play on the lead, but it is definitely not to be sneezed at from Bailey Butler from Western Australia. Alrighty, I think we've got a couple of Queenslanders up next. Hamish McCullum. So Hamish is the lad of Viv and Doug, who are providing all our food services for the weekend, which has been sensational. And I'm not 100% sure where Hamish is up to with his skiing, but he's in the middle of the pack of these under-17 boys, so he's a player. Sounds like starting speed 55.16, so starting 1 under his top speed. Looks like I've got Kurt Niebening from Townsville coming to join me, coming up to have a bit of a look. Some fresh air up here. Very nice. There's a mic there if you want to grab it, but you don't have to. All right, Hamish McCullum on the water here, 55.16 opening speed. Looks like that yellow radar ski that I loved that ski years ago he might be on. Willing him through this first pass. Nicely done, heading over towards 6 ball. Phew, we can all take a breath. Good job to get through that opening pass under 17 boys. Round 1. Just a reminder, it is kind of just a seeding round, so it's not the end of the world if it doesn't go well in this round. We all want to do well. It's nice to have a backup score, but it's not the end of the world. Maybe you can have a look through their curtains, see if there's a McCullum. Hamish might have a bio there for us. So we started out this morning with the under 14 boys, moved on to the under 17s. It's going to be the under 10 girls after this one. A couple of under 10 girls going to ski. And then what else have we got after there? I think there's still a little more slalom to go after that. No bio for Hamish. That's all right. We can make stuff up about people. Under 10 boys slalom, under 14 girls slalom, under 12 girls slalom as well. All right, Hamish back in the course. He is around one ball. This is going to be 58k or a little bit of trouble at 2. He's a little rattled, I think. He's around 3. I hope he stays in it. Can he turn forward? He's going to need a solid 4. He's going to need a big 5. Did he get a big 5? I think he might have. Can he get back to the exits? Woohoo! Gave us all a little bit of a fright part of the way down that pass. But I reckon he held it together in the end, and he has snuck out of it. And I'm hearing 6s from the judges. So he's going to be coming back. He's going to get a little shot at 14 metres, and he is going to get a little shot to see if he can take the lead. Let's look at this replay there. He might have been a little narrow at 2 ball. Didn't look too bad. Doesn't look too bad from the replay there. But he was definitely drifting down course. Only just squeezed around 5 ball. Got himself outside of 6 and home. So he'd be happy with that. Current lead's 4 at 14, so that's what we're shooting for. And he's going to get a go at it. That is Hamish McCullum from Queensland. All right, Hamish coming back from Queensland here. This is 14 metres. What's he going to have for us at 14? Not sure what his PB is. He has turned 1 ball. He's turned 2 ball pretty good too. He's in it. He's laid it 3, but he's still in it. He's going to go over to 4 ball. Is he maybe going to run this? Oh, he's holding on to it. Can he turn 5 out of that? Miraculous 4 ball. He's going to get outside 6. Holy, he'll be throwing the fist on that one. 4 ball. Take a look at this 4 ball. Got hit, bent over and held onto it. Oh, man, that is the pass of the round so far. I thought he was Gonski's and held onto it out of 4 ball. Catapults himself into the lead. Turn 2. And I knew he was already starting to get in a little bit of trouble, so he's turned a fairway down course at 3 ball. It's this one here where he gets hit and folded over, but he just keeps a hold of it. It's just holding on to the lean of death there. Just gets himself around 5 ball, makes a solid turn and finds his way home. Just got outside that ball, whacked on the brakes and snuck himself back inside those exit gates. Lovely pass. All right, nice one. So we've got our first little bit of 13 metre action here. He's got to be happy with that because he stole that pass away, I think. What's he got for us at 13 metres? Hamish McCullum from Queensland. This is the under 17 boys slalom event in our national titles. All right, he's turned 1 more. He turned 1 tight. And he's headed over to 2. He's turning 2 tight. He's going. He's on his way. No one can tell him he can't do it. He's doing it. 3 balls. 3 balls at 13. I'd be thinking that's got to be PB territory for him, is it? And he is the new leader currently in our under 17 boys event with 3 at 13 metres, 58k. Alrighty, next skier on the water, another Queenslander, Rory Haberman, on the Sunshine Coast, skis at Coolum Oz Ski Resort. Done a fair bit of training up there, I'm sure. Rory, coming in 55k, 16 metres. Might have a little bio for Rory. We'll have a look at that in a sec once we get him through this opening pass. Around 3 ball, looking pretty good. Around 4, a little bit down course maybe, but don't think it's going to be an issue for him. 55, 16 metres, well done for Rory Haberman out of Queensland. All right, so we've got a bio. I love bios. Hometown is Coolum Beach, skis at Oz Ski Resort. That's what we were thinking. PB of 2 at 13. He's going to unfortunately need every bit of that 2 at 13 to stay competitive here, because we've already got a score of 3 at 13. I think it's going to be a competitive under 17 boys for sure. Skis on a Radar Vapor Pro 67. That's an interesting one. You can't read all these bios out. You need to pre-read them. There's some good stuff in there. The fact that nobody knows about him, he's a good singer. Maybe we'll see him on The Voice one day, Rory. Maybe on Prezzo night, we can do a bit of karaoke. Maybe that's what we should do. Raise the bar with a little bit of karaoke. Do aliens exist? Yes. I agree with that comment. I like his dad joke too. Let's get him through this 55, 16 metre pass. Rory Haberman out of Coolum Beach in Queensland. Got through his opening pass. Let's see how he goes with this second pass. This is going to be flat out 58k. Come on, Rory. Once you're through this, he's looking good so far. Heading over to 4 ball. On time, I think. He's a little late at 5, but he's going to get himself home. He's a lefty, and he is home. Well done to Rory. We got on the bios, we've got Tell Us a Dad Joke. We just thought we'd throw something in. I'm reading a horror story in Braille. Something bad is going to happen. I can feel it. I like that as a dad joke. That's a winner. Good on you, Rory. Alrighty, so we know he's got a PB of 2 at 13, so we know he can get through this 14 metre pass, this next pass. We're going to will him through this pass so he can have a shot at the lead also. Currently, we have Hamish McCullum in the lead with 3 at 13. In second place, Bailey Butler with a score of 4 at 14. Bailey Butler from Western Australia. So, needs to get through this 14 metre pass. Does Rory, if he wants to push himself to the top of the pops. All right, Rory coming back. 14 metres. What do you got for us, Rory? He's turned 1 ball pretty nicely. I think he was waiting for 2. Not bad out of 2. He's in it. 3 ball there. Might be down a little bit. No, he's pretty good at 4. He's had a good 4 ball too, so hopefully he can turn 5 and get out the door. Yes, around 6 ball. Nice pass for Rory. So he is in PB territory for sure with a completed pass of 14 metres. He's going to be excited about that. And good on him. So 3 balls is at 13 metres. This next pass is the score to beat. He has a PB of 2. So it's all in his bracket. Both of them? Yep. Alrighty. So the sun's out. Haven't had a chance to talk about the sun has burnt those clouds off altogether now. We're going to see some sun for the day. There's a little blustery sort of wind, but it's definitely not up or down the lake, so it's cross breeze. Fairly narrow lake, so it doesn't really affect the surface of the water too much. Might, if it gets a little stronger, it's a little brisk, I suppose.
skiers will potentially feel it on the body a little bit. Anyway, we've got Rory coming back. This is 13 metres. This is right in his PB territory. He has turned one ball, so he's headed over to PB. That's 2. He looks like he's going to get to 3 to me. Did he just get around it? He's let go of the line, so at best I think that would be a quarter. But we are going to wait to hear whether maybe he didn't even squeak around it. Heard. All right, confirmed back from the tower. It is going to be 2 at 13, which is an equal PB, which is definitely nothing to be sneezed at in the national titles. If you can ski right up to your personal best, good on you. And that puts him in a solid 2nd position at the moment. He's the 7th skier off out of a 17-strong field, so we've got 10 more skiers. I don't really think that score is going to stand up, because there are some really solid skiers further down the line. But he's got his hand on the lead position at the moment. Alrighty, so we've got our skier from Korea now. Mitsui Chui was the pronunciation I heard. I'm not sure if it's correct, and I'm sorry if I butchered that. And hopefully there's some family probably back in Korea watching this right now, and g'day to you guys, if you are. Bin. M-I-N. Min. All right, Min's on the water, and he is got a lot of hair. That's what I'm noticing. And it is in the breeze as he skis up there, and he's done a lovely job of that opening pass. Just caught the last couple of balls. 9-4. All right, so he started out at 55.16. Lovely skiing from him. From Min. Oh, yeah. That makes sense, doesn't it? I'm finally catching up. Takes a little while to catch. You know, it was cool this morning, you know. Things start slow. You need a little bit of time to catch up. So, Min has run 55, 16 metres. And I'm not sure, but I need a little backstory from Min, because obviously he's over here skiing with somebody. Maybe could be working at one of the little ski schools, helping out or something. Or maybe he's doing some school over here, and he's managed, and he's a skier, and he's loving the ski. Skiing in Oski, nice. Staying in Oski and doing a bit of skiing, and he is competing in the Australian National Titles. And g'day to all of his family and friends at home who are no doubt tuning in to see Min ski. And let's see what he's got for us. This is 58.16 now, coming back in. Flat out, top speed. First shortening, has turned one ball nicely. Well, he looks tall on the water. Looks really smooth too. Maybe he could be a player here, because he's making this pass look particularly easy. Nice job. Really easy. Actually, lovely smooth style. Smooth right throughout the course. I need to have a bit of a look at this replay, because I'm just watching them sort of live from up at our slightly elevated view here. And you don't 100% see where they exactly are in the course, but he just looks smooth. Nice body position. He's not working too hard. He's letting the body position do the work for him. That is 58k full speed in our slalom course. And he was making that look simple.
Yeah, I'm back, Coops, from my
Good on you,
got a
Marty.
coffee, and
Thanks very
I've
much.
been watered and food, and it's great. Min, we've done a little bit of skiing with Min at Oski, actually, Coops, and he came to our Queensland state titles. He was skiing there at ISIS, so he's an honorary Queenslander. And look, he's skiing really well. And Emma and Rick Haverman have been putting him through his paces there at Oski, and he's a nice guy.
Fair enough. Yeah, well, he's getting some solid coaching then. Obviously, if he's spending a fair bit of time there. So, and it's kind of showing. It's showing that he's doing well. All right, so this is 14 metres. And he's going to need to get through this pass, and maybe he can. Maybe he will, and we're about to see. So it's Min on the water here. He's turned 1 ball. He's around 2. 3 ball as well. What do we got? Looked on time at 4, and he's a lefty, so he's going to go around 5 ball and get home. Nice job. Well done. That is a full completed pass, 58K, 14 metres in this under-17 boys division.
Saw a bit of a fist pump there, so that one of his harder passes.
Fair
I think,
enough.
there,
So he's
Coops,
excited.
and he's pretty happy about that.
Yeah, he's excited to get through that 14 metres, and he's going to be coming back at 13. So currently our lead score 3 at 13 metres. So maybe he can make a play at that. All right, we've got Min from Korea on the water. Under 17 boys is coming back 13 metres. He was happy to run the 14. So how many balls has he got at 13 metres? He's turned 1. And he's looking ready to turn 2, and he's turned it as well. He's on this thing. He's away and laughing. He's around 4 ball. Can he turn 5 ball? Let's see what we got. He's going to be late. Oh, nice little body slide action at 4 ball. That is probably 5 ball, sorry. That is probably as close as he has been to maybe getting through that passing competition. I don't know, but 4.5 I'm hearing, or is it 4 1/4? Sounds like 4.5 is the score, and it is the new lead score. 4.5 at 13 metres for Min from Korea.
Okay, we had a little bit of technical issues, but Tiger Stone is in the water. New South Wales skier starting at 55.16. It's just coming around the island now and into the course. Now, this is Tiger's home lake, so he's pretty familiar with that turnaround corner. Coming in now, pulling out for the gates on his opening pass, Tiger Stone. And he's gone through a nice 1 ball, just waiting on 2. A little grabby at 2, but he's got through the 3, and he's around 4, moving on to 5 ball, and nicely set after 5 to get around 6 and through the gates. A nice opening pass from Tiger. That'll settle his nerves down, and that is 55. So Tiger, the boat will pick up the top speed now, returning at 58.16. And the sun has come out along with a little bit of breeze, Coops, and it looks like it's picking up a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Like we could live with it like it is. I don't think it's affecting the water. I'm sure it's not affecting the water too much. I'm just hoping it's not affecting the skiers too much. So you do definitely feel wind on your body. Oh, we've got a little unique one coming through here. The line length was not adjusted correctly from the previous pass, and he ran 14 metres there, 14.55. They're just checking with the tower where to go from here, whether he might want to start again or whether he can just go to 58.16. It is a bit of a unique one. Happens every now and again where the rope length is not set correctly. Alrighty, they've got that one sorted out. Tiger Stone has elected to go at 58.14 metres. So the first. Oh, they're still having a bit of a think about it. No, we've confirmed from the boat he's going to come in at 58k, 14 metres. Tiger Stone definitely would probably have the wood on everyone as far as experience on this lake, being his home lake, his home site. Grown up here his whole life. But he's probably just pushed into this 58, 14 metres a little bit sooner than he would have liked to have been. But if he gets through it, who cares? He'll have the energy. Let's will him through it. We've got Tiger Stone from New South Wales here. This is 14 metres, 58k. Let's see how we're going to go. Water conditions look beautiful at that end of the lake. He's turned one ball nicely. Around two, he's on fire at this stage of the game. Turn three, I'm hoping he's going to get through here. Around four wall, getting down course a little bit. It's trouble at five. Can he get over to six? I hope so. I'm not sure he got over to six. I could just see him fading away and not necessarily being able to get to that last ball. He'll be disappointed with that. It would have been nice for him to get through that one so we could just put that little bobble all behind us. So the score is going to be 5. I think it's going to go back a little bit because of the way the rules are, and we'll listen to what's. But once again, like I've said a couple of times already, this is in the under 17s division. It is a prelim round and a final round, so that doesn't come into play at all realistically for the final results, unless there was a tie or something down the track. The final results are going to be looked at purely on the second round. Alrighty, next skier on the water, we have got Jagger King from New South Wales. He's starting at 55k, 16 metres. There's a bunch of these boys liking to do that. Start just a little slower on that first line length.
Jagger comes into the course here, eyes on the water, around one ball. Just taking it nice and casually at two ball, and he looks like he's on time. Taking in four ball nicely, and that five ball looks really nice, and through the gates at 6. Now, I know Jagger, skied a little bit with Jagger, and I know that Jagger got through the 13-metre pass for the first time just a few weeks ago.
13 metres, so he's got some scores at 12.
He's got one score at 12, I believe, and that happened just a couple of weeks ago. But he is a solid skier at 13 metres. He should get down that pass at 13, we're hoping. But yeah, New South Wales skier, and looking forward to seeing what he can do. This is Jagger's first year in under-17s, and they get 3 years in under-17s, Coop. So he's got
Yeah.
a couple more years at this, and he's skiing well, adjusting to that
And
speed.
normally speaking, you know, when you've come out of the under-14s, it takes a year or two to adapt to 58 to start with, and then to take on those skiers that have been in there for a couple of years. So he's doing well. So we've got Jagger King from New South Wales here, coming back at his second pass, and this will be 58 now. Boat speed's gone up to 58.16, and he is looking on schedule to me around 4 ball, going to get over to 5, and that is a pretty standard looking pass. He's made look pretty easy, so nice job from him at 16 metres 58. So that makes me feel pretty confident that he's going to have a very good shot at running that 14 metre pass on the way back. Alrighty, we are halfway down this under-17 boys pack. So we're starting to get to the pointier end. 7 skiers left: Jagger King, Callum O'Connor, Ethan Roberts, Oscar McNamara, Fletcher Green, Bryce Smith, Flynn Mitchell and Dylan Wright. Currently, we have a lead of 4.5 at 13 from Min from Korea. So he's leading the pack at the moment. There's a handful of scores at 13. And we have got Jagger King on the water from New South Wales. He's coming back at the 14 metre line. And we're hoping he's going to get through that because we think he can maybe even be able to get through the next pass. We've got to get him through this one first, so let's see how we go. He's turn 1, not too bad. He's in it. Out of 2 ball, he's on time for 3, and he's turned 3 nicely, waiting for 4 actually, so starting to make this thing look standard. Really nice early for 6. Oh, little bobble at 6. He just wanted to spike his adrenaline there by having a little bobble at 6 ball. That could have been calculated maybe, but it looked beautiful, and then he almost like tripped over his shoelace at 6 ball for some reason. But he was so early and it was so easy, he got out of there no problems, which is good. Let's have a little look at the replay. He looks solid out of the ball. Ski's tracking on the water nicely. Looks balanced on the ski there. And he's turning 5 ball and coming back tight for 6. Let's see what happens at 6. Thanks, Gus. He's slowing it down for us. Just has a little bobble, and I think it almost tries to steal the handle out of his hand there. Really woke him up, rattled his cage, but no problems at all because he was so early and easy. Now I've just got told by Marty Wright that he recently ran 13 in a comp, so he's a chance to run this one as well. At this stage of the game, he needs a little piece of 5 ball and then some in order to take the lead. I'd love to see him just ski out the other end and fully take the lead. What are we going to see out of Jagger King from New South Wales in this under-17 boys slalom round 1? Here we go. Through the entrance gates there. He's made a lovely turn at 1 ball, so he's early for 2. Oh, he's just thrown it in too hard. Just really tried to kill that a bit too much. Spat the tail out. The boot released quickly. Just a little too brutal. And he was pretty early there too. I don't think he needed to go as hard. But it's 13 metres. You do have to bite the end of that turn off and get moving. And he's just tried to push it around a little bit too hard. Spat the tail out. The ski's released. Anyway, that's still a great score. 1.5 at 13 metres for Jagger King from New South Wales. Alrighty, we've got the whole New South Wales crew heading up to give Jagger a pat on the back as he comes out of the water. That's what we all tend to do. All the states get together support their crew. Whether they ski well or ski poorly doesn't really matter. We just get a bit more excited when they ski well. But we definitely support all of our skiers. It's a cutthroat game, this water ski game. You go out there with your heart in your throat. You've got one chance at it. Haven't seen anyone have any brutal failures today, which is great. Love to get everybody through those opening passes. And speaking of, we have got Callum O'Connor from Queensland on the water now on his opening pass. And that looks like 16 metres to me. And that boat looks to be going, I think it's more than likely 55k, but I'm going to hear just in a sec. But he made that pass look pretty good. So nicely sorted out there for Callum O'Connor. That was 58k. So that was 58.16. And he is going to be coming back at 58.14. So he was making 58k look slow there. So well in control. Very nicely done by Callum O'Connor from Queensland under 17 boys division. So we've got, including Callum, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There is still 7 skiers to go in this 17 strong under 14 boys division. And at this stage of the game, we have still got Min from Korea with a score of 4.5. Nice body slide around 5 ball we saw as he slipped on past 5 ball. We were hoping he was going to turn that and get back on track. Didn't quite get it. Still a really good score for him, though. He'll be excited about that. Alrighty, Callum O'Connor from Queensland coming back here. This is 14 metres, so he started at top speed. This is the second pass, 14 metres. What's he got for us here? Really nice turn at 1 ball for a righty there. Bit off a lot of 2 balls, so he's in good position here. Making this pass look pretty standard fair. In great shape at 5 ball. That was a lovely pass. Lovely 14 metres, never in doubt. That was easy. I need to watch this because I would love to do that myself, to be able to make that pass look easy. Let that shortness of the line do the work for you, which is kind of what he's doing there. You have strong body position. The shortness of the line does a bit of work for you. You can see the top half of his body nice and still, and that bottom half just swinging out into a nice edge change. Soft at the ball line, so he's not making that ski bite and be jagged. It's nice and smooth. Anyway, nice pass, 14 metres for Callum O'Connor from Queensland. All going to plan, Mark Lauder. Looking good. Excellent. Mark Lauder, our Queensland... No, it's not Queensland. Well, he's an honorary Queenslander. He's the New South Wales team captain. Skied very well. I think he took the whole bag of gold medals. Is that right, Mark? Last weekend. Yeah, took the slalom, trick jump, and overall title in the over 65 men's. It was exciting too. I think it was in a runoff. There was a runoff, the whole box and dice. We had some fun last weekend. Anyway, we've got Callum O'Connor coming back here for Queensland. This is the 13 metres. No one has got through it yet. Top score is 4.5. And I've got a little inkling that Callum might be the first one to push his way through. He's going to get to 4 ball. Nice. Oh, come on. He was right there. And I think I can just see in that little hand gesture that he was going, what could have been. Came out of 4 ball really pretty well. Just got caught in a little bit of a lean of death that he couldn't drag himself back out of. He was well on time, and I think he was well in control, and I think he probably a smidge disappointed that he couldn't make that happen. Let's see what happened here in this replay. Here he is out of 4 ball. I thought he came out pretty good, and we were home, and he just, his hips just got caught behind him. That right shoulder started to lean forward, and once the boat had him, he couldn't drag it back, and then it's dragged him over the front, and it's lights out. Game over. Still a good score though. That is a solid 4, just half off the pace. A solid 4 at 13. It's going to put him near the pointy end in round 2, which is what's important. Morning, Greg. How you doing? Alrighty, handful of Queenslanders down there giving Callum a bit of a pat on the back. Kind of think he's thinking, oh, what could have been? But once again, it is 17s. It's just a prelim round. It's just a seeding round. So that is going to seed him highly enough to have an idea of what's going on. And in that final round, you can throw caution to the wind. For sure. Alrighty, next skier on the water we are going to have is Ethan Roberts, also from Queensland. Got quite a few Queenslanders in this pack, quite a few New South Welshmen in the pack. There's a little scattering of Western Australia and South Australia in there. And there's a Vicky in there as well. So, we're all represented. But we're going to have Ethan Roberts from Queensland as our next skier on the water. Alrighty, we have got our next skier on the water. I can see that line tightening up at the start dock. I keep forgetting to look back at the monitor. We can see what's going down the start dock. This webcast is sensational. In Australia, we're kind of used to maybe seeing a view from the boat, but now we've got a scattering of cameras around the place. We can see Shane Coulter, our head driver for this event, is driving this particular event. I can see Scotty Reeves sitting on the side there from Queensland, a very experienced Moomba skier who is doing the judging at the moment. And we have got Ethan Roberts on the water for his opening pass for the under-17 boys slalom at the Malibu National Titles. And he is walking his way down that pass looking pretty good. You know, the wind's up and down a little bit, and I think the wind is down again now. So it's actually glass out at that southern end. There's still a little bit of a ripple on the water at the northern end, but I think it is not really affecting the skier too much at all, so everyone's getting a shot at it. Pretty sure that was a 58-16. 55-16 was 55. 55-14. So he's got an interesting... It's interesting. I haven't been at a double shortening where people opt to double shorten at a slower speed. So I get a little confused sometimes. I don't know what happened there. I'm waiting to hear back from the boat. But you were saying that was 14 metres, Greg, you think? Normally goes out at 14 metres. 58 or 55? 55. Coming back by the sounds of it at 58.13. 58.13, that is a solid jump up. If that was 55.14. Anyway, we are coming back. They've confirmed it here. This is 58k 13 metres. So if he runs this pass, that is going to catapult him into the lead. And obviously he's relatively confident because this is his second pass. Relatively confident that he can do it. So let's see what we've got. We've got Ethan Roberts from Queensland. Flat out 58k 13 metres. He's had a nice one ball and he's turned two as well. So he's on at this stage of the game. Can he turn three? He's done it okay. He's around four ball, heading to five. A little bit of a hit at four. I think he's going to do it though. He's around five ball, around six, and out the exit gate. So he is into the lead. So obviously he's got some good experience at these short line lengths, because I look and I go, wow, he's gone to 58.13. Who's going to do that? But he can. I'm hearing it on the radio, George. He's going to be coming back at 12 metres, yeah. And they said it a number of times that it was 58.13 metres is what he opted for. It is a little irregular, but it doesn't mean he can't do it, and he's done it. So we're going to see our first little bit of blue action for the weekend now. Won't be the last of that either, but we're going to see our first little bit of blue action, the 12-metre line now in our under-17 boys division. I think the wind was down for a little bit. I probably shouldn't have said anything. The wind was down for a little bit there, and now it's gusted back up. So it's, once again, the water conditions are still pretty reasonable, but the skiers will feel it on the body. It will push them into that far side, I think, and they'll have to take that into account. But they're all experienced, these guys. We are at the top level for this age division, and we're getting down to the top couple of skiers. We've got Ethan Roberts from Queensland on the water right now. This is 12 metres. First little bit of 12 metres we've seen this weekend. What's he got for us? Turned one ball and heading over to two. Not sure he's going to be able to get a lot more out of it than two. It's still pretty good going, that is two. And a little tick-tock to finish off. Nicely done from Ethan. Little show pony at the end. That is going to be a new leader, though, with 1.5 at the 12-metre line in this first round of our under-17 boys. .12 metres is a new beast, and there's a lot of head scratching with 12 metres. I know I played the game a little bit myself years ago, and I did have a bunch of goes at 12. I ran it in practice a couple of times, but it's a different animal. Seems to be some people work it out quickly and then boom, they're on, and they worked it out. There's a different rhythm with it, but it is definitely difficult. And well done to Ethan to get a score of 2 at 12 metres, and he's now into the lead on this division. All right, I just heard it through from the boat. The next skier is going to be Oscar McNamara from Victoria. He's going to be starting at a more traditional 58.16, which is obviously where he trains. Don't know too much about Oscar from Victoria, but I know he's at the point end of this under-17 boys division, so I know he's a skier, and I know he's running top speed 58k. 16 metres, so let's get him through that opening pass so he can relax a little bit and settle the nerves. Looks pretty good though, he looks solid on the water. Well, a little bit of a shoulder bobble down there at 5 ball, but not enough to cause any problems. He's got through that pass, and he'll drop down into the water and he'll take a breath, regroup, and he'll be getting ready to come back and attack. So which is what all these under-17 boys do in the end, I think. Once they get themselves through a pass or two, they want to attack. It's probably one of their issues in the end is maybe a little bit too much aggression sometimes. They muscle it out, the 17-year-old boys. They're all pretty rock solid. It's a great game for you, this skiing game. It's mental and it's also physical, so you've got to keep your temperament cool and keep yourself in control. And there's a lot of forces pushing against you as well, so you've got to have some strength. You can't be... It's part of our problem as we get a little older, old boys like me, who like a beer every now and again. sometimes it's a bit hard to hold on to that line. So how can I talk to people out in webcast land? I need something. Do I need an app or something so people can comment? I'd love to say a shout out to anyone from around the world who is watching us, watching this Australian national titles. We have got Oscar McNamara from Victoria on the water at the moment, and he made 58.16 look easy, and he is coming back at 58.14, and he's definitely in it. Round 4 ball, heading over to 5. Looking pretty good. He's definitely going to get around 6 and out the exit gates. Nice pass for Oscar. So comfortably through his first 2 passes here in the under-17 boys division. So he's doing well. And I'm excited for all of these guys to put a little bit of pressure on. I know there's some definitely some big names. I mean, Oscar's probably a big name as well. I'm just not overly familiar with some of the Vicky skiers. We've got Fletcher Green from Western Australia, who I know is a really solid 3-event skier. Bryce Smith from Queensland. We know Bryce because we ski up here with these guys. And know that he was on the world team recently and can definitely run 12 on his day. Finn Mitchell from South Australia. Who doesn't know Finn? And Dylan Wright from Queensland, who didn't come out of nowhere, but his rise to kind of the top has been pretty quick. And hopefully he can hold it together today as well and put a good score out there. Alrighty, Oscar McNamara here coming back in 13 metres. We've only seen one person so far through the 13-metre line. Is Oscar going to be the second one for us? He's turned 2 ball pretty good. Did try and grab him there, but he held on tight. He's strong lad. He's got the 4 ball in good shape. He just needs to turn 5 and get home. Can he do it? And I think he can. I can see the angle out of 5 ball here, and he was always going to make it home. So that is a clean 13-metre pass for Oscar McNamara from Victoria. So that is great skiing. He is 2 balls off the lead currently with that. Current lead, Ethan Roberts of 2 at 12 at the moment. And Oscar is going to get his shot at surpassing that score and stealing the lead away with only 4 skiers left to go. So definitely getting to the pointy end here of the under-17 boys. Do you want to come and join me up here, Georgie? You can say hello and you can let us know what's going on with these skiers, because you know all of these next skiers pretty well. You can tell me where they're up to. Why don't you come and join me? Hello, Georgie Cooper. Now we're looking at Oscar McNamara at the moment. And he is coming in 12-metre line. Not sure whether he runs this pass. He made 13 look pretty good. He's looking good so far. He's out of 2 ball in shape. If he turns through, he's on this pass. He's moving. He's at 4 ball. Oh, just bit it in a little too tight at 4 ball. So I am calling, it's a new leader though. I am calling a score of 3.5 at the 12 metres. What do you think, Georgie?
I think he'll be pretty happy with that. I'm not sure PB-wise, but I'm pretty sure 12 is a good day for him.
So these under-17 boys, now the majority of them seem to need to run 12 to be able to play, don't they? Do you know much about Fletcher Green from Western Australia, our next skier?
I actually don't know too much about him. I know he skied really well last Nationals. He's been doing lots of training with Ryan and Sarah, obviously. And I think, yeah. He's a solid 3-event skier, isn't he? He's a really good tricker, I think. Amazing tricks.
What does he score at tricks? Is he 6,000, 7,000 something?
No, I think he's more than that. He's skiing
8 or 9,000?
Yeah, I think so.
He's learned a heap of flips, hasn't he? So he's
Yeah,
And
he's got the 6 flips, the front flips, half jack.
All right, well, it'll be interesting to see. And he jumps as well. So I don't know how far he jumps. Alrighty, we have a jump rope, a red and white with a little fleck of grey through it at the tower here that's to be homologated. But whoever that is, we need the handle with that in order for it to be homologated. So if you've got a red and white jump rope that you've dropped off, can you please bring the handle up also so that can be homologated too. All right, we have got Fletcher Green on the water. What are you seeing, George?
He's looking pretty good. Lovely load behind the boat. Lovely reach around the ball. I've just been informed that he got 5 at 12 at Junior Moomba.
All right.
So I think on a good day, he's happy to run 12. Obviously, 5 at 12 at Moomba is pretty bloody good skiing.
So that was a 16-metre line, George, I think. Yep, it sounded like I heard it from the boat that it's that was a 16-metre pass, opening pass for Fletcher Green from Western Australia. And, oh, we've got a bio. Has he got a dad joke? Let's go straight to the dad jokes. You know, I
Tell
thought,
us a dad
whose was it?
joke.
It was Rory. Was it Rory Hammons? I can't remember. Somebody had a really good dad joke.
All right, Fletcher Green's got here. What's the difference between a snowman and a snowwoman?
Snowballs. I like it. I love it. We should have a competition for that. Who has got the best dad joke of the event? And then we'll read it out at the presentation night.
Special talent. He likes to DJ.
Likes to DJ.
On
Oh,
the sidelines.
so he's a bit of a rocker. Sounds good. And he doesn't think aliens exist. Unfortunately, I'm a bit biased on that. I think we have to think that aliens exist. Surely there's other life out in our universe. And I'm interested in the spread, though. We got a yes from somebody, and now we've got our first no on aliens. But anyway, we got Fletcher Green coming back. Talk us through, George. This is 14-metre line.
All right. He's looking comfortable on his gate glide, nice and wide. Lovely load behind the boat. He's got nice wumble. Early for 2. Looking very comfortable at this pass. Coming in at 4. Nice and relaxed. Beautiful skiing. Such a nice stacked position behind the boat.
Yeah, lovely style,
He's
isn't it?
good.
So, you know, he obviously hangs out with his dad and his mum, who are very good coaches, and they've spent a fair bit of time coaching him. And you can see that technique shining through, can't you? Let's watch this replay. It's a bit hard, George. It's a bit glary, but we can see it. Looks nice.
Nice one.
Oh, he snipped over to his shore camera part the way through that, which was kind of cool. Turning nice and even on both sides, and a nice stacked position behind the boat. So he's looking good. Boy, I hope this wind doesn't get any stronger, George. This sail behind us might take us away at some stage of the game. Hopefully not.
Hi, Murray.
We're just hanging out. It's a good place to hang, good place to view from. People bring us stuff every now and again. Maybe I should just put that out there. The people are welcome to bring us stuff if they want.
Yeah.
Yes. Nice.
Fletcher's skier's bio says that his PB for slalom is 5 at 12 and for trick 8,560.
Ooh, 8,500.
Yes.
So he's knocking on the door of 10 grand at some stage of the game.
Coming back at 13 metres.
13 metres, and we've got a current leader of Oscar McNamara at 3.5 at 12. So Fletcher's going to need to get through this 13-metre pass.
Lovely
He's looking
start.
good so far. Turn 4 ball heading over towards 5. I can't see anything going wrong here. And out the exit gate. So we have got Fletcher through that 13 metres, and he's going to be coming back, having a shot at 12 metres for the lead. Alrighty, just a little shout out. We are getting down to our last few skiers in the under 17 boys, and then we'll be moving on to the under 10 girls, and there's going to be a judges change. So I have got a little list of judges that is going to be starting in the under 10 girls, and the boat judge is Ryan Green. The driver is Jack. Who's that going to be? Jack. Oh yeah, Jack Sutherland. Alrighty, and we have also got Ethan Nolan as a tower judge, Billy Smith, I'm thinking, as tower judge, Caitlin McDonald, is it? Or Caitlin McDonald. We've got Quinny as a gate judge in there, and Kiralee M as the scorer. So if you are doing some judging or scoring in the next round, if you can start moseying towards the tower that you're at. But at the moment, we've got Fletcher Green. He's going to be vying for the lead in this under-17 boys. If he can get to 4-ball, piece of 4-ball. What do you got, George?
Beautiful 1-ball. He's looking lovely and comfortable. Getting a little down course, but he's turning lovely.
He's going to turn 5 and get home. Is he going to get home? Around 6-ball, and he has run the 12-metre line. We're not going to see that heaps today, and we've just seen it now.
Now that is a new tournament PB for Fletcher.
What a place to do it. What a place to do a tournament PB in the national titles. So that is a full completed pass at 12 metres, and he's going to be coming back at 11 metres, and that is going to put some pressure on the rest of our field. So Bryce, Finn and Dylan all need to know that they need to run the 12-metre line, and then some. Who knows what Fletcher's still got up his sleeve here from Western Australia. All right, send a little replay there. He's looking great on the water. He's not throwing the fist. He's not showing a heap of emotion there. So that kind of means maybe he's got a little bit more in the tank. He's going, I'm not losing focus just yet. I'm not patting myself on the back just yet. I've got a little bit of game to play here. And I'm assuming, I don't know who the favourites are for the overall and so on, but I know Fletcher tricks really well, and I know he jumps well. So if he slaloms right up the top, is he almost a shoe-in for the overall for the under-17 boys? Who have we got challenging? Anyway, he's coming back. This is 11 metres, the first 11 we've seen this weekend. What's Fletcher got for us? He's got a part of a 1-ball. I don't think it's going to be enough. Not even sure if he made it around to there. It's either 1 or 2. We'll listen from the boat. That's still a great score at 11 metres. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm hearing a score of 2 balls at 11 metres there. So
3-ball PB in the first round. He's going to be feeling very comfortable into the finals.
it's kind of handy, isn't it? A 3-ball PB. Why not do that? Yeah, so he'll be excited. Well, he's putting it out there. So prior to that, our lead score by Oscar McNamara is 3.5 at 12, and now has just been pushed up abruptly to 2 at 11. So Bryce Smith, Finn Mitchell and Dylan Wright know that they need to get all the way through 12 and part the way through 11 if they want to pop themselves on top of the start list for the second round. Excellent quality skiing. It's always under 17 boys is a really competitive division, because there's a bunch of young boys around with heaps of adrenaline going on, heaps of adrenaline, testosterone, wanting to win. They're competitive, the under-17 boys, and they're doing a good job at it.
Next skier, we've got Bryce Smith, Brisbane, coming in. His skiers bio here says slalom PB of 3 at 11. So I'm assuming he comes into the course
Probably.
14.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see here
We'll
in a
have to
sec.
wait to see what the boat says.
Yeah, either 16 or 14, 58k. We'll see once
14?
once
Yep.
he heads up the
Confirmed
line
by
here.
Gary Smith. He's coming in at 14 metres.
All right, Bryce Smith from Queensland. Take it away, Georgie.
All right, he's looking pretty good. I was in the boat for his familiar the other day. He looked very comfortable. He's just getting a little late. Lovely turn at 5, and he's just snuck through that pass. The nerves will settle down, and he'll feel comfortable coming back at 13.
So you were thinking he had a moment or two there, Georgie. There was just a little moment or two for all of us. Yeah, I'd like to hear his dad joke. We got a dad joke from Bryce as
All
well.
right. His is, what's the best way to catch a fly fishing tournament?
Live stream.
Live stream.
Nice. These guys are doing well. I've had 3 good dad jokes right off the bat, and it was all by the under 17 boys. Now I am looking for. I'm trying to find where I've got some comments. Susan, my wife, has sent me a link to get in here. I want to see where people are commenting so I can have a shout out to our people at home. I want to talk to the people around the world. Tell us that you're watching. I would love to offer somebody a D3 ski or a Connolly ski if they could pick the podium, but I don't have that ability, I'm afraid, right here. But I still want them to interact with us. We could offer them a chocolate chip muffin. We could send it to them in the mail. Anyway, we've got Bryce Smith coming back from Queensland, and he is on his 14 metre. No, it'll be 13 metres here now. Alrighty. He's around 3 ball. Over towards 4. Looking in pretty good shape. He's going to turn 5. Can't see him having trouble from here. Getting a little pongy action behind me here, George, because they're pumping out the toilets, I think. That's what we've got happening. It's got to be done. Probably didn't even need to comment about that, did I? Too much commenting. Can you hold it up a bit higher? All right, I've got my homologator here who's homologating jump ropes, and he is showing me an all black line with a purple and grey handle. And it's got a little bit of an issue. So if that is your jump line, the homologator would like to speak to you about your rope. And if you want to jump today, you better head towards the announcer's tower so you can have a bit of a chat about your jump rope, please. I already said that there was a red and white one, and that no one came. Just a reminder, and who knows where you might be or whatever, if anybody knows somebody who dropped a jump rope off that is red and white with a little fleck of grey in it, there's no handle with that, so it cannot be homologated without the handle. So if they can grab their handle, you need to have your jump rope sorted out before the jump event, because you're not allowed to jump unless your rope has been measured and homologated by the homologator. All right, we've got Bryce Smith on the water coming back. What do we got, George? Just 12 metres? All right, this is a big pass, 12 metres. Talk us through, George.
All right, really good 1 ball. He's come in a little quick into 2. Had a bit of a delay, but just inside 3, I believe. He's not selling it to the boat.
Yeah.
He's getting back to the wake.
Didn't get a good start on that one for Bryce, unfortunately. Still great skiing. We've got a replay here, George. Let's have a look and see what happened. Looked pretty good through the entrance gates there. Bit hard to see him coming around that ball there, but I didn't think he came out of 1 ball too bad.
Yeah, 1 was pretty good.
Yeah, maybe he's gone in a little hot into 2 and didn't quite get the line out of there, which just put him a little late and narrow for 3 ball. Maybe just not pulled a little long into 2, I think, and ran into 2 a little hot, and didn't have the line at the exit to 2 ball, so he couldn't get back on that line quick enough to propel himself over to 3 in time. And that's the nature of the beast with 12. Little delays end up into big delays at the next ball, which is part of the reason it is a very difficult pass to ski. But just a reminder again, this is a seeding round, a prelim round. 2 at 12 for Bryce is still going to put him close to the top of the pops. And the only maybe slight little disappointment is if you end up in a tied position and there's a count back, the guy who's got the best score is going to win in that scenario, but that's a pretty rare sort of scenario. So Bryce has still definitely got a chance to win this slalom event in the second round. At this stage of the game, Fletcher Green's got his solid hand on the number one position with a score of 2 and 11. But we have got two very solid skiers to go. Yet to ski, Finn Mitchell from South Australia is going to be our next skier, and Dylan Wright from Queensland. And I know he can ski up a bit of a storm. I know he can actually ski through 11 on his day. Not sure how he's been going in practice recently, whether he's been doing it or not. Comes and goes, I think.
I've been told recently that Finn Mitchell set in December or January here the South Australia state record for the under-17 boys at 3 at 11.
3 at 11,
Yes.
excellent. So Finn's a good chance. Anyway, he's on the water now. South Australia's got that white bib from South Australia, Finn Mitchell. And looks like 16, is it there, George, coming in? I think it is 16-metre line.
No, I think we've got 14.
You might be 14, is it? Yes, I think it is. I think you're
Starting
right.
14.
Is it 14.55 or 14.58?
I believe it'll be 58, but we'll have to wait for the boat's confirmation. That was a nice pass.
Yeah.
Looks comfortable. Very tall skier. Helping him out.
So it was 55, yep, 16.95. So he started at 14 metres 55, which is something these guys can do. Start at a slightly slower speed to get their groove. And he's going to be coming back at 58, 14 metres.
Oh, we have a skier's bio for Finn as well.
Oh, do we go
Tell us a dad
do we go
joke.
straight for the dad joke?
Read it out.
All right, what have we got? Did you hear about the circus fire? It was intense. Ah, yes. It was intense. I do like it. Another good one. What sort of dog would he be? We could go for the important stuff straight away, don't we? What sort of dog would he be? An Afghan hound. You'd have to expect something from Finn, something special from Finn. Do aliens exist? I like this one too, and he's got Joel Poland. Beautiful. Beautiful job. What's his PB there? It says 3.5.
3.5 at 11.
3.5 at 11. Excellent. Bedrock and Stoney Park is his club sites. Adelaide skier. All right, here he comes anyway. What do we got here, George? This is going to be 14.58k, his second pass from Finn Mitchell from South Australia.
Lovely one ball.
Yep. Looking pretty good. He's turned 3, no problems, heading over to 4. Opened up nicely at 4. I can't see it going bad from here.
Beautiful.
As a lefty, he is outside a 6 ball and out that exit gates. Well done to Finn Mitchell from South Australia. He's going to opt into the next pass. I apologise to all our live stream viewers where I'm trying to get communication with you guys. I still can't see the comments. I'm going to work it out how to see your comments and to make some shout outs to the people outside there. I'm not even sure how many people are watching. How many people are watching? How many thousand people are watching at the moment? Probably 10 to 20,000, I would suggest. Something along those lines. Somebody will tell me. 51 people watching. All right. We've broken 50 people. I love it. We're very happy that everyone is out there joining us. I know you might just have us on the background. We're going to be running solid for 5 days. You'll be over us in the end. But you're happy to watch the skiing. Turn it down if you can't stand our voice anymore. We've got Finn Mitchell on the water.
13 metres.
13 metre line, 58k.
Oh, nice start. Little delay out of 2. He's getting a little bit late, but he had a nice turnaround 3. Little narrow into 4. He's going to need a big 5. And he's got it.
He got the big 5. Nice,
Lovely.
yeah. I thought he was in trouble at 3 ball there. I thought he was a little narrow, and he just squeaked around it. And I'm going, oh, I think he's going to drift down course here, and it's going to be trouble. But he had a really solid 5 to get him back in the game there, didn't he? So we can watch it on the replay here, George. See how he was looking. Because you want to run this pass nicely so you feel like you've got a shot at the next one, really. He looks pretty good out of 2 ball there. Nice solid position into 3. I think he just was
late at 3.
Yeah, I think he was just a little narrow at 3. And then he's narrowed down the rest of the course. And he's only just squeezed around 5 ball, but he came out really
Good
strong
drive,
out of 5 ball. And with that line being as short as it is, if you come out strong with your hips well driven forward, you can put yourself back on track pretty quick. Anyway, he's got through the pass. So current leader, still Fletcher Green with a score of 2 at 11. So Flynn is going to need to run this 12-metre line in order to put himself to the top of the pops. We know that he can do it. We know he has done it. Can he do it today when it matters a little bit? Finn Mitchell from South Australia, 12-metre line, under 17 boys slalom. Alrighty, what do we got? Let's see the 1 ball here. Not a bad
Nice
one. I
one.
think he's there. He's
Little
out of
narrow
2. I
to
think a little
2.
skinny out of 2, but he's around 3, so he's still in this game here. He's around 4 ball, heading over towards 5.
Gonna need a
Can he
big
turn 5
5?
and get home? Oh, he's done a little bit of a mend for us. 1 pass down in around 5 ball, so that is going to be a score of 4.5 at 12 metres.
I think he'll be pretty happy with that for a seeding round. It was a great way to warm up. What does that put him in second?
Puts him in second place, so at the very worst, he will come off the dock 3rd last. Yeah, 4.5 at 12 metres, and that's a little dependent on what the final skier from Queensland, Dylan Wright, gets up to. And maybe, I know Dylan's been skiing well. Hopefully, maybe Dylan might get up there as well. Does Dylan think aliens exist or not? It's
He says no.
No.
Do you want to hear his dad joke?
He's part of the notes team. Yeah, I would love to hear the dad joke.
He's got, do you want to hear a pizza joke? Never mind, it's too cheesy.
I don't mind that. Do you want to hear a pizza joke? Never mind, it's too cheesy. I like it.
All right, Dylan will be coming in at 14 metres, 58k. He's a Far North Queensland skier, so we know a bit about him. His ski club, we've got Barron River Ski Club and Ski North. So he's been skiing up a
Ski North
storm.
Bambinda.
He's been skiing up a storm
Bam,
recently.
isn't it Bambinda?
Bambita.
Bam-
Archie
Bambita.
Quirk.
Alrighty, Dylan Wright from Queensland on the water, going through his first pass, 14 metres. Hit us, George.
He's looking very comfortable. Makes it look so slow, which is how you want to do it. He's looking really comfortable out there, not breaking a sweat. Stays the same spot in the whole course.
He really controls the line nicely. He sort of reaches a little bit forward, but I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. But he controls that line and then nips the end of the turn off just nicely. Keeps that line tight. Yeah, he skis nicely in control. What do we got?
Dylan's skier's bio says he has a slalom PB of 3.5 at 10.7.
10.7.
10.7.
10.7. I saw him ski that. I think that was at the croc run, wasn't it? I think that was when he was up against Lucas Cornell in the croc run.
I believe so.
And
yes.
he just skied out of his shorts
Skied
in
a
that one.
storm.
It was a very exciting event. Difficult conditions too there. Like Townsville
Yeah.
is pretty soft and skis slowish, but the water moves a bit down there, and it's not easy place to play. So that is solid skiing there. Anyway, we've got Dylan Wright coming back. This is going to be 13 metres. Needs to get through this one and potentially the next one, but let's get him through this first one. Conditions pretty good. There's a bit of breeze on the water. Almost looks a little taily at that other end. I'm not sure though. It's generally cross. I think maybe cross tail, looking at that Malibu flag across the way there. 13 metres.
Lovely start. Nice and early for 2. He's looking good. Lovely stack position behind the boat. He's looking comfortable.
Nice skiing from
Beautiful
Dylan
ski.
Wright from Queensland, far north Queensland. Ski North Bambinda. I shouldn't say that too many times. It's Babinda. Somebody who was the one
Babinda.
who was the one that called it
Archie
Bambita?
Quirk
Archie Quirk.
came up with ski
Is
Bambita.
Archie here this weekend? Archie
No,
Quirk.
he's not. I think he's
Oh.
taken up the golf and laid back.
He
and
was a
skiing
good
bit.
kid. He was fun, wasn't he? He was
was.
polite and fun, nice kid. So he doesn't ski, or he just doesn't ski to this level? Maybe is that what's going on?
I'm not sure.
Yep.
To be completely honest.
All right, that's cool. Alrighty, everybody remember the canteen is still rocking. The coffees are still happening. I'm not sure what the special of the day is. There's lots of good stuff though. I kind of like the steamed dim sims the other day. They were nice with a little bit of soy sauce, a little bit of liquid salt to go with your dim sims, and hot dog, the traditional hot dog. You don't get a hot dog very often, and I like a traditional hot dog, and they've found a real fat hot dog too. It's a fat one, so I kind of like that. Anyway, that's just a little about me. If anybody wants to bring me anything, there's no problems there. We've got Dylan Wright coming back. It's not the bogey pass. This is kind of the important pass. This is 12
He's coming
metres.
back at 12 metres.
Yeah, needs to get through this if he wants to snatch the lead away from Fletcher Green, who has skied 2 at 11. We've got Finn Mitchell 4.5 at 12. What's Dylan Wright got for us? This is 12 metres.
All right, he's coming in a little slow out of 1, but he's had a good 2 ball. If he can just stay in the same spot, a good 3. He's getting down and looking comfortable. Big 5 ball. He'll be happy with that.
Nicely done. So
was
that
good.
is our second skier in the under-17 boys through the 12-metre pass. He will be excited, happy about that. I know his mum and dad are hanging around somewhere as well. They'll be happy. So he is going to be at a bare minimum, at least second last off the dock, depending on what happens now. So 2 at 11. 1-2, that'll do from Fletcher Green. I think on a new line length, and one that's got a different rhythm that is difficult, which is 11 metres for sure. Quite a few skiers ski 1-2. And Dylan skied a bit of 1-2 for a while, and then he started skiing 3 and 4. So we know, we've seen him do it. We've seen him run this whole pass. Doesn't need to run the whole pass in order to take the lead, just needs to get a piece of 3 ball. If he can get a piece of 3 ball, he is going to push himself to the top-ranked skier for the second round. When are they having the second round for the 17 boys? I need to keep my eye on that, because it'd be nice to let people know when the second round is. Is that Virginia Quinn over there hiding in the corner? No. All right. Alrighty, Dylan Wright from Queensland, far northern skier.
Coming back into the course at 11 metres. The wind's dropped off a little bit, so I think it's looking good conditions, set up perfect for this pass.
Alright,
Beautiful 1 ball.
had a bit of a 1 ball. He's turned 2, so he wants the lead for sure. He's going to turn 3. He's going. Can he go all the way? He's getting to 4 ball. He's around 4. I think a little late. A little bit of slack line out of 4 ball. He wanted to go all the way. Turned 3 like maybe he was going to. Then ended up with a bunch of slack out of 4 ball.
So
And
that
that
puts
was
him
all
into
she
the
wrote.
lead. He's going to be the final skier in this under 17 boys final.
All right, nice 1 ball there. We're getting that little different shot from Gus. Around 1 ball, headed over to 3. I thought he got enough of 3 to be a chance to run this thing. Looks pretty good out of 3. So he's changed edge into 4 in not bad a shape. Ended up with a bootload of slack and couldn't quite hold onto it. So he let it go rather than do multiple cartwheels, and that's probably a good idea. So, but he has taken the lead, and that's all she wrote for the under-17 boys, their first round in this 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles, Australian titles. So we'll have a little bit of a crew change, a little bit of a break for a few minutes, and then we're going to hit some under-10 stuff. Boys, girls, and boys. Under-10s. The junior skiers. What do we used to call them? The subbies. The subbies are coming up. Alrighty, let's just do a tiny little recap though. We're seeing a few things blowing over around the place. So we're tying a few extra stays on in the world. But we are back to the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles, and we are into the under 10 girls division. Skiing on the water we've got is Cora Butler from Western Australia. And I believe that start speed was 31k for our little under 10 subby skiers. She's turning around one ball and she's in the game for sure. Heading over to 2. It's almost a little hard to see with that shimmer on the water, isn't it? But she's looking good. She's early. Heading over towards 4 ball. Can she turn that at 31k? Not sure what she's riding there. Is that a D3 ski? Around 5 ball. And over to 6, and for a lovely opening pass for Cora. Cora Butler from Western Australia. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of blustery breeze here now out of the west. It's really quite strong, so I've had to put a couple of extra ropes on my little shade sail here because we've got a fair bit of windage up here with our sign behind us. We're almost like a sailboat. But we're intact. We're tied down and we're ready for anything. We get the occasional cyclone up our way, so we know a little bit about some strong wind. And we all lose a marquee. The 3x3 marquees these days, you get up in the morning, you set them up, everything's looking good. Middle of the day, the breeze comes up and turns them inside out and destroys them. So we know now that you've got to pin them down. Even if the weather conditions are good, you've got to pin them down. All right, so we've got Cora Butler from West Australia on the water. And she's going to be coming back at 34k if I'm not incorrect. Not sure what her PB is. 2 skiers we've got in the under 10 girls, Cora Butler and Sage King from New South Wales. So these guys are going to be duking it out in the subbies to see who's the kingpin in the slalom event. Now their scores will be added together, so they would like to try and get a good score in this first round. And Cora's still in the game at 34k here. She's turning 3 ball, looking pretty good. Actually, I think this pass might look a bit better than the first pass. And away she goes over towards 5 ball. She's going to get around it. She's going to get around it and get back to 6. Come on, head over to 6. She's a righty, so it's a little tougher. And then out those exit gates for a nice pass from Cora Butler. All right, confirmed back from the boat. The score is 6-34, and she's going to be coming back at 37k.
with a 1457, 1457.
Tower 3 and 3.
Correspond for 3 37 8.
on the water. Sage King coming in at 43 Ks, 18 metres.
Confirm next gear, Sage King, 43.18.
Here we go.
Alrighty, we are halfway through our under 10 boys. Xander Wing with a score of 5 at 34. Moby Gordon with a score of 2 at 37, currently in the lead. Fancy looking O'Brien ski over there with a Malibu, big Malibu sticker on it. I like that. It's obviously sponsored by Malibu. Hey, can we get ski sponsorships from Malibu? That's a good idea. We need to broach that. We got about, yeah, we can. Alrighty, Jack Davis, next skier, is on the water, 40k. Running in at 40k. If he can run this opening pass, he's going to swoop the lead. So a lot of it depends. All these kids are under 10. How far under 10 are they? And how many years have they put in? So potentially Jack, starting at 40k, has done a little bit more skiing. Maybe he's a little bit older. Let's see how we go. Jack Davis from Victoria. He's around one ball, looking pretty good so far at 40k. A little rattly around 2, but he's good. He's on fire. Heading around 3 over to 4. Looks in control there. Plenty of time at 4 ball, so we don't want anything to go wrong here. He's looking good over to 6. Happy days for Victoria, and Jack Davis got through that opening pass at 40k, so that catapults him into the lead with a full pass. We're hoping he's got a few more passes in him. That was 40. What are we going to have? A bit of 43, a bit of 46 even maybe. And boy, I wonder what's the top speed for under 10 boys? Is it 52 or is it 49? It is 49, is it?
Jack returning, 43 Ks, 18 metres.
Alrighty, I'm just having a chance to catch up with some of the messages. I've got messages everywhere. Got Mel Collins sending me stuff. All sorts of stuff. Good on you, Mel. She's got some, I think she's got some records and stuff there that I'm going to have a look through shortly. I'll get into that in a minute. But I'll go through a few other messages. Susan's telling me that people are saying g'day. All right, we have got Jack Davis on the water. This is his second pass. This is going to be 43k. What's Jack got for us? He looks pretty good at 3 ball. He's still in the game for sure. Pretty early for 4. Little tap on the water with that rope there, but he's early enough for 5 to get himself home, I'm pretty sure. Jack Davis is going to ski out of that 43k pass, and he's going to give himself a shot at 46k. Alrighty, confirmed from the tower. Going to be coming back at 46.18. Here's Jack Davis from Victoria. Have you found... Marty Wright's back with me. How are you, Marty? Have you found the comments on the live stream?
I haven't looked yet, Coops, but I'll have a look
Find
and
that
I'll get
for
back
me.
to you on that.
I need a partner in crime to find those. I seem like I'm technically challenged, but realistically, I do quite a bit of tech work. I just don't seem to be able to find the comments in the live stream. Has it got to do with my app? Do I need to be on a computer or something maybe? Anyway, Jack Davis coming back 46k. Where do the under 10 boys go? Do you know what the shortening speed for under 10 boys is? Is it 49?
49k.
49k. Fair enough. So we've got to run through a couple of passes here. Jack Davis coming back. This is 46k. He's out pretty wide over that left-hand side there. Through the gates, off to 1 ball he goes. Pretty good turn at 1 ball, I think. He's turning 2. Looks like he's got this pass in hand as well. He looks under control. And early enough, just a tiny little bobble there. It doesn't take much to upset the apple cart with the little guys because they're only little. And once they start going a little faster, things start happening pretty quick, but he has got through that pass pretty well. That is 46k. Boy, that's pretty good going. So he's heading one more pass, and we're going to be chopping the line maybe here. Alrighty, this is going to be 49k for Jack coming back. Live chat. Oh, no, I can see some live chat, I think. Alrighty. Jack Davis, Victoria, 49k if he can get through this pass. Don't know whether he has in the past or not. This is his third pass. So there's a chance. He looks good out of 1 and 2. He's on it. He's heading down that course. Oh, he was looking good. Just sunk himself into the water a little around 3 ball. So that is a score of 2.5 at 49k. That is still some excellent skiing there for Jack.
You know, Coops, I was down on the dock there with that subbies dock today, and it's an exciting place to be. There's a lot of parents down there. There's a lot of coaches down there as well, looking at what the kids are doing, and I think they're a lot more nervous than the kids jumping in the water, some of them.
Yeah, it's always the way. They're more nervous than the kids actually skiing. It's very often the case. All right, Adam Bressington looks beautiful. Good luck, everyone. I'm seeing some of these messages now. Go New South Wales, go Zachy. Susan Cooper is giving me a shout out. Greg Lucan said, nice one, Hamish. These are probably hours old, these messages. So, but I'm going to be keeping an eye on them now. If anybody wants to send me a message now. It's saying we've got 45 people hanging out with us. Wonder how I can work out who they are. Alrighty, next gear on the water, Toby Thrower. Didn't hear that start speed. You hear that start speed, Marty?
I didn't hear that start.
All right, let's have a bit of a think. I would suggest 40, 43 maybe. For Jack from ACT. What colour bib? Has he got a bib on? No bib?
It's got a bib on. They've got white bibs.
They've got white bibs, ACT, have they? There's not too many ACT skiers hanging around, so... Yeah. So good on him. He's got through that pass. Alrighty, that was 40k, just confirmed from the boat, and he's going to be returning at 43k. So Toby needs to get through a few passes in order to catch up to Jack Davis from Victoria. Going to do a bit of an audio reset for us, are you? There's plenty of cooling breeze around at the moment. I'm a bit worried we're going to get blown off the stage here. Boy, it's pretty blustery up here. All right, we got Jack. Jack coming back here. Sorry, not Jack. Toby. Toby Thrower coming back here. ACT. This is going to be 43k. Made his first pass look pretty easy. What's he got on the second one? Nice out of 2 ball. Heading over towards 3, looking pretty good. Heading towards 4. I think he's on track. And I think he's going to turn 5 ball and head for home around 6. Good on you, Toby. So that is going to be a completed pass for 43k. And he is going to be coming back at 46k. Going to need to get through that one if he wants to challenge for the lead. But he's on track at this stage of the game.
I think Coops, Toby Thrower, he's got pretty deep down. I think he has shortened before, Toby. So he's looking to run these next couple of passes, I think.
Cool. We don't have a bio, maybe? Me and Georgie was looking through the bios, and I loved all the dad jokes from the under-17 boys. That's the one I'm going for. First cab off the rank is all the dad jokes. Now, according to my little app here, we have got all messages. Show every message is what I want to see. I want to see everybody's messages. We've got 42 people out there watching. I can actually see the chat now, so I'm really would love to hear people say g'day, so I can yell your name out to the world, yell your name out to all of our people here, so they know that you're watching. Finally caught up, and we've got Toby Thrower on the water from the ACT coming back 46k, so needs to get through this one if he's going to challenge for the lead. What do we got, Toby Thrower? It's gusty wind, like it's gusting us around up here. Keep worrying that my shade sail is going to blow away. Toby's going around 2 ball in pretty good shape, heading over towards 3. He's turned 3, looks on track to me, unless something goes horribly wrong. I'm hoping Toby is going to get his shot at the lead. Oh, little heart palpitation out of 5. Just leaned over a bit too far, but held it all together. Skied around 6 ball. So he's completed 46 now, and he's going to get his shot at 49. Half at 49. So here's his chance now. These under 10 boys, they're going to have 2 rounds added together to see who takes the title. But it's good to try and get it. Alrighty, score to beat 2.5, so needs a little piece of 3. Needs to really get around 3 and back around to the wakes. Toby Thrower, what do we got? 49k. He has turned 1 ball, heading over to 2. Looks to me like he's going to turn 2, so I think he's about to swallow up the lead. If he turns 3, we've got a new leader. He's around 3 ball, heading over to 4. And he's going to continue over to 5, and I've got a feeling he's going to run this whole pass at 49k, and we're going to see a little bit of short line action out of Toby Thrower from the ACT in the under 10 divisions. That's the subbies division in our 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles. How good is that? That's going to be a subby chop in the lineup. So you drop into the water at the other end, you say, chop it up for me, please.
And did you see that fist pump out the gate there, Coops? It's lovely to see.
Yeah, so he was a bit excited. Yeah, I'll have a little bit of a look at the replay here. He had to do a little more work on that pass. He never really looked like he was going to miss it, to tell you the truth, but he had to do a little more work. 49k's, nice turns there. That was a lovely offside turn at 5 ball to bring himself home. And he's excited. Yeah, he's throwing the fist. Good job. Maybe that's a PB for him, and maybe that is the first time he's chopped it up. Jack Sullivan driving the boat there. Good on you, Jack. I haven't been watching the watching the footage, we've got Jack Sullivan from Queensland, young boat driver, stepping up to the Nationals, stepping up to be put under the pump with Shorepath, and doing a great job out there. Alrighty, everybody from ACT, everybody on the site, keep your eyes peeled here. We've got our first bit of short line action in the under 10 boys slalom. What has Toby Thrower got for us at 16 metres? We think he's into PB territory here. How deep's he going to go? He's turned one ball, hand a little away from him, I think, though. He's turned two, yeah, had to turn a little tighter two ball. That's all good, though. I think he'll still be excited with that. 1.5 at 16 metres. Division, which is the next one. We're going to have John driving. We're going to have Jamie M as a judge in the boat, Graham A and Lee B as tower judges. Cara O'Connor, I think, and Dion Butler is also a gate judge. And the scorer is Gamer only. So if you guys are up for that next division, we've got 5 skiers though, but just start having a little bit of a think about it. And we've got Anwen Dalzell from South Australia on the water at the moment. First skier in the under 14 girls. Not 100% sure what speed she went out at, but she's making it look pretty good. Couple of little rattly moments out of that 135, but well within her grasp because she got through that pass pretty nicely in the end. It's a bit of a mouthful for me to pronounce. Anwen Dalzell from South Australia.
Bio, actually.
Oh, you got a bio?
I've got a nickname there.
Fanny. Oh, we can just call her Fanny.
There we go.
Perfect. Hometown Loxton. Oh, thank you. Good on you. When were you meant to do this under... Alrighty, I think I'm just getting rubbed up here a little bit. I'm going to be a judge in the... Don't even know how to say it over the PA. I'm going to say it's a jerky competition. Beef jerky. There's some beef jerky hanging around if you're into beef jerky. I spent a few years in the States and I got a little taste for beef jerky over there. And there's a few people that can punch it out. And we're all having a little bit of a taste.
So, and when coming into the course, I think Coops has got a bit of beef jerky, trying that. And she's nicely around 2. In fact, she's looking like she's a little bit more on time at this pass. Gets a little pulled out going to 4, but she gets around it. She's still on track here. And, just got a little bit on the back going around 5 ball and 4.5. Final score for Amwin there, 4.5 at 46.
4.5 at 46. Sorry about that little bit of a gap there. I just tried a little bit of that beef jerky. That beef jerky's nice. A little bit spicy.
And so who created that beef jerky, Coops? Is that a homemade bit?
Jim created that for us. Not 100% sure of Jim's surname. It's Cronin. Jim Cronin. Yeah. Now, I had a little bit of a chat to him yesterday. I believe Steve Bickerton's in this competition as well. He's got some jerky. I'm not sure who the other producer is as well, though. But I think there's a fair bit of homemade jerky going around. And I'm happy about that. Because I love
Chief
eating
commentator and chief taste tester there, Coops.
Yep. And I'm going to be honest, that was pretty nice. But try and wow me with more.
Addison Spelter coming into the course. Now, Central Queensland skier from up north, Addison. There's a big crew of the Spelters here this weekend, and her father was skiing last weekend. And this is coming to the course, and she's got around 1 nicely, and she's waiting on 2. She looks nice and relaxed going into 3 ball, and 4 ball looks fairly good, and I'm going to say that she's going to run this around 6.
I think I can sniff a little bit of Sixum out there, some old O'Brien Sixum. So you can see that bright green bottom of that ski, and then that little crosshatch dark top. That was a ski that a bunch of people loved. I know a good mate of mine, Dean Anderson, up there in Townsville, he loved that ski. There was a few of us that had that ski. And we were going to have like a Sixum competition. We're all going to drag those old skis out and take it for a run. But there was a lot of people who loved that ski. I kind of think that's what she's got underneath her out there at the moment.
A little bit of... I sold the Spelters that ski, Coops, and that's Dylan Wright's old ski.
It's not a Sixum, is it? Or is it?
It's a
Radar.
Radar Pro.
That was the other
the
thing it could
old
have been.
yellow Radar Pro.
Radar Pro.
65-inch, if I recall, and I sent it down to the Spelters, and they are loving it. In fact, they loved it so much they went and bought a blue one as well for one of their other daughters, and they love the Radars down there.
Cool. Yeah, I'm a bit of a Radar fan myself, and I should have a big shout out to Radar, who is sponsoring this event, as a matter of fact. So they are one of the sponsors, Radar Skis. They sell a bunch up our way. There's a bunch of people riding the Radar Pro. And we have got Addison Spelter on the water, coming back in at, what are we going to be here, 49, is it? I think it's going to be 49k, 18-metre line. She's on it, continuing down the course. Pretty good shape at 4 ball. I think she's going to get around 5 and home. Looking a little blustery on the water now at the moment. Is that someone offering me some more jerky? Thank you so much. I'll take. There's more. There's jerky coming at me left and right here. I'm going to have a taste for sure. And it'll be honest opinions. Oh, look out! Yeah, it is so. We've got about 27 ropes tied up to this thing to hopefully not blow away. I hope it doesn't blow away. Beautiful. I am going to give it a taste here in a second. The only little problem with eating a lot of jerky while you're commentating is it's pretty chewy, and it's not good for commentating. But I'm going to give it a go. Thank you very much, guys, for sending some jerky our way.
So Addison did really well in that pass. got really blustery to the end of that, and that was a really nice 46. She's coming back at 49 kilometres an hour.
49k. So she's popped herself into the lead. Only the second skier though, but she has she's moved ahead of Anwen. Sorry.
And it is
49.
blowing a lot
Yeah.
down this end.
I think so too. It's got to be having an effect on the skiers at the moment, on their body a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, in she goes at 2 ball. That's all she wrote. So there's going to be a score of 1.5 at 49 Ks for Addison Spelter out of Queensland.
Tower, 1.5, 1.5.
Addison's final score 1.5 at 4.
I'm pretty sure they're talking about the wind tapering off for tomorrow, and that would be lovely because it's horrible having real stiff breeze blowing everybody around.
So I'm just looking at Addison's bio here, and she's got her PB at 2 at 46. So I don't know if that's still a current PB, but if it was, she's done a huge PB on that round. So congratulations to Addison. It's great skiing in those conditions.
Yeah, excellent job. Especially at Nationals. Like Nationals is, you're under pressure. So that is great skiing. And, you know, when you get into your third pass, I think you've done pretty well, for sure. So good job to Addison Spelter out of Queensland.
First Chelsea, Air 3.
We've got Chelsea Hare coming in to the course. I believe it was 43 kilometres an hour on 18-metre line. And he's coming through the gates now. That wind, fortunately, has dropped a little bit for her, so she's getting a little bit nicer. 1 and 2, nicely around 3, and she's still upright on the ski, which is really nice. And it does flatten out, and the wind does stop a little bit at this end, a bit more shelter. And she's going around 6 ball, and that is a really nice pass to start
It's
off her
kind of-
campaign.
Kind of funny, isn't it? It must be, is it the trees down at the southern end, I think, maybe, that just gives it a little bit more protection down there. Looks like it's affecting the skiers a little bit more at the northern end. The gates around 1 ball. Like it's showing itself on the water a little bit more at that end.
It is a crosswind, and it's fairly open down the start dock end, but up this end we've got a few trees that just at 5, or, you know, at 5 and 4 ball, it's a little bit nicer. The wind's a little bit less.
Alrighty, I've got a few more people on the live chat. Tara County, who I know was here last weekend, Go Queensland. She's excited about that. Axial Production Services, which is Gus, who is running the ship there. He's welcoming everybody to come through. And Mel Collins has said, great skiing for your first Nationals, Addison, and did yourself and Central Queensland very proud. So Mel Collins is proud of you, Addison, and saying a big shout out. Alrighty, Chelsea here on the water from New South Wales. Got through her opening pass pretty comfortably, coming back. Do you know what speed we are at now, Marty? 46, 49?
46.
46. Alrighty, she's turned 1 ball pretty nicely. Heading over to 2. She's around 3, looks on track, looks pretty relaxed realistically and in good shape, and I don't see anything going wrong from here. Around 6 and out the exit gates. Nice job from Chelsea from New South Wales. Alrighty, Chelsea Air from New South Wales coming back in. Third pass for her. Still on 18 metres. Around 3 ball. What are we now? What do we think? Is this 49k? Heading over to 6 ball. That was easy. That was a third pass and she's just doing it easy. Chelsea. So under 14 girls, their top speed is going to be 52k, pretty sure. So she's got to get through her next pass. Alrighty, confirmed from the boat, coming back 52, 18 metres. So if she can get through that pass, she's going to be chopping the line up. Georgia Bray from Victoria, not sure where she's up to, but she's probably a line shortening girl, and I know Emma Wright from Queensland potentially can get into and sometimes even out of 13 metres. So there's some talent coming up ahead. So hopefully Chelsea can get through this 18 metre top speed pass and start chopping the line up.
I was talking to a few of the 17 boys when I was on a break there, Coops, and they were saying that the gate at this end is quite nice, and they can get a nice start. The gate's a little bit trickier at the
other
start
end.
dock end.
Yeah, and it's blowing in your face as you cut through the gates at this northern end.
Yeah, it's not quite a head tail. It's a bit crossy, so some of them are not quite picking that gate.
All right, Chelsea from New South Wales has had a nice 1 ball at 52. She's turned 3 ball pretty good, so she is on track. If she can just hold it together around 5 ball and home, and it looks like she's going to. So she's going to get through that 52k pass. There's a bit of cheering going on down there, so she's excited to get through that pass. She's going to be coming back on her 4th pass, and it's going to be a 16-metre line length, and I say it kind of all the time. You'll hear me say it all the time. If you can run 18 metres, potentially you can run 16 metres. So we'll hopefully get Chelsea through this next pass and maybe see a little bit of 14 action would be good. I'm hoping we're back online because I've just got a message from Adam Bressington. The jerky jerk-off is between Jim Cronin, Steve Bickerton and Ryan Green. May the best jerker win. And that is probably true right there. I love those competitions. Just need a beer to go with it. All right, we have got Chelsea Air on the water at 16 metres, and she has made it around 2 ball, and that's all she rode. So didn't get a spectacular one, I think, and just got around 2 ball. But that is still a great score. Maybe near a personal best for her. I'm not sure. Let's have a little bit of a look at this replay, see what happened there. She's turned 1 ball. Pretty nice. Heading over towards 2 and not in bad shape there. Maybe a little on the tail of the ski there, and ended up with a bunch of slack line. And that is all she wrote. Still good skiing. That is 2 at 16 metres, 52k for Chelsea Hare from New South Wales in this under 14 girls slalom division. Two skiers to go, Marty. Georgia Bray and Emma Wright. 2 top seeds. New South Wales pretty excited down there. I think that's a pretty good performance from Chelsea. That would have been her 5th pass, wouldn't it? She was into. So, boy, if you get into your 5th pass, you're in good shape.
Georgia, Victorian skier. Skis out of Bridgewater, I believe her home site is, and it's a really nice site. Spent a little bit of time there this year, skiing down there with the kids, and it's a beautiful place to ski.
Yeah, I haven't been down there for a look. I want to go down there for a look because I hear about it all the time, and it's obviously is good because there's good competitions and good scores and things come out of there.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so we got Georgia Bray on the water now. Victoria. Don't know what that start speed was, but it is an 18-metre line, so looks 52-ish, maybe 49 or 52-ish, so could be top speed. I'd be almost tipping that's top speed. We'll wait to hear back from the boat, but she's got through that pass pretty comfortably. Thinking that's going to be 49. 1902, 49k. All right, and she's going to be coming back at 52.18. So went in at 49.18. Going to be coming back at top speed, 18 metres with maybe a little cross tail, depending on how you look at it. And hopefully if she can get through a few passes, she might get up near the 14-metre line.
We haven't got a bio for Georgia, but I'm sure she's been into 14. I'm not sure if she's run it in competition yet, but definitely 14-metre skier. So this wind is pretty tricky today, though. So you know.
Georgia Bray from Victoria coming back 52k 18-metre line. Almost looks a little settled on the water at the moment now, so a bit of a lull between the breeze. And she has got to 3-ball on time and turned it pretty well, so I think she's on track to run this pass heading over to 5. Maybe a little bit late out of 5 and maybe a little bit down course there now. Hopefully that doesn't cause trouble. Oh, that was close to causing trouble. But I'm pretty sure she got through it. So long as she got around 6, did she not get around 6? Maybe she didn't. Oh. So she had a little bit, straightened the legs a little bit at 5-ball. I don't. Oh.
Is that a gate
Boat
call?
score I'm hearing is 5.5. Ah, it's a shame. She looked on track and then just didn't quite get out of 5 ball the way she wanted to get out. And I thought she was still going to get home. So good out of 3. Had a nice tight turn at 3 there in the replay. And 4 wasn't bad, didn't look bad, but she just reared back here a little bit and didn't get all of it. Didn't get the angle into 6 very well. I can see that she's just gone outside of 6, and then she just can't get on the brakes enough to get back. Yeah, and she's just missed those exit gates by a little bit. Oh, that's a shame. Anyway, that's all she wrote. 5.5 at 52k. So that means at this stage of the game that Chelsea Hare is still in the lead with a score of 2 at 16. Chelsea Hare from New South Wales. Next skier on the water, though, we have got Emma Wright out of Queensland, far north Queensland. I know this girl because she skis with us up there a fair bit of the time at Ski North, and she is starting at 16 metres. So that is 16 metres 52, I'm thinking, Marty. So straight out there, if she runs this pass, I'm pretty sure that is going to catapult her directly into the lead because she has just run a 16-metre line length at 52k top speed. So obviously pretty strong and dominant in the under 14 girls slalom is Emma Wright from Queensland. What do they put in the water up there, Marty?
Maybe it's just the water up
yeah,
there,
well,
Coops. What water are they skiing up there,
Yeah,
mate?
I don't get any of that water. I live up there and I don't get that water. But she's obviously getting that water. And so is Dylan. Maybe I should come and hang at your house a bit more often. What are you feeding them for dinner? Maybe I should work that one out. I'm not sure. But anyway, both of your kids are performing pretty well. So Dylan is going to be the top position in the under 17 boys, and it looks like Emma has already swallowed up the top position in the under 14 girls. So it's pretty good going. Let's see how she can go here. So she will regularly run 14 metres. I don't want to put the mocker on her. She's here at the national titles. It's not really going to matter, although if the more balls she can get, the more space she puts herself from second place and locks this thing up. Let's see how she goes at 14 metres. Not a fantastic one, but she's still cut over to 2. Not bad out of 2, though. Can she get back on track? Pretty good out of 3. I know she never gives up. She's going to turn tight at 4. She's going to need it. She's going to need a big 5 ball. She's going to get it. Oh, a little bit. Handle got dragged away from her. She's over to 6. But she's turned 6 and pulled back. She dragged it back out and did a pretty good job of it. And I think she has run that difficult 14-metre pass at 52k. Looked in trouble in a couple of places there. Holy. I think we're going to get blown off this tower. I hope we're going to survive up here. It's blowy. All right, watching a little bit of a replay of Emma Wright at 14 metres. I don't think she had the best one, so she was a little down course right from the get-go. Turned pretty tight at 2 and stayed down course, didn't panic, and I know that's what's definitely she's good at doing, and got a little bit knocked forward into... Oh, that was into 6. I'm a couple of balls behind her. She was lucky she got out of that one, but she did pretty well. Good job, and she's going to get a crack at 13 metres, and this is the first under 14 girl that we have seen anywhere near 13 metres. So let's see what sort of action we're going to get here from Emma Wright from Queensland, far north Queensland. Hopefully a little bit of a lull in the breeze because the breeze is playing a part now. Pulling out for a gates, 13 metres. I know she can run this pass. Let's see what happens. She's turned 1 ball. It's not the one she wanted, I don't think. So not even sure she went around 2 ball that time. That is 1 at 13 metres. Still a sensational score. She'll be happy with that. And that is all she wrote for the under 14 girls slalom in the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles. Alrighty, Emma Wright coming out of the water there to the Queensland Tunnel of Love at the southern end of the lake. Pretty good going. On one of those fancy syndicate skis. So we've got a big solid day ahead of us and a fair bit of jumping going on as well. Yeah, looks good. So last little bit of slalom, under 12 girls. You're with me here, Marty. We've got 9 competitors from around the countryside. Bethany Sutton from New South Wales. Tilly Thrower from New South Wales. Athenia Wing from Queensland. Kenzie Coburn from New South Wales. McKady Mitchell from South Australia, Peyton Spelter from Queensland, Ivana Hay from New South Wales, Alana Hare from New South Wales, and Sienna McCarthy from New South Wales are our 9 competitors.
Sienna McCarthy. And I know Sienna McCarthy is Queensland as well.
So we might have a couple little errors in there. But we have Bethany Sutton on the water at the moment, I'm assuming. Didn't catch the start speech, but she's out there skiing it. Oh, it's trouble, it's trouble. Get over to 6, get over there. I'm not sure she got to 6 ball. I'm disappointed about that. I think Bethany might have had a little tragedy on that first pass, but you can't do much about it. Weather's not playing the game for us by the looks of things. I know the wind has been a big problem, but my Axial Production Services tech partner in crime is letting me know that he thinks there's rain about to hit as well. So if you need to prepare, a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain. Still am clean to the fact that people have told me that it's meant to taper off later in the week. Alrighty, a little bit disappointed for Bethany Sutton from New South Wales. Didn't quite get through that first pass by the sounds of things, so Never mind, that's what happens sometimes. But still very proud of her coming and having a go.
You can just feel a few spits of rain coming through here, Coops, and Tilly Thrower's getting ready to get pulled out, and I can see the rain behind her, but it's not raining out on the course at the moment, and they're going to... like they're going to start Tilly up.
So we think we've got Tilly Thrower from ACT, not from New South Wales, so there could be a couple of little typos on the start list. And she is out on the water because I can hear that boat peeling around the turnaround island heading up into the course. Tilly Thrower in the under 12 girls slalom from ACT. Did you hear a start speed, Marty?
No, I didn't catch the start speed, but it looks like it's I'm going to say 46, 43.
We'll see in a minute when she heads up here. Not sure 100% what the plan is for rain. If we do get a little bit of rain, whether we'll keep going. Obviously, it depends on how heavy it is. Tilly Thrower looking good out on the water. Holding her own at the moment. Oh, come on. Don't want to put the commentator's curse on anyone. Doing a couple little two-handed turns there, I think, at that slightly slower speed. And she's got through that opening pass well, so she'll be happy about that. She'll drop into the water, reset, and have a bit of a think about the next pass.
And that was a 43k pass.
43, so
so
you got live scores. Nice, 43k.
Yeah.
Oh, they want to have a little bit of a look at one ball. Did we just see that then? Just looking at our instant replay that we've got from... Oh, I'm slightly concerned she might have turned on the inside of one ball. And not because she was in bad shape. I think it was just... Anyway, I'm not going to buy in on that, but it looked relatively... Yeah, it looked fairly clear. I think the score back from the boat, unfortunately, Tilly has turned inside of one ball. Not because she was late. I think it was just a mistiming thing where she's turned herself inside the ball. And if you don't go around the ball, it is game over. So, unfortunately for Tilly, she's got a score of 0 on her opening pass. And that'll happen to you on sometimes as well.
And it's not easy out there, Coops. We were talking before about that start dock, and the wind is really going cross course there. It does make those gates and that one ball quite difficult to judge.
I hear. I've had plenty of zeros. Generally, it's because you miss your gate, you mistime your gate, you miss it all together. And sometimes you know, and sometimes you don't. There's times when I drop in the water at the other end, and I'm looking at the boat, and they're looking at me, and I'm going, I missed them, didn't I? And they go, yep. And then you're out. It's finished. She was really close there, so she might not have 100% known whether she didn't go around it. Disappointing for her, but that's the way it goes sometimes. It's a pretty cutthroat sport. So... Alrighty, so the under-12 girls hasn't started the way we wanted it to start. We've had a few little hiccups early on in the piece. We are going to have... We are going to have Athena wing on the water with a start speed of 34k 18 metre line. Relatively famous name there as well in New South Wales and Queensland, the Wing family. Pretty well a dynasty family. Joel, obviously, and Brett before him, and even Robert as well. Lots of skiers amongst that crew. Ronwin Wing skiing, the whole tribe skiing. So this is the new territory for the Wings. Athena Wing in the under 12 girls. Not sure whether she's been in a nationals before. Possible this is the first nationals. Do you know,
Definitely
Marty?
her first nationals.
First
and her brother
nationals.
skied in the under 10s as well. Xander,
right.
he was up there.
Got a helmet on there. Got the maroon bib on. Oh, it's following its course here. We've had another little blemish there. Little bit of trouble around 3 ball. That's the way she goes.
This looks like the scored 2.5 on her opening pass there for Athenia Ring. These guys all get another pass, and look, these conditions are hopefully going to improve over the weekend. It's going to be a little bit nicer skiing for them. But it's Athenia's very first nationals, and it's great to see the Wing family out here again. And I know Joel stepping up. He's skiing open men's this year, so we'll be looking forward to seeing him again shortly, and later on the weekend.
Alrighty, continuing on with the under 12 girls slalom event. We've got Athena Wing about to come out of the water in her first nationals. She's excited. The Queensland team is excited about her skiing. Excellent job. And our next skier on the water is going to be Kenzie Coburn from New South Wales, although we're holding the boat for just a sec. I think they might have a tiny little tech issue that they're trying to resolve down there. While Queensland hands out another tunnel of love. Good job. Good skiing.
You know, Coach, we were talking about rain before, but we might have, touched wood, missed some of those showers. They look to be skirting us a little bit.
Yeah,
We did get a lot of breeze.
Gone around us by the looks of it, hasn't it?
But it has, and it's even dropped. The wind's dropped a little bit there.
Quite often, if you get the rain, sometimes it resets everything and the calm after the storm routine. And I'm kind of hoping that's what's going on at the moment. But it actually, I agree with you, Marty. I think it actually looks like it's settled down on the water a little bit. And we've only got this to go in slalom, and then we'll move to trick. I mean, we like to have good conditions no matter what event you're running, but trick is probably the one that can handle it the best, especially considering they're tricking up this side of the lake, which is the closest side where the water is a little bit flatter. So that's going to get underway shortly.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have the wind drop a little bit for the jump this afternoon, though. I know it'll be a little bit tricky for some of those jumpers, jumping in this crosswind. A little bit of breaking the action there, Coops. I heard you were out there catching a few waves this weekend, and just wondering, the wind, is this an offshore or an onshore wind? And
Pretty sure this will be an offshore breeze. Yes, there was definitely an offshore breeze, which is kind of nice for surfing. But if it's stiff offshore, it's a little bit awkward, especially on a stand-up. So it blows you around a little bit. But yeah, beautiful beaches here. I definitely had a couple of surfs down at Port Macquarie itself last time I was here. I haven't surfed this particular trip because we've been a bit busy, but some lovely surf beaches down at Port Macquarie. I also went to Southwest Rocks, which is, it might be an hour north of here, maybe not even quite an hour, 45 minutes or something north of here. They've got a lovely little cove there, and I had a lovely little play out there. It's a little smaller, but it's well protected from the southerly in that end. And then also I went for a look at Crescent Head, which is a famous surf spot, and there's a traditional right-hand point break there, which was beautiful as well, but it's pretty busy. There's a lot of real surfers there. I'm a make-believe surfer, and you don't want to go out with the real surfers if you make-believe, so they've got it wrapped up out there. But it looked good. It was a lovely little spot, lovely little beachy town. The bakery was nice there. There's just seems to be nice little beachy towns along this part of the coast. All right, I'm not even sure whether we're live at the moment, but maybe some people could have a shout out to me. But Georgie Cooper is telling me that there's a few people back from my hometown in Babinda. That's where I come from, where Babinda Ski North is. Bailey and Bella are watching to see what's happening at our event down here. So we've got direct feedback to Bailey and Bella. Thanks very much for joining us, guys. Send me a little message on our live stream if you can. Oh, I've got a little message from Rhiannon Anderson. Hey, Coops. Hope you're down having the best time down there. Can you please send Ski North Wi-Fi password? How good is that? Yes, I can send you the password if you send me a big deposit into my bank account. Thank you, Rhiannon.
so, Coops, we're still waiting on here, but I was saying Ski North is a sponsor of this event, and I hear you know a little bit about that Ski North place.
Yeah,
so maybe give us a bit of a rundown on what happens up there.
Yeah, very good point. I haven't plugged myself too much at the moment, have we? We've got a little ski club up in Cairns, just south of Cairns, in a little town called Babinda. And we have got a private man-made lake up there, and it's 700 metres long, just nice for slalom, and it skis pretty well because we've got lots of nice weeds along the side that keeps the rollers in check a little bit. And we've got a club boat, little 196 club boat, which is nice and fuel efficient. It's not as modern as the new beautiful Malibus we've got hanging around here, but I'm going to chat to Noel Gordon about that. We're half thinking we might make a move on that at some point in time and get ourselves a Malibu up there, but our little club boat's pretty good, keeps us all happy up there. You can pay a membership to be part of the club, and you can pay a remote membership, which we get quite a few of these days because people come and visit us from down south. Because we are in far north Queensland, it's pretty hot up there, and you can definitely ski year-round. So anybody who's down south and it's getting a little bit chilly, we have an international airport up in Cairns, and if you keep your eyes on the airline tickets, it's relatively affordable to make a trip up to see us. And we're within range about 50 minutes from the international airport there. And you can come and have a few sets over the winter time, or any time for that matter, but a lot of people come and visit us when it's cold down south and get into the warmth up there, and we can sit around the fire and have a couple of beverages too after we've skied. So we're definitely open for business for tournament water skiers to come and visit us in the far north at Ski North Babinda.
You can definitely make a big a holiday out of it too, can't you, Coops? Because that's the gateway to the Great Barrier Reef up there. We've got World Heritage Rainforest right at our doorstep, and people just come up here and go to Port Douglas. It's pretty close as well. Got some of the northern beaches up there are beautiful, and it's just coming into our season up there in far north Queensland. It's starting to get nice, and we'll start ramping up our skiing as it gets colder down south here.
Yeah, that's right. Like Cairns is a tourist town. It's built on tourism. There's the Great Barrier. It's got the best access to the Great Barrier Reef, so there's a load of boats that can go out. There's big boats, medium, little boats, depending on what style of routine you're after and whether you're after specialised diving or general diving or whatever. And yeah, huge rainforest stuff. Lots of snapping handbags hanging around up there as well. So, and they're interesting to go and have a look at in some of the parks, and you can even see them in the wild if you're lucky enough or even unlucky enough with our crocodiles. Lots of beautiful waterfalls, those ones you see in the pictures, the postcard pictures, and on the right days they can be pretty secluded. So it is a nice little part of the world. You come up in summertime, you've got to be ready for some heat. It's a little warm and a little sweaty, but if you come up in the winter time, it's beautiful, just nice conditions.
Yeah, the water maybe gets down to a chilly 20 degrees in winter sometimes there, Coops, but it doesn't get much colder than that.
Yeah, that's right.
And the air temperature is a lovely, like 27, 28 degrees in the winter time, and it's a great place to be.
It's still nice in summer. Like it can be hot, but that's part of the reason we do a lot of water skiing, because it's a lovely sport to do when it's hot. And a lot of those streams and creeks and waterfalls that are around have water coming off the mountain. So even though it's potentially boiling hot, those creeks and rivers are still pretty icy cold. So you get a lot of enjoyment out of jumping into a nice cold stream when it's hot as. Can I see a green ball, or is that a balloon or something?
It's a balloon floating in the water there.
Yeah, a green balloon.
I think we might have a little boy thinking about swimming out there, but maybe we'll get him not to. Looks like we're back on track, Coops. We've got Kenzie Coburn coming in at, I believe it was 37 kilometres an hour, the start speed. Under 12 girls, back on the water. And that wind has dropped a little bit, but then all of a sudden it starts to pick up again as the skiers come in. It generally happens there. We've got a balloon on the course, but that was well away from Kenzie, which was nice. She's travelling nicely through this pass, keeping nice and controlled, and she's around 4 ball and looking like a good position out of 4 into 5. And that 5 ball, that looks quite nice, that water there, and it makes it a nice little ending to the pass, and I believe that's a nice opening pass, 37 Ks, Coops.
Alrighty, we got Kenzie Coburn from New South Wales on the water in this under 12 girls slalom event. And I believe she's coming back at 40k, 18 metre line 40k for Kenzie Coburn, under 12s. Let's see how she goes here. Water conditions at that end of the lake look really nice, don't they? Looks almost glassed out up there. Pretty good 1 ball, heading over to 2 ball, looking pretty good. Heading over to 3, pretty early out of there as well. And so long as she can make a little play on 5 ball, I'm pretty confident she's going to get home, and I think she has. And a nice completed pass there for Kenzie Coburn from New South Wales. The New South Wales girls have all got their hair done up with blue ribbons hanging out the back. You can see all the blue ribbons.
There's been a bit of work done on that hair. I was walking around and there's a few braids happening, and they look fabulous.
We'll be returning at 43.
Now, and that wind has been gusting, but it seems like it's calmed a little bit as Kenzie Coburn comes back into the course at 43.
43k for Kenzie Coburn here from New South Wales. What you got for us at 43k? Heading into course. Around one ball. A little bit of slack line out of one ball. Hopefully that doesn't pull her up too much. She's a smidge down course. I think she's still well within range though. Heading over to 5 ball. Yeah, she's back on track pretty well. This looks like easy stuff for her. She had a little moment in there and a click of a finger, she was right back on track. So that is a completed pass at 43, and she's going to be coming back at 46k. And that, in the end, looked really kind of easy for her. So great skiing for Kenzie Coburn from New South Wales. Confirmed from the boat, it's going to be returning at 46k. Back to, that'll be her 4th pass, I think, is that right? Yeah, she's skied through some passes. The kids have been pretty good today, skiing lots of passes.
This is Kenzie's home lake too. She's pretty familiar with this water down here. And
Yeah,
skis
that's
are
right.
a lot of the time. It's a couple of hours away, but I know the Coburns are here a lot skiing, so she'll be fairly comfortable out there, I think. And it is showing in these passes. She looks pretty relaxed out there.
We've got Johnny Weeks behind the wheel. I'm seeing those first shots now back from the boat. Johnny Weeks in control of the big Malibu. 6.2 litre, I believe, in this one. Kenzie Coburn, I'm going to watch it on the video this time and see a little bit of a different angle of what we've got. So through those entrance gates, pretty nice. She's turned 1 ball, 46k. She's around 2, not in bad shape. I wouldn't say she's 100% on time, but she's around 3 and still in the game. She's turned 4, nice tight turn at 4 balls, so she's got it all to do at 5, and I think she's going to get home at 46k, and she is. She's made it around 6 ball and out those gates, so lovely skiing from Kenzie Coburn. That's 4 completed passes. She's going to be at 49k. Top speed for under 12 girls, Marty, 49 off 52.
52.
52. Fair enough. Alrighty, Johnny Weeks steering the big Malibu around the turnaround island there. It's a nice view around there as you whip around that island. It's a beautiful looking site. Lovely and green at the moment. There's been a little bit of rain around. That's keeping everything beautiful and green this time of year. It's a little bit like being up at home. We're pretty green up there. Anyway, we've got Kenzie coming back. Coburn from New South Wales in that nice blue bib for her 5th pass. So this is 49k. How's she going to manage 49k? She's moving now, and that's all she rode a 2-ball. So you could tell there she was travelling on top of the water and was flying into 2-ball with a little bit too much speed to handle. And she's reared back on the ski, and it's dropped out from underneath her, which is fair enough. So excellent skiing. 1.5 at 49k for Kenzie Coburn from New South Wales in this under 12 girls slalom division. Slalomers of the day, and we're going to move into the trick event. I got to go down and do a little bit of releasing for my daughter. If there's anybody else out here who would feel like they would like to come up and commentate a little bit, if they feel like they're a bit of a trick specialist, they can come up and have a chat, and they can have a chat on the live stream. They can. We're talking to the world, I think. Hopefully we are. How many on our stream at the moment, Marty? I think it was. I'm sure they talk in thousands, and it was 42 at one point. 42,000. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? I haven't had a look.
Oh, you never know. The podcast, we had a few good comments about this podcast coming through, or not the podcast, the live
stream.
feed coops,
Yep.
live stream, and I think we might get up to that if we keep going. We've got some world-class skiers coming up this weekend. I think there's going to be a lot more people tuning in when we get a few of the open men's out there and things. It might be a...
McKady Mitchell on the water at the moment, though, and for her opening pass. Not sure that boat speed looks. I would suggest it might be 40 or 43k, but she has certainly got through that pass, so good on her for that. She'll be happy to drop down into the water now and have a relax, and we will hear what that speed was. Alrighty, that was 40. That was 40k, and she's going to be coming back at 43k. Makeda Mitchell from South Australia in the under 12 girls division. So what have we got as a leading score at the moment? We have got Kenzie Coburn's got it there at the moment, 1.5 at 49. So Makeda's got a few passes to run in order to catch her up, but maybe she can, maybe she will. Makadi's just started jumping, has she, George? Excellent. Well, she's slaloming at the moment, and I'm pretty sure this is 43k for Makadi. She's around 2-ball, in pretty good shape, sorry. She's turned 3-ball, heading over to 4. Heading to 5, and if she can get around this one, I think she's going to get herself home at 43k. So she's on track to challenge the lead. 1.5 for 49 is the lead at the moment, and she's just completed her 43k pass, 18 metres. Alrighty, confirmed back from the tower there. Boat's going to be coming back 46k. So we need to get Makeda through this pass. And that one looked pretty comfortable for her, so I wouldn't be surprised if she did get through this pass, this 46k pass. This is her third pass. You can hear that boat powering up, coming around the island now, so it's heading up this way. Conditions have, I think they've improved just a little bit. I don't think it's quite as blustery as it has been. There's still definitely some wind on the water there. Anyway, let's see how we go. Let's see what's happening. Katie Mitchell from South Australia coming through those entrance gates, turning one ball, heading over to 2, in pretty good shape. She's working harder, obviously, because this is a little faster for her, but she looks on track to me. She's turned 4 ball pretty good. It's all there for the taking if she can get around 5 and head over to 6, and I think she's made it home. So that is a completed pass for her at 46k, and she's going to get a shot at the lead. Not sure what the leaders, what the top ranked skiers are into, but McKatie's going to get a shot to steal the current lead away anyway. All right, McKatie coming back. Needs to get around 2 ball in order to steal the lead away in this under 12 girls division. What have we got? She's turned, or she tried to turn one, didn't work out. Lost the line there and sunk back into the water. So that is going to be a score of half at 49. She's liable to be pretty happy with that though, because that was her 4th pass. So that's a fair bit of skiing she's done. Half at 49k. South Australia all heading up there to congratulate McKatie for some good skiing. Ethan, is that a PB for her? Maybe, who knows? All right. It is a PB. All right, sensational. Good job. We love PBs at Nationals. 4 passes deep. That's pretty good going. All right, moving along to Queenslander, Peyton Spelter, who is the 4th last skier in this under-12 girls slalom division. And she is starting at 37k, so she's got a little bit of work to do in order to get all the way up to the leaders at the moment. But that seems to be the nature of the beast in this division. Start relatively slow and ski heaps of passes. That's what's been happening. And hopefully Peyton can play the same game, starting at 37k. Fairly slow, but let's see how she goes here. Oh dear. Can always happen. Sometimes it happens, and what do? Never mind. That's what happens every now and again. I've done it a bunch of times myself. Just got a little deep in one ball, and then it's all over before you know it. And you're going, what happened? It's a cutthroat game.
How you doing? Yeah, not too bad. Starting to run out of lungs. You're going to come up and have a play in a while, are you? Just, yeah. Oh. Yeah, fair enough. You do what you got to do. Yeah, yeah. So whenever you feel like it, we don't have any roster thing going on. We've just been winging it to a degree. And I've spent most of the time hanging around, but I'm happy to have it. How come you didn't make it to ski last week? Just too busy? Oh, yeah. Starting to come up pretty good, eh? Yeah. Oh, excellent. Oh, yeah. Yep. Cool. Beautiful. Oh, that's good. Just throw you out in the ring in the open there, late entry. Yeah, that's right. Beautiful, I think you did too, so happy days, come skiing with us. You need to come up goal as well and run around, bring some of your gear up. You're throwing your hat back in the ring for open. You're throwing your hat back in the ring for open. Yeah, perfect, mate. Just slowing or? Yeah, cool. Oh,
Next gear on the water, Ivana. Start speed 43 on an 18-metre line.
beautiful, excellent. Your hand, Liz.
Sam, Savannah Hay, 43.
Alrighty, next gear on the water from New South Wales, we have got Ivana Hay from New South Wales. And I'm hearing a start speed of 43k. She's going to be coming in out here. So Ivana, let's see how she goes. Third last skier in this under 12 girls slalom division. So she's towards the pointy end, and she's starting a little bit higher than a few of the other girls who are half thinking she might give the leaders a little bit of a run for their money. And she's another one of the New South Wales girls that's got those blue ribbons in her hair, so you can definitely tell they're New South Wales out there. All right, so she's got through that opening past 43k. So she'll be able to drop down in the water, take a breath, regroup, get it all together.
I'm accepting of that, because I've got to go and do the release anyway, and my voice right now. The only thing for us is professional because you're out on the World Wide Web, and I reckon you can definitely do that. It's a trick too, guys. So. Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, no, that'd be really, really good because. Beautiful. All right, good on you guys. We've only got 3 more slalomists. What do you need? Yeah. Did I see your
Alrighty, we have got our third last slalom skier on the water, Ivana Hay. Ran her opening past 43k. She's going to be coming back at 46. Currently the lead in this division, 1.5 at 49. So she's got a couple of passes to get through. to swallow up the lead, but I kind of feel maybe she is looking good for that. So this is 46 Ks. Pretty easy around 2 ball. Nice looking, calm skiing. Drifting down course a smidge, but just doing it easy as well. So she's not under any pressure here. A little bit of a funny 5 ball, but she's managed it okay, and she's skiing out those exit gates. So a lovely second pass there for Ivana Hay, New South Wales. And she's going to get her shot at the lead now because she's on the 49K pass. It's going to be the next pass for her. Alrighty, Ivana Hay, New South Wales still on the water. Coming back 49K here. Needs to get all of 2 ball in order to take the lead in this division. Let's see how she goes. She was waiting for 1 ball there. I'm not sure if she was a little narrow, but she's got around 2 ball and heading over to the 3. Hopefully, maybe she's going to run this whole pass. She's the new leader. Around 4 ball, heading over to 5 in good shape. So hopefully can get around 6. I think she can. And we're going to get into some new territory here. That is a completed pass at 49K, and she's going to be coming back at 52. Is that right? 52? I'll find out in a sec. I kind of think it will be. All right, confirmed back from the tower that she's going to be coming back at 52K. Ivana Hay, we've got here from New South Wales. She's come back at 52. She's breaking some new ground, so she has taken the lead in the under-12 girls division, and she's still skiing. So can she run 52? Let's see how she goes. Needs a 1 ball. Not bad out of 1, so that's skiable for sure. Pretty good out of 2. She's still in this game. She has run around 3 ball. I reckon she's drifting down course. She's got a bit of 4 ball. She's going to need a big 5. It's going to need a huge 5. I'm not sure she's going to get it. Didn't get it. But she did get all of 5, so there's a new lead score of 5 at 52K for Ivana Hay from New South Wales.
Nice. Very nice skiing. And I'll tell you, has that wind dropped again, Coops, I think, It's looking nicer and nicer out there. All getting ready for the trekking, I suppose. That's up next, I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got a couple more skiers to go. We've got Alana Hare and Sienna McCarthy yet to ski in this under-12 division. And then we are moving on to the under-17 girls tricks. So I'm going to beat the judges to it this time. I'm going to beat Belinda to it with regards letting people know that are doing some trick judging. You are going to be doing some trick judging pretty soon. And I've got some names here. We've got Gary Pollock is going to be driving. We've got Lane Moroney as one of the judges. Nikki Coburn is another judge. Jacob H., Catherine Gordon, and Caitlin D. Are 5 judges. So we're running 5 judges for the under-17 girls. And we have got Michelle S. and Jason R. as timing and video review. Scorer Rebecca Wright and Julie Nieberding. So we've got a full crew in that tower. It'll be cozy in there. 5 judges, a whole lot of screens, a whole lot of PowerPoints going on in there. And they're going to judge us through our tricks this afternoon. But we have got a couple more slalom skiers to go. We've got Alana Hare from New South Wales on the water currently. Didn't hear the start speed.
43k, I think.
43k, fair enough. She's making that look pretty easy. Another one from New South Wales with those blue bibs. You can't miss them on the water. And pretty easy through that opening pass.
There's a few New South Wales skiers here this weekend, Coops. I'm just wondering if you've got any numbers on those. I know the Queenslanders, we've got close to 40-odd skiers in this group this weekend, which is a pretty big one.
You sort of just look through the start list, just roughly look through them. I think there's as many, if not more, New South Wales tags there as there are Queensland. Under 17 boys was heavy in Queensland and maybe a little lighter in, well, there's still 5 of them in there. And I kind of think New South Wales might have the wood on us. It'd be close if you counted through there. It's pretty close. But definitely well represented across the board. New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria's in there too. South Australia's in there. Western Australia's in there as well. And even ACT. Not sure we've got any anyone from Northern Territory in this side of the event. We did have Adam.
No, I don't think Adam made it up this year, but I know we've got one skier from Tasmania as well, Coops.
All right, cool. All right, on the water, Alana coming back second pass here. This will be 46k, and we got a little bit of rain on the water. I'm not sure whether I can tell that or not. I think there is just a tiny bit of light rain falling now. Alana heading over to 5 ball, and I'm pretty sure she's going to make this second pass look pretty easy as well. That is 46k, and she's skied out of there, no problems. And that really looked no problem. So the new lead score from Ivana Hay is 5 at 52. So Alana needs to ski a couple of passes in order to swallow that one up. But she's heading in that direction at this stage of the game.
You know, it looked really nice, and a bit of a wave as she went out through the gates there at the crew on the side. So I think she's feeling pretty happy. And that wind is the weather is starting to play ball for us, so it might be a nice couple of passes coming.
Yeah, not sure. I'm not sure whether that from the south there might be a little bit of rain coming in to hang out. It's just that really, really light stuff though. If we could just get through these last couple of slalom skiers without real rain, because I would hate to disadvantage them. And then it's going to take them a few minutes to get set up in trick anyway, and we'll take stock and see how it's panning out. But potentially it's not as big a deal to trick in the rain. It's still annoying, a little bit awkward and annoying, but I think we have to keep moving because we're definitely limited on the time that we have available to do our skiing. So I'm pretty sure they want to keep moving. And we're continuing to move right now with Alana Hare from New South Wales coming back. This is going to be 49k. What she got for us at 49k? She's turned 1 ball. Oh, I thought there was a bit of a lean of death there. Hopefully she's good. She's turned tight at 2. It dragged her, but she's still in it. She's turned around 3 ball, heading over to 4. Looks like she's gathered herself back up by 4 ball. She's going to turn 5 ball and head over to 6 and hopefully get home. And yes, she is home. She's home at 49k. Alana Hare in the under 12 girls division. So she's going to get her shot at taking the lead as well. So she's going to be coming back at 52. She pretty well needs to ski that whole pass in order to take the lead away from Ivana. Let's see what we've got in store for us. Having a look at the replay
she's
there.
Dropped it.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Tao having a little bit of a chat about the rain now. If it gets a little heavy, it's we need to have a bit of a discussion. All right, looks like they've made a decision to keep operating here in the rain. All righty, we have got Alana Hare. You know, when you get caught in these situations, I hope she powers through it. No, they've decided to stop. They've decided it is a little bit too heavy to continue skiing. So I thought they were going to have a go at it, and I was a bit worried about poor Alana. But I was going, if you get put in that position, just ski it. Run the damn pass. And say, I don't care, I can do it.
Yeah, I
But,
think that was the driver there, wasn't it, Coop?
Yeah.
So John Weeks, he's one of the Queensland's best drivers, and he was having trouble seeing the pass.
Yeah,
so you can't really run their boat when you can't see the walls.
I think it is a little bit too stiff out there. Not sure how long this is going to last. Anyway, we will have a little break for a few minutes while we let this rain come through, and we'll be back with you shortly. Alrighty, we are back underway. We've got Alana Hare coming back in at this 52k pass. She's finally getting her shot. She's had plenty of chance to rest. Whether that is a good or a bad thing, I don't know. We're about to see. Oh, it doesn't look like a spectacular thing because she has turned around one ball and just come back. But she's a lot of passes deep, and maybe that's where she's at anyway. So 1 at 52, still a great score for her. Bit of a shame her set got interrupted by the rain, but sometimes that's the way it goes. They were asking to have another look at those gates, so it's possible that maybe she had a bad gate and maybe she missed a gate, and that's why she didn't bother turning around one ball. She might have known she missed her gates. I'm only sort of guessing a little bit with that. All right, so currently Alana Hay from New South Wales is holding on to the lead with 5 at 52 in the under-12 girls division. And we have got one more skier from Queensland, Sienna McCarthy, who is the top seed. Let's see what she's got in store for us, but she needs to potentially complete a pass at 52k in order to put herself into the lead. We can hear that boat revving up, turning around. Maybe this whole weather is going to change as that blue sky sort of heads up our way. We might end up with a lovely afternoon. Anyway, Sienna McCarthy on the water from Queensland now. Coming into course, didn't hear the start speed. Let me have a little guess. We're getting better at guessing with the boat. I'm thinking maybe 46k is where I think she might be. We'll soon find out. Anyway, she's running this pass pretty nicely, heading over towards 4 ball. Bright green ski. Not sure what that ski is, but you can see it nicely on the water. Is it an older radar, that old one that was all green on the top? Anyway, she's got through that opening pass at 18 metres. So she's going to get another shot at another pass. Alrighty, so that was confirmed at 46k for Sienna McCarthy, and she is going to be coming back at 49k, so she needs to get through this 49k pass to give herself a shot at 52 and the lead. Conditions look like they're improving dramatically from that southern end, so hopefully she's going to get a shot at it. I think the wind direction has changed a little bit. It's sort of a little tail from that end, but it's not really on the water too much. Let's see how she goes. 49k here through those entrance gates. Not a bad one ball, heading over to 2. She's turned 2. She's on track if she can stay on track. Around 3, drifting down course maybe just a smidge. Going to need a solid 4. Not too bad, our 4. I think she can do it if she turns 5 tight. She has turned it tight. She's coming home. She's going to run that pass, that 49k pass for Queensland. And she's going to get her shot at the lead. That was a completed pass at 49. Score to beat to be on the top of the pile is 5 at 52, so she needs to run this next pass, and she might have a slight little head breeze on this next pass, I reckon. Yeah, looking pretty good out there on the water. Haven't had any as yet girls get through their top speed at the under-12 division, which is 52k, and shorten the line. But there is a chance. There's one last chance here with Sienna on the water from Queensland. She's run 2 passes, so we'd have to think she could believe that she might run her 3rd pass. We've got a PB on the board of 2 1/4 at 16, so she has done it before. So we know she can do it. You can hear that boat powering up. She's coming back. This is the last slalomer of the day, the last little bit of swerving we're going to see today, and we're going to head into some tricks after this. Sienna McCarthy from Queensland coming back. 52k maximum speed for her division. All right, what do we got? Can't see one ball, but I can see her come out of one ball. She's turned it tight. She's out of 2. She looks in shape to run this pass. She's turned 3 balls. She's running a little late at 4, but she's still working. She only needs to work 5 ball to get home. Can she get home? I think she can. She came out of 5 nice. Yes, she is around 6 ball, and she has run the full pass at 52k. So she has taken the lead, and she's the first and only skier in the under-12 girls to shorten that line, chop that line up.
Yeah, Coots, we were about to get out of here, and she's
She's
prolonging
she's making us hang in. We're going to have a couple of new commentators. I know that you're sick of our voice, so a couple of new young lads, some young blood coming up to the commentating table up here. Good on you guys. Two very experienced trickers, different states, so we're going to keep it all impartial. We're not pushing one angle. Alrighty, potentially one of the last passes we're going to see here today in the slalom. We got Sienna McCarthy from Queensland on the water coming back in 16 metre line. What has she got for us at 16? Her personal best is 2 1/4. Can she get to 3 ball? Let's see what we got. She's turned 1 okay, and I think she's got a good enough though. She's a little narrow at 2, but she's turned 2 well. She's heading over to 3. If she gets back to the wake, that's a full 3. Not quite to 4, but that is a personal best. Full 3 balls at 16 metres. For her to take the clear lead in the under-12 girls slalom division. All right, that's all she wrote. Good job. So we have got a score of 3 at 16 for Sienna McCarthy, and then we have got a score of 5 at 52 for Ivana Hay, and then we've got a score of 1 at 52 for Alana Hare. They're our top 3 candidates. They're going to go into the next round at the pointy end, and hopefully, I'm sure pretty well one of those guys is going to be wearing the gold, silver or bronze medal for sure. Anyway, thanks very much for having us, guys. We're going to have a little break, and we're going to start into tricks, under 17 girls tricks. It's a big one. I know there's some flippers and spinners and all sorts of stuff going on, so we'll see you shortly.
start. Malibu are the naming rights sponsor of the Australian National Championships. The past few years they've provided world-class towboats to be used. Very
Into the wake back
calculated
to
with
that.
the turns.
Ooh, slight bobble there. Oh, here we go. Oh, just slipping out the back on the flip. Unfortunate timing for Bridget. The rain has just started to come down again after a, what was it, 20-minute break we had there?
Yeah, it's
Some-
just
some
starting
clear
to settle
skies.
back in. Didn't look like it affected her too much on the first pass. Of course, Bridget, well capable of tricking beyond 2,000 points. Bridget, of course, comes from Wagga Wagga in New South Wales. I believe she trains at Colombo Creek. Dad Damo is on the committee of Waterski New South Wales. No doubt he'll be watching. Thank you to Pro Feet Podiatry in the YouTube live stream for the comment with great coverage. Of course, Gus has done an awesome job here with actual production services. This is one of the
with the positional trick of back. Okay, here we go.
She tricks on the KD Pato 12K. So you know it's a trick ski that's been tried and trusted for those big scores.
Zali's actually a level 8 gymnast, and we do see lots of gymnasts around the world become very good trick skiers, notably the Abelsons from America, both very high-level gymnasts. I've been told Lucas Cornell is also a gymnast, of course, training during the off-season. Level 7, though, so it would appear that chronologically Zali does have Lucas in the gymnastics gymnasium. Ethan, perhaps you'd give us a bit of insight to what the levels in gymnastics actually mean.
I'd assume that as like water skiing, it goes like divisions. So level 5 is the beginner level, and then as you progress to level 1, then you become more advanced.
An interesting insight. We might need to fact check that one. But nonetheless, Zali is returning for her second trick pass. Of course, we see her wrapping up with the toe piece on her foot. She'll be opening with a 05 or a 7, no doubt. Gary Pollock just holding that boat straight with 0 offset as he calls green ball.
Clean back-to-backs after the toe 5 back, or into the toe wake back-to-back, toe wake front. First time we've seen that trick of this division. It's a lot of skill to execute that. And finishes with the, just the toe 5 front.
Unfortunately,
falling on the toe out. But
Zali falling just a bit earlier than she'd like. We are joined here by Georgie Cooper. Georgie, how was your set?
It was pretty good. My hands weren't the best, but happy with my toes.
That's good. Now, of course, round 1 is just a seeding round. How are you feeling coming into the finals?
Great. Hopefully it's not as cold. I was freezing out there, but yeah.
Bit colder than Babinda?
Yeah, just a tad.
This is actually the equivalent of the coldest day ever recorded in Babinda, I've been informed. Now, Georgie, unfortunately, you don't have a skier's bio in the list. Is that because you spent all your time studying biology instead?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I actually did fill one out.
Well, it would appear it's been lost coming the 2,500 kilometres down to Port Macquarie. Thank you for your interview.
Thank you very much.
I will be leaving the commentary position now, but I hand over to experienced trick skier Fletcher Green. Fletcher.
Oh, thanks, Finn. Finn's got a very important job of getting ready for his trick event.
I'll come back and trick
I don't know how you spell that.
So now I'm joined by none other than Fletcher Green, the brother of Daisy, who's just taken off from the dock. One of few skiers representing WA out here. Come a long way to Port Macquarie for this Nationals, but I'm sure you can help call us through for this pass, Fletcher.
All right, so Daisy Green, she's just coming past the commentator's tower behind that Malibu boat. Looks like she's going to start with a wake line O into a line sequence with wake line backs, line fronts, wake line front. She's going to shove that back foot in the kicker into some wake back-to-backs. Looking very smooth out there. Stomps her first wake 5 and the second one with a 360. Oh, and catches an edge, but no, she'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, clean pass there from Daisy. Excellent way to start your round. Obviously a very experienced trick skier. The Green family is a family of trick skiers. You know, we've got Father Ryan in the boat, pinning. So years of experience there. also Ryan is a part of the beef jerky competition between Jim Crone and Ryan and Steve Bickerton. So may the best man win.
Alright, so we just see Daisy. Looks like she's just about to hop back in the water for her second pass, where she'll be coming back rope on toe. How good are the wakes behind this Malibu? They are just awesome. So peaky, so big. They are awesome for flips and just tricking in general.
Yeah, paired wonderfully with one of the best sites in the country, and just some pretty pristine conditions. The rain's gone away and the sun's starting to come out. Just a little bit of movement on the water, but just breaking up the glass a little bit. It's perfect at the moment.
Alright, as that Malibu comes back into course. Alright, Daisy Green wrapping up for what looks like to be a toe 5. Alright, let's see what she's going to do. Daisy Green on the water. Very nice toe 5 back. Very smooth and controlled into some toe 8 back-to-backs. Here we go. Toe 8 front to the back. To the reverse back. Toe 5 front, looking very smooth. Back into a toe wrap in very quick. Nice Waco. Toe 8 back to finish, and she will be very happy with that. All the WA fans on the bank cheering her along. Well done, Days.
Yeah, very clean toe pass there. Very technical. It was good to see that end bit there with the toe 5 front, 2 O's and the Waco. It's not easy to do those tricks. It's big points for it. Very clean from Daisy. Big score for the first round. She'll be looking to improve that little bit for the final and hopefully snag a spot on the podium.
Here.
That's what I planned. Just because if home shut and it's just like all the traveling, I just say so I'm going to.
I used to be weary of Bruce now. Now he's like the kid's grandfather.
Nice walk.
I would put her on the back of the board, but it's going to be cold right now.
She probably should. Here we go, Benzie.
Next gear is in Appleton with a positional trick of the back. Alright, people. Sorry about the wait. It's Bruce's fault. Here we go.
So that is a massive title. But, you know, it gives the rest of the field some good competition to look up to. To, yeah, be a score to chase and to try and beat.
Yeah, this under 17 girls is definitely one of our most competitive divisions. It's it always brings out some big talent, and as on display, we can see just how good these skiers are. As Laura comes in for a second pass with the rope on toe, warming up. Look at that, warming up with some back-to-backs.
Alrighty, Laura Hayes seems to be wrapping up for the toe 7 front to front, which is the first one we're going to see of today, and I believe probably this whole tournament. So, toe 7 front to front, very nice. Smoothly transitions into her toe wake back-to-backs. Some more surface back-to-backs into the toe 5 front. Laura is a seriously fast toe tricker. Very nice toe wake ho. What else has she got? A nice toe wake back. Throwing in some side slides. Disappointing about that first pass, because, you know, that could have been a massive score. That toe pass was almost perfect. I couldn't see the judges knocking any trick of that toe pass. That was, yeah, textbook toe pass.
Yeah, as you saw there with the fist in the air at the end of the pass, and she was happy with that one. So sure that'll be a good. She'll be in a good spot for our final, and she'll go even harder in the final. But next on the water, last skier of this division is Christy Appleton. We saw younger sister Selena before with a clean pass. Christy placed second in tricks at the Junior World Championships, alongside taking first in overall, second in jump. So she knows her way around the trick ski quite well, and I'm sure she's got a few flips and a strong toe pass in her repertoire.
If we just see in the corner of that screen, we have Finn Mitchell, our first under 17 boy off the dock. He'll be getting all hyped up. But at the moment, we have Christy Appleton. She is in the water. That Malibu TXI. I'm almost going to say, I reckon at the moment it is my favourite boat. It is my favourite boat to ski behind. She's an awesome all-round, all-three event boat. Here we have Christy Appleton electing to go with her hand pass first. Starting with a ski line back. Very difficult, high-scoring trick into the wake back-to-back sequence. More back-to-backs. Wake 5 front to the back. Another wake 5 front. Nice wake back now. Here we go into the flips. The big scoring tricks. That's a regular back flip. There is a reverse. Through 5 back, 5 front, and an O. Drops the handle, but I don't know. I reckon that last O may have been out of time, so that is going to be a massive hand pass for Christy Appleton.
Yeah, you talk about that ski line back to open. That is such a precision trick. You know, it uses your whole body, and it's really a hard trick to do, let alone open on. A lot of pressure for that, but you know, she did it perfectly. And it set up a beautiful pass there, which I'm sure she'll be happy with. PB of over 5,500 points, 5,560, alongside a jump PB of 45.6. But I think she's up over that 46 metre mark from Moomba. We've got a nice skiers bio filled out from her here, so that's what we appreciate. Apparently, her special talent is that she's actually smart. So there you go.
All right, well, that's great to hear from Christy. Also, I actually know this. I didn't even have to look at her skiers bio. She hasn't put her favourite song. She's just put her favourite artist, Taylor Swift. She is a massive Swiftie. I know the Aussie Kiwi a few years ago fell at a terrible time for her. She did have to miss out on the Taylor Swift concert. But look, these young athletes, skiing is everything to them.
They sacrifice so much, don't they, Fletch? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Even the die-hard Swiftie fans.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but, skiing comes first. She also loves silk PJs and togs, which I didn't even know they made silk togs. But Christy clearly likes them. Tricking on the radar. Some excellent trick skiers out there on the radar. Joel Poland. This event is sponsored by Radar, so it's good to see the Radar skis getting some good use.
You say that, Radar does produce a lot of the top athletes in this sport at the moment. But anyway, I'll hand it over to you. Christy Appleton toe pass.
Opening with a beautiful toe fly back into the toe wake back-to-backs. As we see in the reverse, clean surface back-to-backs. And a few of the surface spins there. Grabs the line. Toe wake O. Keeps it going. Toe line O. Stands it up. And a toe wake line back. Just falling on the toe wake line back. But that toe wake line O, that's a big trick. That is an excellent pass from Chrissy. I'm sure she'll be pleased with that.
Oh, I'm going to call it. I reckon if she just would have got that toe line back, that would have been up near a PB. I'm going to say that would have broken that 6K barrier. That is a massive toe run. We've just been told from the chief judge that there will be a slight delay between under 17 or between this division and boys tricks. But yeah, just looking at that replay, Christy was rocketing through that pass. Let's have a look at this toe line O in slow-mo. That is a perfect toe line O. There is absolutely nothing. You could not fault a thing about it. Nice toe line back. Just lost the rope. But I don't know. I reckon I haven't seen a score. I haven't seen a score from the other girls, but I guarantee that will be enough to put her in the top seed position for the next round and a solid overall score.
Yeah, that was good. Excellent division of tricking from the girls there. As we move to the under 17 boys. We've got a few of them sitting around the commentary tower here. They might want to think about getting ready, They're not as high up the list as they think they are, so I think they need to start getting themselves together, get focused, and start analysing these conditions as that wind is swung around to pretty much a direct headwind straight down the lake. So good conditions for their jump, but they're going to have to think about their trick passes, work out what they want to do first. And yeah, Finn Mitchell first off the dock just after this break.
I believe Finn did get a new PB just recently after Moomba. Finn 2.5K, I believe we are now calling him. Hang on, we are just having a look.
We've got a very filled out skiers bio from Finn. He says his training PB is up over 4,000 points, but his comp PB is only 2110. But he did say it was 2160 or something just last weekend.
How do we reckon that 4,000 was worked out? Do you reckon that was over a 20-minute set, or what do we reckon?
Well, I heard they pull out some scores from Bedrock. The judging isn't very reliable, so you never know what might happen there. That's his home club, home site, Bedrock. Of course, son of Jamie Mitchell, the president of Waterski South Australia. And it's good to see a few of the South Australians out in numbers this Nationals.
Finn is also, he hasn't added in his special talents, but Finn is probably the smartest person I know. He spent about 4 days with me, and my English grade went from about a 50 to about a 70 within a week. He is an academic weapon, put it that way.
Yeah, that's very true. He sent me a message just last week He was like, oh, crazy moment. He's talking about how the nerdy kid of his year got 56 out of 57 on the physics exam. And then he goes to open up his and he sees that it's 57 out of 57. And yeah, safe to say that definitely one of the smartest people. He does 2 different forms of maths, which one isn't enough for me, but he's gone for 2 of the hardest you can do. Alongside he's in uni and he's 17 years of age.
So, yeah, I believe Finn is studying accounting at university. We'll just have a bit more of a read through the skier's bio. He's a very good slalomer. We've been hyping up his tricks, but his slalom is on a whole nother level compared to his tricking. 3.5 and 11 is his tournament PB. Now that, for those of you who don't know a lot about slalom, that is a score to really compete with the pros. Anything on the 11 meter line is a massive score. So Finn is a very talented slalomer, but also his trick skiing is coming right up.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're watching this one. It's definitely one for the books. Apparently, I don't know if this is still true, but it was one point where he was Ryan Green's favourite trick skier. It could still be. But yeah, that just shows you the quality and art that we're about to witness.
Yeah, if Ryan Green is listening, I'd like him to send us a message of his top 3 favourite trick skiers, and I am 100% sure Finn is definitely making the top 3.
Yeah, talk about his slalom as well. He always lets me know his PB is actually 5 at 11. You know, he's always talking. He never refers to it as a training PB. It's this PB from Darwin, Berry Springs, 5 at 11. He's always letting me know. He's keen to run that 11 for his slalom. He's long. He's tall. I think he's about 6'3". So it doesn't make it easy for the tricks on the trick ski, but he still makes it work, doesn't he, Fletch?
Yeah, and I believe he's actually on a. We were talking about this when I was in Perth. He's not even on the biggest size trick ski they make. I'm bang on 6 foot, and I'm on a 2-inch bigger trick skier than him. So, really, if you got a bigger trick ski, I don't know. I think for every inch of trick ski you go up, maybe could be an extra 1,000 points. So I don't know.
Yeah, they do say that, and you see down here on his skier's bio, for his trick ski, he's got some job, you know. So he's been on it for a long time. He doesn't even know what it is. Doesn't know how long it is. And
all right, so we've just got massive news from Ryan Green. Everyone listen to this. So Ryan Green has stated his 3 favourite trick skiers. He's got number 3, Joel Poland. Number 2, Alexei Zernashek, the former world record holder. And number 1, Finn Mitchell. So I think that is already, that's before he's even tricked, I think that's worth of a round of applause, because that is a massive top 3 to make.
Yeah, just again, it shows the quality that Finn is able to produce. And yeah, like Fletcher said, if we can get him on a bigger trick ski, Jamie, if you're listening, maybe I need to pull out the bank details and purchase Finn a bigger trick ski to bring that score up over 13,000 points. I think we might see it.
And also, just a massive shout out to our sponsors here: Malibu Boats Australia, United Astron, Osmac Apprenticeships. Obviously, a big thanks to Waterski Queensland for running the event, HPS Property Services, Radar Skis, Action Horizons, and Ski North Barbinda. So yeah, obviously these events cannot run without our sponsors. They are absolutely massive to keeping this sport going and keeping these events as big as they are. So yeah, if you happen to go past Noel Gordon from Malibu, go and have a chat to him. He's a awesome guy. And yeah, make sure to thank him very much, because without Malibu Boats and all the other sponsors here at this event, it wouldn't happen.
Yeah, they put on a good show for us. Really appreciate it. Something else about Finn, he hates movies, but Top Gear is an elite show. He likes doesn't mind a TV show, but he hates movies. So there you go.
And also, just remember, we have got the live stream chat up, so make sure to send through any messages, ask for any shout outs.
Yeah, we're reading these chats, keeping an eye on them. So if anyone's got anything to say, any support for our skiers here, then we'll make sure to pass on the message. All right, so this Nationals wouldn't happen without a lovely site here, Stoney Park. Been in operation for a long time, and actually we've got one of the stones here down at the commentary tower, Tiger. Tiger, you know, what are your thoughts on the Nationals being back at Stoney Park?
Yeah, it's pretty good. You know, it's a good facility to have it.
Yeah, you know, your family's done so much lovely stuff for the tournament, helped us put on a lovely Nationals, and you're also up in this division for the under 17 boys tricks. So how are you feeling ahead of your first round of tricks?
Yeah, pretty good.
Is that all you've got to say?
Yeah.
Right. Well, thanks to Tiger, thanks to all the stones for this beautiful facility we have here. We've also got the Aqua Park over on the other lake. So if anyone gets a little bit bored during these Nationals, the Aqua Park's a lovely place to go for a dip.
All right, so we have just been given the all clear by the judges tower for that Malibu 2025 TXI to bring on the first skier, Finn Mitchell. Said by many people to be ranked in the top 3 best trick skiers of all time. Really. All right, Big Finn, he's starting off with some huge wake jumps.
He loves to get the crowd amped. You know, he embodies the spirit of a wakeboarder when he gets on the trick ski. Huge airs, you know, really enthusiastic. But here we go, opening with the nice little wake sequence that we've seen. Good way to start. So you just so much air, so much easy, makes it easy for the judges to judge his tricks here. Few waked back-to-backs. Into his Wakos. Oh, just falling on the reverse Wako.
Finn. Oh, very, very uncommon fall by Finn on that reverse Wako. Disappointing from Finn. Some say, the wise words of Poppy Bressington has said she's never seen Finn fall on a trick ski. So this is a very rare occasion for this to happen. But he's looking at us in the commentator booth. Give us a wave, Finn.
Yeah.
There he is.
Something
Just look at
else
this
to note.
replay of those wake back-to-backs. Wow, wee. The air. Even that first Wako. I've never... No tip drag, no nothing. That was massive.
Something else to note, this under 17 boys tricks division I think it might be the biggest one we've got. There's 13 boys here. So it's what you love to see. The junior divisions filled out to the max. And Finn starting off with a bang for these boys.
All right, Finny Mitch. Hitting another wake jump. So, Finn Mitchell, he has elected to do a second hand pass. Now, some say he does this to give the competition a better shot coming close to him. So, starts off with some huge awake jumps, as we've seen in pass number 1. Boat driver Gary has called his come through the green buoy. All right. Finn Mitchell, second pass, starting off with surface O's into the 5 back. Looks like we're going to see a reverse 5 back. Very technical trick. 5 front, back, another 5 front. Now we're going to see a 7. Yes, we are. Absolute perfect 7. Finn Mitchell stomping it down into a wake 5. Oh, just goes down. Wow, that honestly awesome performance from Finn. Looked like he had a great time out there. All the South Australians get on the bank, cheer him on.
Yeah, you've almost got to feel a little bit bad for the judges having to judge a run like that. It's a lot of spinning, stop, spin, stop, spin. Gets pretty confusing trying to pick out what trick is what, you know, where he stopped and where he kept going. See, they just called for the boat to hold, so I'm sure it's for the judges to figure it out. But, yeah, thanks for that one, Finn.
Next, we do have Rory Haberman from Queensland. Now, for those of you who don't know, Rory Haberman's mum, Emma Haberman, formerly going by Emma Shears, she was one of the legends of not just Australia water skiing, but water skiing in general. I know she was overall champion for many years. And yeah, so I'm sure Emma and Rick will be watching Rory about to go and stand up some 2 awesome runs. I do follow Rory on Instagram. He does do some pretty big flips on that D3 ski. I believe Rory does have a skier's bio, so we'll have to get to know a little bit more about Rory.
He does. He's got a trick PB of 22.60, just a little bit more than Finn. So, you know, sure we might see a little bit more from him as he's wrapping up for the Waco for his first trick. Jack Sutherland now behind the wheel. He's taken over for this division.
All right, Rory. Awesome Waco into that wake back-to-back sequence. Stomping down some back-to-backs. Into now the surface spins. Awesome tricking so far. Right, edges out. Let's see this big flip. Oh, just bum checks and pings the handle. Oh, that is disappointing for Rory. He was all over that.
Just, yeah, looking at the skier's profile here, Rory tells us that he would want to be stuck in an elevator with Sadie Ferguson because she's hot. And she's also his pin person. So, you know, whether or not he wrote that, it's whatever. But, yeah.
I know there's a lot of dodgy people at Auski at the moment. Jake Highland, I'm sure he would have had something to do with that. Looks like, so Rory is from Coolum Beach. As we said before, he skis at Auski.
Lives there too. It's his
yeah, he
home
lives
site.
there too. Yep. All right. What do you reckon? Should we tell them Corey's joke?
Yeah, righto, Fletch. Give it to us.
All right. So Rory's joke is: I'm reading a horror story in Braille. Something bad is going to happen. I can feel it.
Not sure if that might be a dig at blind people. You know, it could be seen as mildly offensive, but anyway.
No, I love that. That is a. And it looks like Rory is going to be doing a second-hand pass. Sadie is in the boat, pinning for him, along with the driver, Jack Sullivan, and I cannot see who the filmer is, but all the crew, all the judges, everyone, all the event officials all doing a fantastic job here. So make sure if you are going past them, do go and have a chat to them. Go thank them for the event, because without all these people volunteering as officials, these events wouldn't happen. But anyway, here we have Rory Haberman, pass number 2.
Same thing as Finn. He's gone for the second hand pass. He likes his hand tricks. Few good tricks on the wake sequence there. Back to back with the fronts. A few spins here. And I'm sure he'll be going for his flip. Yeah, there it is. He's going for the flip again. Good idea. It's big points, big 500 points. And a few backs and fronts to finish out. But yeah, I'm sure he'll be happy with that one. Snuck the flip in, which is good to see.
Yeah, that was awesome. Rory got through that second pass, and that was a massive flip. That 2025 Malibu TXI launched him off the top of that wake. I'm always going to say, I'm saying it still, is at the moment in water skiing, the Malibu 2025 TXI is the best trick wake in the game. I love it. And it looks like all our competitors here are tricking awesome behind it. So, well done to Rory. It looks like next we're going to have from Korea, Min Choi. I know he's been skiing at Oski. Obviously training partner with Rory, Sadie and Jake Highland, better known as Crackers.
We've got a good skis profile here from me. Skiing in under 17 boys from Seoul, South Korea. Skis at Oski with the rest of the crew there. But I think they're just holding for a review of Rory's score there. Hopefully not too long.
So a bit more about Min. His favourite fruit is rice. He loves the Lion King film. He's a very solid 3-eventer. His bests are half on the 12-metre line. He's tricked 2,040 points and jumped 30.7. So all round, great overall skier. I'd like to know where he sort of fits in the rankings with other Korean skiers, because I feel like he'd probably be one of the best in the country.
Yeah, I'd say so.
He's wrote down here for the question, if you were a dog, which breed would you be? He said a poodle. Now, I think that might have something to do with his hair. He's got some very long hair. Now, do we have any scores from the girls' tricks? We'll just have a quick look. Last time we checked, they hadn't updated yet. All right, okay, so we do have some tricks from the girls. So while we wait for Min to come into course, Christy Appleton, 5,810. She will be your top seed going into the final, followed by Laura Hayes with 4,830, Daisy Green with 4,690, and Selena Appleton with 4,090. All right, so we've just had word from the chief judge. Looks like we're going to be having to re-ride Rory's second pass. I'm not exactly sure. It looks like there's some technical issues with the camera towards the end of his pass. But anyway, this gives Corey a good shot at having another go, trying to improve his score a little bit more. His second pass was good, but, I think he can only improve from there. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I think the camera just missed those last few tricks he did after his huge flip out, way out on the side of the boat, which is unfortunate, but gives him a chance to put up a better score, which I'm sure he'll be looking to do. Thank you and good luck to Fletcher Green. He's got to go get ready for his trick. He's top seed for the under 17 boys division, so a lot of focus and determination goes into putting out a big score, hopefully up over that 8,000 point mark. So you're going to see some big flips later on. And if anyone's interested in helping out in commentary, we need 2 people to come down to help out, as I have also got to go trick soon. And there's an open spot to fill right now. So if you're interested, come down and we'll get you set up. All right, so they've just brought Rory back down the far end to rewrite his second pass. He'd be looking to improve on his score. So he does have a protected score up until his flip. So I'm sure he'd be looking to do everything again, sneak in those last couple tricks that they just missed out on. Here comes that stunning Malibu back into the course for Rory's rewrite. So it's fortunate that he does have that protected score, but I'm sure he'll hopefully put up a score bigger than the one we saw before, opening with the same wake sequence. A few backs and fronts there. More surface spins. Fives, yeah. Clean tricking as he goes up for the flip. That's so unfortunate. Just slipping out on the flip. But, yeah, unfortunate for Rory, but does have that. It is just the first round, so...
So why did he get a re-ride? What happened?
The camera missed the few tricks he did after the flip in that second round.
Is it a protected score? Did he do better?
I'm not sure. I think it was protected up until the flip. Or was the flip protected as well? It was. Okay. So, yes, he did get the flip for that first pass. So, it's still a good score for him. I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
Finn Mitchell interview. So, how did your trick set go?
Yeah, pretty good, thank you.
And... Thanks, Finn. Are you confident going into the final?
Look, not quite the first round I was looking for. You know, the final, lots of pressure is on to perform well. Of course, whoever performs the best will win. I would love to take home a podium position in under-17 boys trick. I'm not feeling as confident as I was coming into the tournament, but I think I can come back over the next few days, man.
Alright, so we've gone straight into the next skier. It's Min Choi from Seoul, representing Korea, opening with some clean spins, clean tricks through that wake sequence that we see. We've seen him all do it, but it's a good way to start your run. Oh, just dropping the handle on that wake 5. That would have been some big points. Finn, what are your thoughts?
Well, look, I must say his hair is a great favour to everyone watching, especially after his slalom. It indicated what the wind conditions were like out on the course. Of course, his very long, luscious hair.
Indeed, the wind conditions are swinging around. It's swung back to a head cross from that straight head it was a few moments ago, like for your set there, Finn. How did the wind feel out there?
Yeah, look, I didn't really take notice of it that much, so I don't think it affected my performance as much.
It's good to hear.
I mean, he actually only knows 25 letters of the alphabet, Hayden.
I don't know why.
We'll have to ask him when he comes back. Min actually has a few special talents, of course. He can speak Korean, he's written here on his skills bio. And his favourite food is rice, so no doubt last night he enjoyed a nice dish of rice to prepare him for his performances today.
Yes, I hope that he'll be able to speak Korean, seeing as he lives in Korea, representing Korea. It's good to see some foreigners joining us for the Aussie Nationals here. Of course, Min skiing up at Waterski. I think he spent a bit of time up there, hasn't he? Someone. For months. Alright, so he's been at Waterski probably for pretty much all of the Aussie summer.
Here we go, Min coming back into the course, of course. Jack Sutherland behind the wheel of the response to TXI now. Gary Pollock's been moved to head bartender at Malibu's this afternoon. Of course, a fine selection of his own beverages from his cellar at home have been transported down here to Port Macquarie. I know Declan Nolan will be there for opening.
Min opened with the toe there. Slight bobble, but he's gathered himself. And he's putting up some nice toe tricks here. A few slides, backs, fronts. Goes for the wake back. And the front. Clean tricking. Clean as you like. I think that's all he's got. But yeah, very clean pass.
We do have some trick scores. Of course, myself tricking 2,010 points. A commendable effort, if I may say so myself. And Rory Haberman with 2,050. He's just got me by a side slide there.
Just think, Finn, if you stood up that Waco, you would have had 2,300, which is a huge score for you. Well over the PB.
No, only just.
No.
My training PB quite high if you have a look at my skills.
Oh, we did have a look, but I'm not sure the credibility of that score coming from
unfortunately,
Bedrock.
I haven't been able to make the pass in tournament. Yes, yet.
All right, next skier is Dylan Wright, coming from Cairns. See if we've got his sheet up here. Hopefully we do.
Dylan tells me he's very passionate about carving soap. He often makes small sculptures, perhaps a Paddington bear or a small slalom ski out of the soap bars at home. It's his recent hobby he's discovered.
An incredible slalom skier. He's got a PB of 3.5 on the 10.7. A whole pass in front of you, Finn. So,
hang on.
And I think it Trick's PB's up higher than yours as well.
It's an equal trick PB.
Okay, equal. But Dylan's come a long way in the past sort of 2 years. His slalom score has just well, in the past year, really, his slalom score has just increased by like 5 passes. So
To
maybe
the question, who would he like to be stuck in a lift with? He says he wouldn't want to be stuck in a lift at all, especially with someone, which is an interesting response.
favorite color is blue. Good color to have.
Last year, throughout the off-season, he actually trained heavily in the school library. He did represent his school for chess. He was on the school chess team. A keen chess player he is. He often opens with E4.
He's copying Finn with some huge wakos to start.
I think you'll find there a wake jump.
Wake jump, sorry. Thanks for the correction. Opening with the hands in the wake sequence. Clean tricking. Few wake back-to-backs to throw in towards the end of his run. Here we go. Come on, Dylan. Chucks the flip. I'm not sure. I don't think he's not landed that flip yet, but he's getting closer. Some say he's going to work on his tricks over the off-season. But, yeah, it's just that he's a tidy 3 event skier. Jump PB 37.5. So a little bit shy of that 5'6" rating. But, yeah, that slalom score is definitely something to look out for. Especially for the open men in the future.
As we wait for the TXI to come and pick Dylan back up, let's just have a look through our sponsors, shall we, Hayden? Of course, we have got Radar Skis, Action Horizons. They are your partners in action. Ski North Babinda, Waterski Queensland, Osmac Apprenticeships, Gold Coast Generators and Electrical, Holt Property Services, United Astron, and Malibu Boats.
Yeah, putting together a fabulous tournament for us. Really, it couldn't be done without him, and it really is. It's been a good tournament so far. A little bit of rain has stopped us every now and then, but we're still getting through it. Hopefully, I don't have to jump in the dark, but yeah. Dylan's favourite food is burgers, and he tricks on a quantum. There you go.
Of course, strange things can happen up in far North Queensland, and a common occurrence around Babinda is a quantum being stuck in a tree, as Georgie Cooper knows very well.
I've heard that happen down in Latrobe too.
It seems wherever the quantum goes, so does the myth that surrounds it. Christine just struggling to handle the dog in front of the judging tower there. It tied itself around a stake.
All right, here comes Dylan for his second pass with the rope on toe. Now, I think we're going to see some good stuff from Dylan. He's tidy on the trick ski, but opens with the toe wake back and the front. Ooh, don't know if that was credit.
We do have to be quite careful you get the ski in the air for the entire movement for a wake trick to be counted.
But a few back-to-backs thrown at the end. I think he's going to take it off, and he's still got more. Yeah, Waco, and he's going for the flip again. Switch to the TV. Just chucked it.
Grab his ski there. He's gone for a
grab
of some sort. Extra 10 points.
Okay, nice tricking from Dylan. I reckon he'd still be happy with that pass. But of course, tricks isn't his strong point.
Next up, we have the plumber from Bendigo, Oscar McNamara.
Big Oscar.
Of course, he's currently completing his apprenticeship in plumbing. Very skilled tradesman he is. Of course, he's been quite busy at work recently and was unable to complete his skier's bio. Of course, if you haven't done your skills bio yet, there is still time. Please fill it out either on your phone, send it through, or bring it down, or even just come down and we'll write one out for you. Shout out to Steve on the live stream, of course, provided by Gus and Axial Production Services. Steve from WA. Holly, what did you want to say about Steve?
Hey Steve, this is Holly Lusop here. Thanks for watching. Go WA.
Oh, hang on, we've got some questions coming through on the group chat. So Naomi Sachs says, "Go Finn."
That would be my auntie, yes.
Well, good to see your family supporting, even if it's on the live stream. Lucas Cornell asks, Hayden, who's your favourite trick boat driver? It's a tough question to answer.
I know for Billy Bressington, Lucas Cornell is definitely her least favourite trick boat driver. For he once flung her into an island almost.
But here's Osk with his good wake back-to-backs, good tricking. Osk also is not super known for his trick, but he's tidy on the tricks here. You know, he's got a few flips in his pocket. Just a bit of a nosedive on that flip there. But yeah, Osk slalom is really what he's known for.
When he's not busy on the tools, Oscar is actually a fashion enthusiast. Of course, he's got a big presence in Depop, where he's always buying, selling, and trading fashionable items.
Anyway, to answer Lucas's question, I'd have to say it's a really tough question to answer. You know, Finn, because there's so many beautiful contenders out there. Let me think.
Hello, Ant. This is Holly Lusop here. We hope you're watching, and we all just wanted to say hi.
Indeed, we all did. Of course, we have quite a large Western Australian presence before us here at the central commentary position. Daisy Green, perhaps you'd like to say a few words on your skiing.
Yeah, Daisy, I'll come ask you a few questions. Why are you running away?
It would appear, unfortunately, Daisy has run away with rapid speed. Oscar is back up on the water and will spin around at the far end before returning for his second pass.
Daisy, come back.
Of course, Oscar is our fifth skier in the category. We do have 13 in under 17 boys tricks, and as we continue down the list, the quality of the skiing is only improving by the minute. Oscar is returning with rope on toe.
Yeah, to see this second toe pass for Oscar. Opens with the back and the front. Wake back and wake front. Pretty clean to start off. He's gone back to
struggling with the rear kicker a little bit there.
I'm sure, yeah. He's going to pull out a few flips here. He's unfortunate that he fell. And that first is, just casing the wake and tripping up again. Unfortunately, he's done that for his second pass as well.
Very gladly, Billy Bressington has just delivered her skiers bio, where it appears a few mistakes have been made. She originally thought she was in under 21 girls, but she has since corrected to under 21 women's. Commendable effort. Of course, if any of you have not filled out your skiers bio, please bring it down. Billy, whilst you're here, why would you want to be stuck in the lift with Ryan Reynolds? What was that, Poppy? She appears quite reluctant to announce to the audience her true reasoning behind it. Next on the water, we have young Mitchy Bray, of course, skiing out of Bridgewater in Victoria. If you are looking to follow his dad on Instagram, his handle is Leroy Brayski. I'm pretty sure.
Indeed it is. Physio, isn't he? Old Lee?
You'd have to tell me.
I think he is. Yeah, he is. He's helped out a few skiers over the time with few unfortunate injuries in the tournaments, but
No doubt, Mitch, his body is at the highest standards coming into round 1 of the
indeed
trip.
it is. As Lee is actually his pinner, you can see in the boat there. I'm
Lee
sure
is
he'll
adopting
be
a very comfortable stance. You know, some pinners you see are leaning forwards, quite hesitant, but Lee, he feels calm and in control. Of course, the rope is on the pole for this first pass. Mitch's hands pass as he warms up with a few large weight jumps.
All right, let's see what Mitch has got. Opening with a Waco. A few wake back-to-backs. I'm sure we'll head into the wake sequence here. As we see all skiers do. Clean as you like. And flips towards the end of his pass. Just slipping out the back again. Unfortunate, but still a tidy pass nonetheless.
Just after Billy Bressington has delivered her skiers by, Poppy has brought hers down too. So we thank Poppy for that. She has left half of it empty, although one of the sections she has filled out is how she'd like to be stuck in the lift with Drew Starkey, although she has not said why. Here, Poppy, perhaps you could elaborate.
No.
Will, would you also like to be stuck in the lift with Drew Starkey?
I gotta think about that one.
Oh, we'll let you have a think.
Will, why haven't you filled out a skis profile, Will? Well, I'm not sure where you get one, but
Yeah, we'll make you up.
We'll make
one
you one.
just now, Will.
You can fill it out for us. Anyone have a pen that they can bring to the commentary tower?
No,
We've
we
got
have a
one,
pen.
never
We
mind.
have many.
There you go, Will. Yeah.
So running through the rest of the list, we have, after Mitch Bray returns in the second pass, we will have Stone Tiger, of course, the local telepoint man himself, followed by Bryce Smith, Jagger King, Ethan Roberts, Nate Pigden, who would be Tiger's boyfriend, Callum and Fletcher Green. Fashion seems to be a common occurrence amongst the under-17 boys, of course. As we touched on earlier, Oscar does have a Depop account, and I've just been informed Tiger Stone has his own eBay shop where he sells cologne and belts. Of course, Stoneware by Tiger Stone.
As for Mitch Bray, he's coming in for his second pass, rope on toe. See, Lee is still adopting the relaxed stance as he sits back in his chair, holding onto that pin.
You see Jack Sutherland trying to grow a bit of facial hair there from the driver's cam, reflecting the sun nicely.
Wind's dropped a little bit for him. It's a little bit gusty out almost. Dropped for him nicely, but I know Mitch has got a nice toe pass in his repertoire. It's sort of
for you, Hayden.
It's sort of what he's known for, his trick skiing, or at least just what I know. He's wrapping up for probably a toe 5 back, I'd say. Yes, he does. Clean toe 5 back into the back-to-backs. A few more backs and fronts.
Great young
And
kid, Mitch is.
Wake back-to-back. That's a nice trick to have. Front, slide. Toe in, just falling out the back, but still, despite missing that, that's a big trick, that toe wrap in, but despite missing that, I'm sure he'll still be happy. It was a good pass. Clean pass. I'm sure he'll
Great
be happy
kid,
with that.
Mitch is. He's always smiling around the lake. Great to have around. Next up, we do have Tiger Stone now. I hear when he's working on the aqua park in the kiosk, he wears one of his own scents. Kiosk by Tiger Stone.
Oh,
and speaking of the aqua park, we have a few fellas just pulling in front down here now.
Of course, we've got manager of the Aqua Park, Brocky, alongside two of his young workers, both Finn Oxley and Ethan Batchelor. Good to see some some faces around here at this lovely event. All right, so now Tiger up for his toe pass. Of course, Jace in the boat as his pin man.
Of course, we've got a few of Tiger's co-workers here. Perhaps you could say a few words about him, Rocky.
Yeah, come on, Tiger, you've got this. Been training for a while, mate.
Of course, Tiger. He actually did he break? I think he broke. Was he broke his hand or something? Wrist. I don't know if he broke it or fractured it just recently, a few weeks ago. Pretty unfortunate, but he's made him a nice comeback just in time for national. I think just a week or two ago he started skiing
use
again.
His cast as a good excuse to start conversations with a few women, both on the park and at school.
But a clean opening with the wake sequence. Tiger is a clean tricker. He's nice and explosive on that trick ski. And he knows these waters well.
Last year at Nationals, I did take Tiger down in the trick contest, so I look forward to the final round to see who the true better tricker is.
And a nice stand-up pass for Tiger there.
Ethan, what's your thoughts on that first pass?
He's a lovely man.
Okay, I didn't quite ask you about your thoughts for Tiger, but it's good that we heard them as well. No doubt you and Nate Pigton share similar feelings to Tiger. I looked on the deck. Yeah, I was like...
So unfortunately, don't have a skis bio for Tiger, but you know I think we know enough about him. You know, he says that he did he quit skiing or took a break for a year or two, and came back just I think it was 2 years ago, just before Perth Nationals. He came back to the sport. Very committed, very determined to do well. So sitting about in the middle of this under-17 boys division. It's a good spot to be. I think his PB's up over 3,000 points. So definitely some decent trick skiing. Alright, here comes Tiger for his second pass. Rope on toe, he's wrapped up. I reckon we'll see toe 5 here.
Of course, Nate Pigton is trying to distract Tiger with his warm-up technique on the bike, his routine.
With the toe to start, a few backs and fronts, a few slides, back-to-backs. He's going to go for that toe wake back-to-back. Oh, that was clean. And the front. And that's all he's got. Clean pass. Good tricking from Tiger there. 2 stand-up runs is what you like to see. It's an excellent score to put down for the preliminary round. I'm sure it'll be in a good spot for the finals. Righto, next skier up, Bryce Smith from Brisbane. I don't think we have a skis profile for Bryce, but one thing I can tell you about him is that he loves the gym. I think you can see that about him as well. He's a big unit. Oh, we do have one for Bryce. Here we go. Trick PB up over 3,000 points as well. 32.50. Trick's on a nice D3.
Bryce Smith, he does like to train in the gym a lot at home with the boys. He's also a good rugby player, I hear. Here we go. Of course, his home site is the Kawangba Waterski zone. Dad Gary Smith is heading up the committee to organise this national championships. We do see him riding there in the boat on release.
Very fast from Bryce here.
Bryce
And
does
here we
like
go.
to- yes,
Few
he
line
likes
tricks.
to make use of the line tricks. Probably the only tricker we'll see make use of them in the under-17 boys category.
And a flip at the end. Oh, he just chucks it. As I always say, there's a bit of a chant going on. They got going at Junior Wells.
Remind me, Hayden, what was it now?
Bryce is known for his line tricks. The balls on the line is what they say. So committed. Shows his commitment to the to this trick ski, and that was fast. Good pass from Bryce.
Quite a risky move. This is the line back and line front.
And something to know about Bryce, if he was stuck in an elevator, he would want to be stuck with Drake, because chats with him could give me valuable insights into hard work, perseverance, and the importance of staying true to oneself. It'd also be a chance to hear stories about his experience and the people he's met over the years.
And no doubt Bryce will be one of the people who will tell others about the time he spent in the lift. Of course, he thinks he's a German Shepherd.
No, he doesn't think he's a German Shepherd. He's saying that if he was a dog breed, that's what he would be.
No, he thinks he is.
But his special talent is that he's a pretty good fisherman.
What's the best way to watch a fly fishing tournament, Hayden?
Live stream.
Of course, he has a trick personal best of 3,250. A very commendable effort.
Also a very tidy 3-event skier. Slalom 3 at 11. Trick up over 3,000 and jump 43.4. So he's got a lot to offer for the across the 3 events.
He does enjoy lasagna as his favourite food, and he loves a few movies. Though when it comes to colours, he's just black. Just black.
Which is funny enough you say that. It's actually a shade, you know?
Oh. Let's not get too technical. I know you're an art student, Hayden, but Hayden, tell us, you've just done your barista qualifications. Will we see you in the double cart diner this week?
Just one moment. Let's see Bryce's toe pass. He's wrapped up for probably a toe 5 back. I reckon. I know he's got it in him. And yeah, there it is. Clean toe 5 back into the back-to-backs. Just unfortunately falling out the back there. You hate to see it for Bryce, but
quite disappointed he was, but
you
still
know,
a commendable first round, and there's still plenty of opportunity on Saturday.
yes. I think the trick final's on. Is it? Okay.
Nonetheless, Hayden, will we see you in the double cut diner volunteering your time on the coffee machine?
Well, as a beginner barista, my skills may not be put to use. I'm not sure how well I can put together a coffee for all these fine people here. You know.
No doubt they wouldn't mind a young man trying his trade out and learning whilst he's volunteering for his favourite sport.
Perhaps I could put some time in there.
That'll be a time well spent.
It's good to see Team Queensland supporting Bryce after his trick. You know, a few of them down there supporting him.
Now, of course, I can see from up here that the next skier is Jagger King. How can I see his bleached blonde hair? It's practically white. I hear Coco Cuts, as Ashwin, one of Tiger Stone's mates, has lined him up for $15 just before the comp. He's looking very suave, ready for presentation night.
Yeah, he was just cut and just bleached very recently, which is why it's so bright and radiating. Everyone might need to put their sunnies on as he comes down.
I
through
see
street
Jack
path here.
Sutherland just flicking his sunnies down for the mirror in the boat is blinding him. We do see on the dock one of the third of the trio, Nate Pigton. Of course, Nate, Tiger, and Jagger are all very, very close with one another. I hear an electrician was actually at the Stone family house the other day, and he's walked into Tiger's room early in the morning. There is Tiger and Nate in bed together, shirtless under the sheets. Here we go, Jagger King opening with wake back-to-backs. He's going to go into the front and back wake sequence. No, he's not. He's just throwing the flip down, and he's fallen early. Jagger King. As you can see, he dives under the water to say a few choice words before rising to reflect upon his first pass. We've actually got a guest commentator here in the tower.
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Riley Went, and I am joining Finn Mitchell in the commentary.
A pleasure it is to have you join me.
It is.
Of course, we do see Coach James King standing in the boat, showing Jagger how it's done. Of course, an experienced barefooter he is, running Central West Diesel out in Forbes. Good family business. You do see a Silverado getting around the site, a silver Silverado. This is most likely James King. Give us a wave. Yes, there we go.
Righto, mate, here we go.
Just having a look at the scores so far. We have got Min on 1970, Dylan 1470, probably not quite what Dylan wanted. Oscar 1190. Of course, we are trending downwards there. But Mitch Bray with a strong 2450 and Tiger Stone with 3160. That will put Tiger in the lead so far. Yeah, so currently Tiger will be the top seed for the final round, although no doubt that will be changed in the coming minutes. Jagger coming in for his second pass, starting with a positional backwheel here. Not quite. He's landed his flip. That's a good start. He's thrown the reverse. 2 down. Now he's turned back. Back to front. That's 3. Front to back 4. Oh, that's superb tricking. Can't say I've ever seen Jagger land so many flips. So fine pass. No doubt he'll be wanting a bit more, but he'll be happy enough with that. I'm gonna go. After under 17 boys tricks, we will have under 21 men's tricks, and then followed by over 21 men's jump, under 12 girls jump, and a few other jumps. So please stick around this afternoon. Move down this end of the lake and watch some good jumping. You could be sitting in the Malibu's Water Edge Bar. Brian, give us a wave. Malibu's. $8 espresso martinis. Perhaps the head bartender can inform us of what we have on offer this afternoon. Yeah, here with the head bartender. What do you have on offer?
The special of the day is an espresso martini.
Tell me, how much will that set a overage person back?
A moderate $8.
$8. Too cheap, it's been called. Well, perhaps the quality is in question, but please head down to Malibu's. We have Ethan Roberts coming into the course now. 2 flips down as he's gone to the front to back. Almost gone out the front, but he's recovered. He'll have to work hard to get back within the 20 seconds. Or just unable to there. Ethan Roberts is a really good young lad from Brisbane. You'll see him get around in a small green Hilux. That's his pride and joy. Comes Ethan Roberts for his second pass. It'll be interesting to see whether he does toes or hands again. Of course, some people choose to do their hands pass again if they did not succeed on the first attempt. It would appear Ethan has elected that option. Opening with wake back-to-backs. Nice little wake formation. Of course, wake tricks are worth more than surface tricks, and now he's back into the flips. He's got one down. Front flip. Oh, he's trying to hold on, but he's just come into the wake and he's unable to keep his hands on the handle. Of course, Ethan Roberts, he's got fine muscles and they are definitely fueled by his favourite food, eggs. He does think he is the favourite child. Of course, I believe Ethan actually has a twin sister. Elise. Everyone on TikTok, go have a look at the Stoney Aquapark TikTok at Stoney Park, New South Wales. They just posted a new post, and whilst you're at it, you can see a few fabulous ones of both Tiger and Hayden on there. Of course, if anyone's got any good footage of the tournament, please send it through to Stoney Aquapark. They will be happy to post it to their large audience of several hundreds of thousands of people. Ethan Roberts, he says, how do frogs ski? They rip it. And he also thinks he's an absolute deli king. Nonetheless, next up, we have got Nate Pigden. Of course, Nate and Jagger do fight for who has Tiger's attention. They do enjoy spending close time with each other. After Nate Pigden, we will have Callum O'Connor from Queensland and then Fletcher Green from Western Australia to round off the under-17 boys category. Tiger Stone, perhaps you'd like to come and let us know how you went. Tiger Stone has attempted a wheelie on a bicycle and failed miserably. Now, eyes to the water, Nate Picton from Albury. Of course, coached by the expert Murray Picton, a very familiar face in water skiing. Opening with some nice wake tricks as he moves into the flip part of his hands run. Of course, there is a maximum of 6 flips that you can do in your pass. Very fine opening pass stood up by Nate Picton there. He does have a Malibu TXI at home, so he'll feel very comfortable behind the superb trick wake the boat pumps out. Of course, Malibu, the naming rights sponsor of the tournament. Tiger, come tell us a little bit about Nate. You do know him quite well.
Yeah, so Nate Pigden, you know, you can only really find one Nate Pigden around. He's a really good kid. Sensational tricker, sensational jumper, good slalomer, but I'm sure he prefers trick and jump over slalom.
Tell us, how did your friendship start?
Just met him at a tournament.
What do you bond over usually when you spend time together?
Affection.
Of course, their friendship or relationship, should I say, is definitely flourishing at this current point in time. Nate Pigden is in the water, focusing his mind off of his boyfriend and on his second pass. Of course, I've just been informed Nate Pigden, the co-junior captain of Team New South Wales. Of course, very respectable title for a respectful man. A great role model for the younger skiers in New South Wales. He's coming back with a toe pass, opening up with a toe wake back and toe wake front, toe slides, toe back, toe front, toe reverse back, toe back to backs. Ooh, a little bit unstable there, but he will have to find his composure again to continue the pass, and unfortunately unable to stand up his toe pass. Of course, I can see from here the Akubra of Murray Pigton in the ejection seat in the boat.
So we'll just run some interviews here. We've got Holly Lucev from Western Australia down here. Holly, how are you feeling going into trick and slalom?
I'm feeling really good, thanks, Tiger.
She's almost a little bit microphone shy, no doubt nervous for her boyfriend who is up just after Callum O'Connor, who is the next skier on the water. Of course, Callum O'Connor skiing out Brisbane, good mates with Ethan, training together. Now, Callum, a good all-round skier, getting into the 12-metre line in the slalom, tricking over 5,000 points in that trick, the most we've seen so far, and jumping deep 30 metres. He does train at Helidon and Lake Woogeri. I don't know how you say that. I will be corrected, no doubt, by someone. He sees resemblance in himself when he looks in the mirror each morning between himself and Mike Tyson. He thinks they're very alike and would enjoy being stuck in an elevator with him. Of course, Callum opening with his flip sequence. A strong start to his trick set.
It's massive front flip there.
And the reverse. Ooh.
To the
course, Tiger, you've taken a few falls in your time. Tell us how that very soft water can be quite painful.
Yeah, it can hurt when you're going pretty quick, you know.
You know. He does enjoy his homemade lasagna, Callum. And he says, what do you call a fish with no eyes? Push. Good joke. Of course, his dad, Carl, he's got a fine business, fifth wheeling. And Callum tells us that his special talent is he can weld better than his sister. Of course, no doubt Kara will be contesting such statement. Yeah, he was unable to actually pick a favourite colour, but he does like grey, black, and Verde Turbine Matte. Of course, fine assortments of tones and shades. Of course, Callum O'Connor is the second last in the under 17 boys trick, meaning he has the second highest ranking score. He's the second top seed for under 17 boys. Of course, after under 17s, we do have under 21 men's, where we have Sam Nieberding, Hayden Bignan, Kynan Spencer, Ryan McDonald, and Will Maroney. A fine range of people. Touching on the notes of fashion, Ethan Batchelor here is actually selling a fair few of his pieces. G'd Up, one of his favourite brands. Let us know, Ethan, what do you have for sale? Oh, he appears to be running away. Ethan, what's for sale recently?
Nothing.
Nothing. He appears to have sold it all to Tiger, who is on selling it on his eBay store. Of course, always trying to make a quick cash job.
Yeah, that's like me, you know, just trying to pick up money where I can.
$20 is $20 when it comes to Tiger Stone. Tell us about stoneware, Tiger.
Oh, well, if you just want to come up, come on.
We have Callum O'Connor coming into his second pass, his toe pass.
Some beautiful toe back-to-backs, toe slide, toe reverse slide, toe back, toe front, toe reverse back, toe wake back. Oh.
I believe he trains on the Brisbane River quite often behind his skiing routine. So no doubt he's not too afraid of sharks, as some of the rivers around here do have them. So we now have Fletcher Green from Western Australia, of course son of both Brian and Sarah Green, two amazing skiers and great people in the Australian water ski and world water ski circuits. Fletcher does like, he's got quite an acquired music taste. Of course, his favourite song, Pro Open by BLP Kosher, one of his favourite rappers. No doubt he's stayed hydrated throughout the day with cordial, for he doesn't drink water, he prefers something with a little bit more flavour. I've been informed he shares a good Fanta and Sprite whenever Billy Bressington is around. Georgie Cooper has informed me to inform Rory Haberman that he is being called to do the jump start dock. Of course, we have under 21 men's trick and then straight into jump after that, Rory. So 6 skiers, can you please do jump start dock and let someone know that you heard us? From Martin, with thanks. Here comes Fletcher Green for his opening pass. Of course, we see Ryan Green, his coach and release person on the boat. Surprisingly, his favourite colour is green, but he has the yellow bib out there today. Coming into his flip sequence, he starts with a back-to-back and the reverse. Very clean, very calculated as he edges into the wake. He likes to think he's an artist, where his palace is merely the ski lake, his canvas. A beautiful opening pass, beautiful stand-up pass. No doubt he'll be happy with that and feeling confident coming into his second pass. Fletcher asks us, what's the difference between a snowman and a snow woman? Snowballs, he seems to think. Not sure whose thought the dad joke was on the bio, but now if he was stuck in a lift,
He has chosen Martina Font because he wants to get to know her a little bit better. So, don't know what's going on there.
perhaps you'd like to comment. Oh, Rory's just there.
Alright, here we go.
Here we have Fletcher returning for his toes pass, a very, very skilled toe tricker.
All right, here's Fletcher coming in for his second pass. He's got that rope on toe. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 front, toe reverse back, toe back to back, toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O, toe wake O, toe wake line O, toe wake line back, toe wake back.
Two very strong stand-up passes, no doubt, instilling confidence in the young man's mind as he comes into the final this weekend.
How many people are there on the list?
Hire a rocket. Can I sit on that chair? Like, can I
name and
Can I please have everyone's attention? We have a schedule change this afternoon for jump. We are going with under 21 women, followed by under 12 girls, over 25 men, under 14 girls, under 21 men. So I'll go through that again. We're starting with under 21 women, then we're going on to under 12 girls, over 21 men, under 14 girls, under 21 men.
no, I'm commentating.
All right, guys. We have Sam Nieberding coming back from the state of Queensland.
Coming back for his second pass, fell later on in his first pass, so shouldn't be too upset with that.
He's actually not a bad tricker. It says here he tricks about 2,330, which is not too bad.
Alright, coming in with the rope on toe pass. Yeah. Alright, toe back, toe front. Starting pretty simple into the toe slides, looking pretty clean. Toe wake back into the toe wake front, looking pretty good. Taking the handle out of his foot, going into some surface spins. Looking good. Should be happy with that.
That looked like a pretty clean run to me.
Yeah. Sam's skier's bio says that he can ride a unicycle. That's pretty cool.
Wow. I don't
Yeah,
know.
pretty
I've actually never met anyone or heard of anyone that
Yeah,
can actually ride a
pretty
unicycle.
good.
So, Sam, that is quite impressive.
Yeah, got to have good balance for that, making you a pretty good trick skier.
He also says if he were a dog, he would be a Great Dane. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah.
Poppy, what would you be if you were a dog?
Oh, I don't know. I've got it written in my skier's bio. Hang on. No, no.
All right, next up we have Hayden Bickerton.
Hayden Bickerton was last year's junior co-captain for the Australian Nationals held in Moala. Pretty confident trick skier. His better events is the jump and slalom. He was skiing in the Moomba Masters competition in March this year. Did very well, got a PB of 45.2 in jump, and earlier on this season a slalom PB of 2:11 here held at the Stoney Park Junior Masters competition. Alright, Gallery Pollock behind the wheel, calling through the green ball for Hayden. Steve Bickerton in the boat releasing for Hayden, Hayden's dad and coach.
All right, Hayden Bickerton from New South Wales.
Starting with some basic wake tricks, the sequence that we see quite often. Backs and fronts. Oh, coming in for the flip. Yep, gets that pretty solid. ski line. Oh no. Wake. Wake O's just falling on the second one.
That was actually not a bad run from Hayden there. Nice flip he got going on. Just not sure if that would have been in time, that last one. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think he got pretty far down his runs. I think he did pretty well.
Just also letting everyone know that the trick sheets will be released at the commencement of jump.
Hayden should be pretty happy with that first pass. He should be coming back to the rope on toe pass. I was training with him the other day at Manly Dam Waterski Club, and he was training lots with his trick, trying to get it good, trying to get a good overall score. Like I was saying, 2 at 11, 45.2 meter jump, and a 2,630 trick PB.
Alright guys, here comes Hayden Bickerton, about to spin at the end, coming back behind that beautiful towboat of the Malibu TXI 2025. Should be coming back on rope on toe, I would expect. All right, Hayden Bickerton from New South Wales coming back. Yeah, looks like he's got the rope on toe pass on his way back. Let's see what he can do.
He's not the most solid toe tricker. He's very smooth, slow, so... All right, starting with a toe-o. Oh, no.
Oh no, Hayden. That's alright, guys, that happens.
Yeah, lucky he put down a really good score for his first pass.
His hand run looked pretty strong and confident.
Solid hand pass, so that shouldn't worry his score too much. With under 21s, it's only seeding for the first round, so that shouldn't worry him.
Okay, next up we've got Kynan Spencer from WA. Okay, Kynan Spencer, pretty good trick skier as well actually. Tricks up around the 2000 mark, starting with their hands.
Okay, cool. All right, Kynan coming through with the simple wake sequence. Got some good air coming through on those tricks. The wake sequence gets quite a few points, going into the surface back-to-backs, into the wake back-to-backs. Looking really smooth there, straight into the surface spins. Looking super strong out there. Good job, Kynan.
That's a stand-up run for Kynan Spencer. I would say he'd come back on rope on toe pass again as well on his way back, but I'm not sure what his run usually is, but that seemed like a pretty good strong run from Kynan Spencer.
Kynan's also representing WA State, which would have gotten them some pretty solid points, to be honest. So that's really good for their state.
So I've also got here, Kynan's favourite colour is a eucalyptus green. I don't think I've ever heard of that colour myself. He also says a fact that nobody knows about him is he loves indoor plants.
Yeah. Just an announcement from the kitchen. There is leftover spaghetti bolognese. If anybody wants one, they say they can do a family deal of 4 for $20.
Well, what do you think? Today's actually ended up quite a nice day. I thought the Longa de Savo might have got a little bit more overcast, but it's actually ended up not too bad.
Yeah, the wind's dropped off nice. It's a shame it wasn't this nice for slalom, but it's good to see the good conditions at this great site.
Okay, Kynan Spencer coming back on rope on toe behind that beautiful Malibu TXI.
Looks like he's wrapping up for either a toe O or a toe 5 back. Yeah, nice toe 5. No, toe O, toe wake back, toe wake front. We've got Ryan Green in the boat pinning for him. Some solid toe backs and fronts. Toe back to back looked really strong, really good tricking for Kynan. 2 stand-up runs.
Well, that was great from Kynan. That's 2 stand-up runs. That seems like a pretty strong score. I'm not sure if that might be around his PB actually, but we'll soon find out. But great job from Kynan. That was 2 beautiful stand-up runs. All right, Ryan McDonald, he actually doesn't have a skier's bio, so we don't have much information on him. I actually personally don't know him myself, but we'll see what he can do.
Ryan McDonald coming in with hand pass. Oh, just falling on the wake 5. Looking pretty solid beforehand with the basic wake tricks. Everything looked pretty smooth and solid with some good air. Just stumbling just a little bit on the wake 5. So we should see him come back with a solid second pass. Alrighty, Ryan coming back in with a rope on toe pass. Under 21 men's tricking. Wrapped up for a toe O or a toe 5 back. Ooh, solid toe 5 back into the toe surface back to backs. Oh, just falling a bit earlier on. Not what he would have liked to done, but lucky he's got his second round coming up later on during the week. Alright, a really solid toe trigger coming through. William Moroney just falling down in the middle or towards the end of his toe run. Looked pretty solid on that. Started with a wrap for a looking like a toe 5 back. Pretty smooth. Into the surface back to backs and then into some wake tricks. Pretty solid toe back to backs. And the reverse for the toe wake back to back. So pretty good tricking for Will coming through on a hand pass for a second pass.
You know. Alrighty, guys, we are back on the water. Looks like you're stuck with me because everyone abandoned ship. We had all the cool. You're going to come and join me, Gary, maybe? Gary Pollock's going to come and join me. That'd be excellent. We had the cool kids up for trick, and they did a sensational job, actually. Good to have some young lads playing the game. And the girls too as well. Well done, guys. Come and join us anytime you want over the course of this weekend. But we are into jump, and I think there was a little change in the jump order, and it's partly because the day ran a little long with a couple of technical issues and a tiny bit of weather, and the fact that I think a bunch of those slalom skiers this morning skied pretty well, skied lots of passes. I think they changed the order because they wanted to make sure that some of the finals were tomorrow, and those skiers have to ski today, then we don't want them to ski twice on the one day, so they moved the order around to suit that. So I need to catch up with where we're up to. I do believe we are under 21 women on the water. So it's going to be Caitlin McDonald from Victoria. Yell out to me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the go. There's 3 Caitlins. Alrighty, under the marquee. So we've got trick sheets for everybody. All those trickers who are mad keen to see what's going on there. Every now and again there is a little mistake, and you can have a look at that and see whether you can rectify that with the judges. You've got 30 minutes to look through those trick sheets. They are on the table under the blue marquee out the front of the bar area there.
Oh, yeah. Trying to get rid of that.
So we're in the jump, Gaddy.
Who have we got first?
I'm pretty sure there's Caitlin's. All you've got to do in this under 21s is say the name Caitlin, because there's 3 of them at the top. This is going to be Caitlin McDonald. She's passed up on that second jump there. Didn't catch on the radio how quickly she was going or what the distance was, but I don't think she skied away from that first jump. So I don't think we've got a score on the board just yet. Caitlin McDonald from Victoria. No bio for Caitlin, so we're going to make it up.
Just make it up?
Yeah. She's put herself under a little bit of pressure here. I do believe the under-21 same routine. I think it is a prelim and a final, so it's not super important that she jumps spectacularly this round. I don't know whether she needs to get a jump in, though.
No understanding?
No understanding. She's from Geelong. What's her personal best in jump? Don't know. 20 metres? 25 metres? It is around 30 metres. And then it's Caitlin on the water now. Caitlin McDonald, you know her? Cool. All right, well, she's had 2 jumps. Thanks very much for coming and letting me know that one. She's had 2 jumps. Not sure we've got a number up yet, so we're going to hang it all out on the 3rd jump. Charcuterie. I've learnt that over these days, obviously. Charcuterie. We have got security. Oh, security.
We have to be very careful when we say charcuterie.
Times.
All right, 2nd jump underway.
I think this might be the third and final. So we need to get a score on the board here. Really keen to get a score on the board for Caitlin from Victoria. Come on. You put one together. She's come off the ramp pretty nice, and she's up and away. Beautiful. We're going to get a number on the board from that jump. Well done, Caitlin McDonald. They're just letting me know that the bar is open, and they have got charcuterie boards there, or boxes. That's boxes of cheese and crackers and all sorts of stuff in there that they've been selling. It's kind of what we're plugging for our afternoons in front of the ramp.
And the afternoon cocktail is an espresso martini.
Ooh, espresso martini. Nice. So come on down and grab yourself something to eat, some snacks to eat, and a couple of drinks makes the world turn around cash-wise on running this whole event. Alrighty. Did I hear a number? I'm not sure I heard a number of distance. That's what everybody wants to hear, though. I want to know the number. Alrighty, heard it through back from the tower there. The distance of that final jump, 21.6 for Caitlin McDonald. So that's a score on the board.
We talked about it last week, Coops, when we had the overs, but we do have the high-tech digital screen on the boat with the jump distance displayed.
Is it operating now?
May have spoken too soon.
Oh, I hope it is. Alrighty, next gear on the water is going to be Caitlin Robinson from New South Wales. She is running 51k. Charcuterie boards.
Charcuterie
boards are on. The cheese platters, all sorts of meats and crackers and spreads, olives, the whole box and dice. All right. Cool. All right. We're getting the demon deal from the canteen at the moment. So they are doing a demon deal of 4 serves of spaghetti bowl from last night. Like I said, it's always better the second day. 4 serves like a family meal for $20. So if you want to take it easy tonight and just pop something in the microwave and heat it up.
I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. All right. Has the display delivered?
Still playing 21.6, which was Caitlin McDonald's last job. This is Caitlin Robinson on her first jump, and I think that looked a bit further to me. Let's see what we've got. All right, numbers just through now. 20.7 first jump for Caitlin Robinson. 20.7 metres. Got 5 ladies in this division. And the first 3 are all Caitlins. Anyway, Caitlin Robinson coming back from New South Wales. This is her second jump. Got that sling on. Out 3/4 cut this time. Cutting into the base of the ramp. Nice form going over there. Looked similar sort of distance, but pretty good jump. Alrighty, still calculating in the tower by the sounds of it. Haven't heard an official distance yet. Waiting for that to come through. I think Caitlin Robinson from New South Wales is spinning for her third jump. Kind of looked like 22.2 on the dash there on the electronic display. But here she goes for her third jump, cutting into the base of the ramp, pretty strong, looking good. Nice form off the top. Looks to be around about the similar distance though. Maybe a smidge early.
That was pretty consistent, safe jumping, which is what we want to see.
Alrighty, distance through on that third jump, 21.1. 21.1 metres. Hopefully she's happy with that. Not enough to push herself into first place. I didn't get a distance on the second jump. I thought I might have seen 22 on the display. 22.2 was it on the second jump? Alrighty, so she is into the lead with that second jump, 22.2. Just by the narrowest of margins. But sometimes that's all it takes. And now we are going to have our third Caitlin of this event coming through, Caitlin Dennis from Victoria. And then we have got Georgia Pigden, Miller Bennett and JC Ashcroft. There is 6 jumpers in the under-21 women's. That's pretty good, really. 6 jumpers. And then there is only 2 jumpers in the under-21 men's. That's a little bit of a turnaround, isn't it? Normally the boys are a bit heavy on jump and the girls are a little light, but not in the under-21's case.
They are a bit light on with their bios, Coops.
Maybe we should, maybe tomorrow we could print a bunch of bios and put them out. Maybe it was a little bit of a difficult system when they got sent out and it's work to do and then someone's got to correlate them and etc. All right, speed coming back from the boat is going to be 51k, which I would half think might be maximum speed. So she's going to do a 3/4 cut off this first jump. Counter cutting out there. She's wearing a sling. So she's going to be cutting hard into that base of the ramp on that right ski. Nicely up the ramp. Maybe just a smidge back. That was a nice jump. Nice opening jump though, and it's going to be in that similar area there, I'd suggest. Around about right on 20 metres. Alrighty, so that on her first jump is a leveler for the first position at the moment, 22.2 for Caitlin Dennis from Victoria, 22.2 metres on that first safe opening jump. So hopefully she's got a little bit more in the tank to stretch that distance out a little bit and take the lead. All right, Caitlin Dennis from Victoria coming back for her second jump. Another 3/4 cut. Lifting that right ski just a little bit to gain some distance on the boat here. Probably left that cut a little bit later. I think she's a little bit later into the ramp. So she's cut a little bit harder into the ramp. Maybe got a little more out of that one. Still nice and safe, not super aggressive, but I think maybe she got a little more out of that. Be interesting to see. All comes down to that number in the end, doesn't it? Currently 22.2 is leading. She's sharing the lead with 22.2. Oh, it has pushed it out 24.5 metres. So we've got another couple of metres there. Another 2.5 metres. Definitely left it a little later. Definitely cut a little harder into the base of that ramp, and that's what that's produced. Another couple of metres. 24.5. is our current leader. From Victoria, Caitlin Dennis, and this is in the under 21 women's jump round 1 in the 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles. Alrighty, just a warning everybody, 10 more minutes before the trick sheets get taken away. So if you want to look at your trick sheet, you need to head over to the marquee now and grab a hold. We have got Caitlin Dennis coming in for her third and final jump. Looks similar. I'm not sure she quite had the punch that she had on that second one there. I think she was a little later on that second one and she drove a bit harder. And that one, I think she might have been a little more relaxed into the ramp. We'll see what the number comes back as. Yep, just a reminder, those trick sheets, you've only got minutes left to go and have a look at your trick sheet. 20, still reasonable jump, 23.9, but not her best of the round. Her best of the round, 24.5, which is our new leader. Caitlin Dennis from Victoria. Alrighty, we're going to continue on with jump. I'm a little bit nervy, Gary, about those clouds to the south there.
It does look a bit ominous over the back here.
Yeah. So we'll see how we're going to go. I'm sure we will certainly get some more jumping in, but I'm a bit nervy about whether we're going to get to the end of the under 21 women's jump before there might be a little bit of water falling on our heads. Anyway, just bear it in mind a bit. There might be a little bit of rain around about to hit us. We're going to keep skiing until maybe it does. Alrighty, next skier on the water is going to be Georgia Pigden from New South Wales, and she is running 51k as well. I'm pretty sure they're all going to be running 51, and I've got an inkling that that's the maximum speed for these girls. She's going to have 3 shots at this ramp, and I think she's going to get it in before we might have a deluge. Let's see how we go. 3/4 cut, right hand ski nice and high. Gaining distance on the boat, turning in nice and slow, bearing down. Looks pretty good. Oh, no. I think she might have been a little early there. And that's why she's given that one away. He's had a good look at the ramp, had a good look at her timing. Actually, I'm wondering about that. Do you reckon it's going to focus?
The other one's okay.
Alrighty, we are in the under 21 women's jump round 1. Georgia Pigden on the water from New South Wales. She's had 1 shot at it, and I've got a feeling she was a little early and she let that one go by. It's definitely better to be safe than sorry, and that's what we definitely do in the jump event in Australia here for sure, is we teach people to be safe. We don't want people crashing and hurting themselves on the ramp. You've got to jump safely. If you're early, if you're late, if you're out of control, you can give it away, pass it up, line up again and get it right, is our plan of attack. So let's see what we've got this time from Georgia Picton, New South Wales. Out wide, 3/4 cut. Cutting into the base of the ramp, looks pretty good. Pretty nice, maybe a little back, maybe a little on her heels there, but pretty good opening jump to get a score on the board. I'm not sure where. I don't think that's going to push the 24.5. I think it's... Anyway, we're about to see. The nice looking jump, but I don't think she got everything out of that ramp there. I think she was just on her heels just a tiny bit. Oh, I was wrong. 24.7, just under. No, that's correct. That's just more. 24.7. So well done from Georgia Pigden. 24.7 metres, new leader now in this competition. Maybe it just looked like she was doing it a little easy and I just didn't think she went quite as far. I thought it was just a smidge less. But right on the 25 metre mark.
Are we not going to be able to see jump now?
Alrighty, we've got Georgia Pigden on the water, and I am going to have Scott Reeves join me up here to commentate in jump. Finally, we've got somebody up here who understands jump a bit better than me. Georgia coming in for her third and final jump. Currently our leader, and I think that one might have been a little bit better, but I don't know anymore because I just said that the last one wasn't that good, and then she's the new leader. Good to see you, Scotty. How you doing?
Thanks, Coops. Yeah, good to be here. Good to be at the Aussie Nationals. Jump event starter, which is good. Girls are... So where are we up to? We got...
Under 21 women's, and that is Georgia Pigden's final jump, and she is our new leader with a distance of 24.7. Oh, so exactly the same on that last jump. That's 24.7 also. She passed up the first ramp. We had Caitlin Dennis just underneath her with 24.5. Caitlin Robinson, 22.2, and Caitlin McDonald, 21.6 is where we stand at the moment.
Yeah, nice. Some nice consistent jumping there by Georgia Pigden. We got a little bit of weather coming in here, Coops. It's a nice headwind, but it looks like a bit of a shower might be coming through.
I think it's kind of looks like it might be a bit of a scud about to happen here, and I've got a feeling we'll probably shut this thing down for 10 minutes or so because I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I'm just a commentator. Should commentate on what's going on, but it looks kind of ugly.
It's pretty dark. Let's hope that it passes pretty quickly, eh?
I think even our webcast man is trying to tidy his camera up to protect it from the rain.
Yeah, we got Gus running around, plastic bag and everything up. He knows something's coming. He's a tech guru, and what a fabulous job he's doing. What a webcast he's putting on there. Shout outs to Gus.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's great for everybody at home to be able to see what's going on, see what their friends are up to. I was wondering whether you might have been jumped today, Scotty, not yourself?
No,
you're
unfortunately I've got to
opens.
wait till Saturday.
Yep.
So Saturday I'll be on the jump event, which will be a bit of fun. Hopefully the conditions can be good to us, the open men. So looking forward to it, actually. Yeah, I think we're copping it a bit more this end of the lake. They look like they're going to bring Miller on, but let's see how long this lasts because I think down that end is not too bad, but down this end we're starting to get a little bit hammered here, Coops.
I reckon they're going to turn this one around when they peel around that island and see what they've got in front of them because we've got a little scud and hopefully it could be one of those scenarios of calm after the storm if we just waited this one out.
Hopefully the boat judge is onto this because it's very strong. Miller looks like she's not even attempting. So, yeah, good call.
Yeah, she's not going to go over in these conditions. So we're going to have a little break for 10 or 15, I think, to see if this weather will blow over us.
So yeah, a bit unfortunate, but we've had some sensational skiing today.
Yeah, we certainly have. So both of your kids have had a couple of skis. So Zali hasn't slalomed, has she? She doesn't slalom until later on in the weekend. But she tricked, and she tricked well.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. It wasn't what she wanted, but it's only a seeding round, so she's just trying to put a score. She's trick in fairness is probably one of her weaker events, so she just wants to get a score for overall. And young Taj had a good slalom, pretty good slalom this morning.
Yeah, I think isn't he like 6 balls or 8 balls ahead of the next place getter? So he's blown the pack away a little bit, I think there.
Yeah, he'd be happy with that, but he's like any water skier, and they always want more. He's got a goal, and unfortunately not quite hitting the mark today, but he'll be out to attack it next round, I bet.
This is his last year in. Is it under 14s he's in now, isn't it? Last year or not last year?
No. He this is his first year in 14s. He was in 12s last year.
He's so young. I keep forgetting how young he is.
Yeah. He's been around for so long. He started young, but we had some good little young skiers. We had little Xander Wing, one of the Wing family. He was little. He reminded me a bit of Taj a few years ago, just out there ripping it up as a little youngster.
I think we've got another little era coming through. You know how you get a sniff of an era coming through? We've been hearing about the Reeveses for quite a long time, and a bunch of other families coming through. And I think the Wing family's going to make a revival with their little crew. And no doubt they'll ski well as well. And probably Joel will push the boundaries if he moves into the over 35 bracket, if he lets himself slip out of the opens eventually. And he'll cause some trouble up there, I'm sure. And the whole family will hopefully have some fun.
Yeah, for sure. There's always, doesn't matter what state, there's always young crops of skiers coming through. It's good to see them. This is what they're gunning for, is the national titles. How good is it? Let's hope this is starting to team down a bit now, Coops.
Yeah.
If people are watching, just
It's
think
probably
we
what we
might be
need.
a little bit.
I don't even think we need to commentate because we've got the ad reel on and they don't hear us during the ad reel. So we might just hang out and try and cover our gear up, and we'll catch you on the backside of this scud. Alrighty, guys. Starting to look like it's fining up a little bit. Maybe we'll get underway shortly here. All our live stream viewers, we've got some issues with that little scud and a bit of water around. Affects one of our cameras that we mainly use for jump. So we may be in a position where we might not be able to send you live images. I think that we can send you live images of my head, but that's about it. And no one wants to see that. So we'll be calling the scores. So if you could stay, you can still stay glued to your live stream like it's ABC radio. You're going to hear the numbers if there's somebody in particular that you're interested in hearing how they jump. I'm not really sure there's going to be a whole lot more jumping today. I heard a rumour there might only be 4 more jumpers. But while the conditions are good and the light's good, I thought that they were going to keep powering on. I suppose, Scott, it's got to do with how many people are in each division, because you don't want to start a division and not be able to finish it. That's part of the routine. Otherwise, you would have to run that division again totally the next day. But there's a bunch of jump divisions here that aren't too big. We definitely want to try and get through the under 21 women. And we have got two skiers to go, Miller Bennett and JC Ashcroft. And I'm hearing some word from the boat that they might be about to get going now, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, folks. So unfortunately, no video for those live streamers, but we'll try and announce it and try and describe it the best we can. And these conditions are good. Let's hope these girls can make advantage of it now. We got Miller Bennett coming into the course.
It's actually probably really nice now as it's got, because it's almost glassed off, but with a light head breeze there by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Here we go. Miller Bennett. She's going to pull out nice and hard on that Malibu TXI. 6.2 litre. Big, strong boat. Here we go. She's looking. She's going to turn in. Starts nice and progressive. Digs into the base. Gets some pretty good lift there. Not a bad looking opening jump for Miller. I think she'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah, I thought that looked pretty nice, and I'm pretty sure that's a little further. So I'm calling possibly a 26-ish, 27 metres maybe.
Yeah, it's hard to get my eye on because I only just sat up here, but definitely I think she needs to bring it in the course, bring it down the lake a bit more. She was very early. It's a bit of a cider. But there we go. We got a 27.3 there for the first for Miller. I think if I was coaching, I'd be telling her just to bring it down on the 6, work a little harder, get a bit wider. She needs a bit more speed. Everything looked tidy, just needs to have a bit more of a go.
Bit more dig there, but she has taken the lead now with that jump, 27.3, with only one skier ahead of her, JC Ashcroft, so she's guaranteed at least a second place in this prelim round. Now, correct me here if I'm wrong, Scotty, under 21s is just prelim and finals, yep?
Yeah, correct.
Yep.
So any division with a world, say your under 17, under 21s, and your opens, they're all, they got world titles. They have preliminary round and final.
Perfect.
That's just to get these kids and open skiers ready for when they go to open championships. World championships.
Yeah, cool. Sounds good.
Here we go. We got Miller Bennett coming in jump number 2. She looks like she's working a little bit harder here to get a bit wider. And she's got absolutely perfect conditions. This is a little later. Let's hope she can just edge nice and strong, get some good kickoff. I think that's a little bit further.
I think it might be too. I agree. I think she got off. I think she was a little later, dug a little harder, and I think she might have snuck another metre or two there, maybe 28, 29. So it is always interesting when you get a scud with strong wind and a bit of rain. Sometimes the calm after the storm happens, and that's what we're seeing a little bit of here. Its conditions are actually really good. So that's great for hopefully these last few skiers of the day. Waiting for a number. Guys back in the tower there going through their software and their jump grids.
Yeah, so we're right there. She's just edged it up a little bit. It's 28.2. I think she's going to have to edge it up a little bit further if she wants to be last off the dock tomorrow. She's got JC Ashcroft. Obviously, the Ashcroft families are born to jump, so she'll... I know JC will be chasing that top spot, so Miller's going to have to work pretty hard.
Do you know any of the distances from these guys, from Miller or JC? So
I know Miller normally jumps up around a 30, and I think JC's sort of low 30s. So here we go. We got Miller Bennett coming in. Let's see if she can pull out a bit stronger. Here she goes. She waits. She edges nice and strong. Can she hold it into the base? Gets a big kick off the top. It's around the same
Yeah.
hole, I would say, Coops. I don't think it's any further, but I think it's around that 28.
Fair enough. Real tidy one though. That one. I thought she might have been over the top of the skis, just a little flatter off the ramp. Really nice form, but I agree, potentially landing in a very similar spot.
Some good steady, tidy jumping there, though. Some pretty textbook style. It's good to see these young women having a poke at the ramp. You don't have a lot of girls sort of...
I know. I was having a little bit of a look through here. We've got 6 under 21 women jumpers competing, and we've only got 2 under 21 men, which I thought was a little funny, a little turnaround.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit further, 28.8. So
28.8.
Another 0.6, another half a metre on top of her second jump. So that's the bubble score to be last off the dock that JC will be eyeing off. She'll have dad and brother Callan coaching her. Pretty sure those guys have skied here a fair bit, so they'll know the conditions. They'll know the Malibu boats.
Yeah, looking good. So we have got our last skier about to come through, JC Ashcroft from New South Wales. And she is got the ability, hopefully, to knock Miller Bennett off her perch. She is the highest ranked skier at this stage of the game out of 6 skiers.
Yeah, so we got a bit of a recap. Obviously, we got Caitlin McDonald first off. She went a 21.6. So next would be Caitlin Robinson, 22.2. Followed by Caitlin Dennis, 23.9. Georgia Pigden, 24.7. And then Miller Bennett, 28.8. So looking by the seeding round, they're all stayed in their seeds at the moment. It's just left up to JC.
Yeah, let's see what JC can do. JC from New South Wales. So 3 Victorian skiers and 3 New South Wales skiers in this pack. No Queenslanders in there, South Australians, Tasmanians, Western Australians.
No Northern Territories either. They're normally everywhere.
So it's definitely Victoria versus
Here
New
we
South
go.
Wales.
Here we go. We've got JC Ashcroft coming out. She's going to pull out nice and strong, nice and aggressive. Here we go. She's a bit wider than what Miller was.
I think she's a bit higher on the boat.
Turns around about the same spot. Hopefully she can edge nice and strong. A little bit upper body crush. I think it's going to be just a bit shy of Miller.
Got a nice little kick off the top there, but maybe she was a little early, do you think? I kind of feel like she might have been a bit early and just took it a bit easy on that one.
Yeah, 100%. So she ended up a bit early, and sometimes when you're early, you just lose that direction, and everything just comes back towards the boat. You lose that momentum and upper body crush a little. So, oh no, there we go.
So she's already done it with a distance of 29.1. She pushes herself into the top position. JC Ashcroft from New South Wales in the under 21 women's jump, 29.1 metres. So she is guaranteed to be the last jumper in that final round. And as we've been saying, none of these distances are really going to matter. It all comes down to the final, unless there is a tie, which isn't super common in jump, I don't think.
Yeah, this is just confidence building now. This is finding the spot. I see Callan there telling her to bring it down. Bring it down on the 6.
Yeah, he'd wanted to throw a flip in there with it as well, wouldn't he? Isn't he?
Here we go. Let's see if she takes his advice. Pulls out nice and strong. This is looking better. A little bit more speed in the turn. Ooh, turns him a little sharp. Can she hold?
Oh, yeah, I think she had
that's a better jump.
She had more speed in there for sure.
Definitely got a few metres on that one.
So we're hoping maybe to crack the 30-metre barrier here for the first time today.
Yeah, I'm calling it. I'm calling it, Coops. It's over. We're going to see our first girl go over 30 metres.
.8, so she didn't just break that 30 metres. She broke it by a whole bunch of metres. So just shy of 33 metres. It's 32.8 metres for JC Ashcroft from New South Wales. Alrighty, so we think we've got a roundabout PB, 33 to 34 metres. She's 32.8 at the moment. She's got no real pressure on because she's already stolen that first position, that first seating position in the final round. What she has now is an opportunity in some nice conditions to see if she can float one out there and beat her personal best. That's JC Ashcroft. Here she comes, Scotty.
Yeah, here she goes. All right, this is looking good. Here we go. She sets those Goodmans, digs in nice and strong to the base. Oh, nice looking jump. That's
nice
some good jumping there by
It was
JC.
a nice looking jump. I don't think she was quite as fast on that one as she was. She had the speed on that one than she had on the second one. But very tidy looking jumping.
Yeah, come on, New South Wales. Let's get behind you, girl. She's going to be top seed coming into the final. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Yeah, so just a little shy of a second jump. 31.9. Good jumping there by... Good jumping, JC.
Alrighty, Scotty. Well, that's our deal done with the under 21 women's jump. I'm not 100% sure. We don't have a shot down at the dock at the moment who we might have lining ourselves up. But I'm kind of thinking it might be the under 21 men.
Yeah, so next, well, judging by the run sheet here, I'm not totally sure, but we got the under 21 men's jump. So we got only 2 skiers in this division. We got Ryan McDonald and then Hayden Bickerton. So 1 Victorian, 1 New South Wales.
So that's following sort of the same script that the women were doing. All Victoria, New South Wales. All Victoria, New South Wales.
Yeah, under 21s is just dominated by the Vickies and the New South Wales.
Yeah, we have got in the under 14 girls. We've got Emma Wright for Queensland, and Wen Dalzell from South Australia jumping, and Georgia Bray from Victoria. Not sure whether they're going to be jumping today or not. We're about to find out shortly. Under 12 girls, by the sounds of things, we're the last to know. So there is 4 jumpers in the under 12 girls. 3 of them from New South Wales and 1 from South Australia. McKady Mitchell from South Australia may be the first jumper on the water. Yep, hearing it from the boat.
Yeah, this is exciting. Under 12 girls. This is, these are the future girls of our sport having a crack. This is at their age where they're only just allowed to start going over the jump.
Yeah,
so,
that's right. This is brand new stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, these girls are only, just learning to tackle the big jump.
And we've got what's called a collegiate split here, which means the boat is not actually in the jump course. It's between the jump course and the jump ramp, fairly close. And she's potentially just going to glide over, stay on her toes and try and land this thing. Oh, didn't look too bad off the top, did it?
Yeah, just unfortunately losing the handle, but looks steady, looked good.
Yeah. So hopefully Makeda manages to ride one away and get a score on the board. We have also got from New South Wales, Alana Hare, Sienna McCarthy, and Ivana Hay. Actually, I think Sienna McCarthy might be Queensland now. There might have been a change there. So we do have a Queenslander in this pack.
Yeah, come on, South Australia. Let's get behind you, girl, Macadia. Let's wheel her over the big red.
Yeah, it looks like she's jumped a little bit because that didn't look too bad off the top of the ramp there. Sometimes when you're jumping a little narrow and not getting a lot of propulsion outwards, you can stop a little bit and can jerk that line out of your hand, which is what I think happened to her there. So you've got to be a little strong, not let that handle get too far away from you.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the game, Coops, I know when I'm coaching the young ones, I just try and tell them just to just to keep edging away from the boat. The longer you can keep that handle the rope nice and tight, the better for everyone. It just makes a lot safer. Landing, obviously more control if you can keep that line, because that's where all your balance comes from. So let's hope she can just edge away from the boat a little bit.
All
But
right.
here she goes.
McKady Mitchell coming over for her second attempt.
Come on,
Oh,
yeah.
She's got
There
it.
we go.
She's landed one. We're going to get a score on the board for South Australia in the under-12 girls jump, which is really good because under-12s will be an aggregate score. So it'll be the best jump in round 1 added together with the best jump in round 2. So it's really lovely to get a score on the board. Otherwise, you're kind of out of the game. And there is 4 girls jumping here. So they can all manoeuvre a little bit for a bit of silverware on our presentation night.
So 9.3 metres there. Like you said, she's got a score on the board. And that's the first box ticked. That's awesome. Awesome to see. We see the spectators going mad down there for her. It's great.
Excellent. That's not too bad. 9.3 metres. All right, beautiful.
Yeah, I love to see the bravery of these young girls, you know. It's one thing going out there and skiing. There's another thing strapping the jump skis on and
Yeah.
going over. I know with, watching kids, some of them take to it like ducks to water. Others you got to, persist a little bit more.
It's a big looking bit of kid in the water when you're skiing up to it. You've got to have some
especially when
courage.
these girls are only 3 foot high.
Yeah. All right, we've got McKady Mitchell coming in again for her third and final attempt. Up the ramp pretty nice and a nice landing on that one.
Stand-up landing.
Yeah, she's got it sorted out now. McKady Mitchell from South Australia. Waiting quietly to hear a distance. As soon as I talk, the radio will come on, then we won't hear it. Alrighty, we've got 8.9 metres on her third and final jump. So her best for this afternoon is going to be the 9.3. That's what she's going to take to the bank. She's got it in the bank, so happy days.
Yeah, once again, to any of the viewers on the webcast, unfortunately, we're down the camera for the rest of the day, so they'll just have to listen to us, Coobs.
There could be worse things going on in the world, couldn't there? Maybe. Not sure.
So any friends and family out there, I know it's a little bit disappointing, but unfortunately, due to the weather conditions and a few of the storms that are coming through at this stage, the tech gear is a bit too important.
Yeah, and we're kind of hopeful, Scotty, that the weather is going to improve over the next couple of days. The wind's meant to fade away a little bit. I'm pretty sure the forecast is getting better and better for this event, so which is really good because it makes a difference. We had a lovely overs event. The weather really stayed, and we thought the weather was going to be poor, and it stayed in really nice. And we've had a couple of little iffy days with famils and so on, fair bit of wind around and a little bit of rain, and we're hoping this is the last of it, and we're going to fine up again.
But here we go. We got New South Wales. We got Alana Hare, 39 Ks RTB. So let's get her over this ramp. Obviously got scores on the board. All these girls are qualified for nationals. So they're here we go. She's cutting in. She's having a little dig here. It's good.
She's cutting for the ramp for sure.
Cuts it off the top.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just pops the hand on the landing. That was super tidy though.
Yeah, it was a shame on it because that looked like a sensational jump, and I think because she felt so comfortable and landed so comfortable, she might not have had a real tight grip on that handle, and it's stolen it away from her. So that one's going to go down as a fall, but I'm pretty confident she's going to get a score on the board here for sure as well.
Yeah, unfortunately no bio here for Alana, but not sure where they ski out of.
She's a New South Wales skier.
So Moala locals.
So right on the border down there.
Oh, cool.
Ah, nice. So she wants to do a flip off the ramp or a helicopter off the ramp is what she'd like to do. She's a show skier by the sounds of it, but also dabbles in tournament skiing, obviously. And I'm pretty sure she slalomed this morning and slalomed pretty well. Excellent. All right. So you can throw your hat in a whole lot of rings in this game.
Yeah, good to see, isn't it? Anytime you're out in the water is a good time. So here we go. She's going to come in for jump number 2. She looks steady on that first. Let's hope she just holds onto that handle just a little bit stronger on this one. Here we go. She edges in nice and strong. I love that little cut. Here we go. Kicks off the top, stomps it. Yeah, that's how you do it.
She held onto the handle that time. She kind of looks cool. She picks a point, and you can tell when she takes off, doesn't she? She goes, all right, now I'm digging. And away she goes and comes off the ramp nice and flat. She looks good. So, can she jump further than 9.3 metres? That's a little bit of the question here. It's not super important, but 11.3 metres. So she has stormed her way into the lead with a jump of 11.3 metres. All right, nice. She'll be excited. I kind of think she's having fun. Look at it out there. She's throwing the fist. Why not? She's the star of the moment.
Yeah, good on them. Good on these young girls. They train hard, so you got to give them their moment in the water. And she looks like she's enjoying it, which is great.
That particular one, Yes.
But here we go, Coops. We got Alana coming in for a third and final jump.
Let's watch this little dig she's got to the ramp. If you watch her closely, all of a sudden she'll make a call. There it is.
She goes digging in nice and hard.
On that
Can
right
she get that
ski.
little kick? Strong.
Yeah. I think she might have even tried to kick that one there a little bit. Jump off the end of the ramp. Nice jump. Might be a little further. 11.3 currently, and she's in the lead out of the 4 skiers and the under 12 girls. Waiting for a distance. What do we got?
Oh, wait for it, ladies and gentlemen. Scores coming through. 11.7.
Alrighty, so well and truly in the lead now with that jump, 11.7. We've got 2 jumpers to come, Sienna McCarthy from Queensland and Ivana Hay from New South Wales. So what have these girls got up their sleeve in the under 12 jumps? So 4 of them competing, which is great because, like you said, Scotty, this is the first age that they're physically allowed to jump. So generally it's pretty thin in these areas, but Alrighty, Sienna McCarthy on the water here. Heard it back from the boat. Boat speed 39k. Not sure how much jumping Sienna has done, but pretty sure she's done a little bit because she's to rate for this event. cutting into the ramp on her first jump. Pretty good looking jump. Nice little landing for her there. She'll be happy to get a score on the board straight away. What do you think, Scotty?
Yeah, nice and solid. And that, as you said, it's 2 rounds added together for these young girls. So first key is just to ride one away. Obviously put a score on the board. Give yourself a shot at that combined total in the end.
Maybe not cutting to the ramp as much as Alana was, but there was that first jump, so she rode that over pretty nicely. Get a score on the board.
Yeah, so we got a score on the board, 9.8 metres, so just shy of the 10 metres. As you said, didn't quite have the speed that that Alana was building into the base there, so she'll have to have a little bit of a dig at the ramp here. She wants to get over 11.7. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a special guest. We've got the mastermind behind the webcasting, and what a sensational product he's putting out. You've been going for how long now, Gus?
All of overs last week, but 6 weeks prior to this preparing.
Yeah, I must admit it's fantastic what you're doing. Obviously in this game for a while now.
Definitely, thank you, Scotty. Yeah, been in the field for a bit, just dappling into a few different sectors of live events and broadcasts. But yeah, we'll come in and watch next jump right now.
Yeah, here we go. We got Sienna McCarthy coming in for jump number 2.
She's having a bit more of a dig this time, I think, Scotty. We can see a bit of spray off that right ski.
Bit of spray, edge, nice.
Oh, come
Holds
on,
onto
yes. Nice little jump there. So hopefully that should be a little further, because she definitely looked like she was staying on her right ski there and trying to drive a bit of speed into the base of the ramp.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, so back to this webcast. So it is the future, obviously, for broadcasting of our sport. Obviously, our sports isn't the biggest, but you see a lot of it done around the world these days, with TWBC obviously being the pinnacle. And in all fairness, Gus, I don't think you're far off the mark, really. Like from what you've done, it's fantastic. I know everyone that I've talked to, I've given you a link, and they're pretty excited to be watching what you're putting through.
Thanks, Scotty. Yeah, I really, I was a former skier, still ski every now and then, but really want to get the exposure of the sport back out into the scene. So following through what TWBC have done overseas, really want to form and, I guess, make a foundation for that here in Australia.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you're a bit modest there. I know you're a pretty good skier. When obviously you used to have time to train, but obviously traveling around these days. But here we go. We got Sienna McCarthy.
Second jump was 10.7. Snuck it in there. Yeah, so it was
Ended
a little further, but didn't go further than Alana Hare. She's got one more opportunity to see if she can push a little further up to 11.7. Sienna McCarthy from Queensland
This
cutting
looks
into
better,
the base of
Gibbs.
the ramp.
Oh, just lose the direction.
Oh, she did well to maintain that in the end, though, didn't she?
She did. She actually had a better cut, but then she just gave it all back to the boat. So don't know if it's going to be any further, unfortunately. But she, as you said, she did really well to hold on to it. And, you know, it's tightening up here. We got 10.7, 11.7. Oh,
11
I was a little bit out. There we go. We got 11.5 on the third. So 0.2.
Not enough to steal the win, but she's right. You can throw a blanket over them for sure. 11.5 for Sienna and 11.7 for Alana. So Alana will ski second, or after her anyway.
Yeah, definitely had a
final
much
round.
better cut. I'll tell you what, if she could hold that direction away from the boat a bit better, she would have got the lead. Here we go, Coops. We've got Ivana Hay. She's jacking the speed up, 42 Ks.
42K. I noticed that straight away. We've got 3 extra Ks here for Ivana. So that's kind of meaning she's got a little bit more experience, maybe Scotty on the water with the jump. She is the highest seated skier. Let's see what we've got. She's got those blue ribbons hanging out of her hair. Here
we go. She's going to have a cut. She cuts in nice and strong. Here we go. Boom, big lift off the top.
Yeah,
steady as you like. What a jump.
I think that's going to steal the lead away straight away. Where do we think? That could be, I don't know, might be 13
to
metres.
14 metres, so maybe 13.8 I'm saying.
Oh, very close, Scotty, there. Jump number 1, 13.5 for Ivana Hayes. So she has already locked up the first place position. So she will be the final jumper off the dock in the under-12 girls. And she's already got basically almost a 2-metre head start in that final round. So she might be locking that one up maybe. Anyway, we yet to see. You never know what's going to happen in this game.
Yeah, that's the way to open up. Just get a 2-metre lead. Obviously getting coached by the great Murray Pigden. What's Murray telling her? Bring it down?
It looks like it. Alrighty, jump number 2 here for Ivana Hay. What's she going to have for us here, Scotty?
Yeah, here we go. First jump was steady as you like, tidy. Here we go. Cuts in nice and strong. Look at it dig in. This is good. Oh, that's even cleaner. That's even a better jump.
Nice off the top. So over the top of her skis there. Landed right on her feet. And easy peasy. So she's obviously spent a little bit of time jumping, I would think. Just checking now, the weather's starting to look a little bit on the improve. We were a bit worried we were going to hit again with another scud, and we're not sure whether there might be some more skiing still after Ivana Hay because we're seeing a little bit of daylight. But we're going to check with the tower.
But we've got Ivana Hay for a third jump. I see a coach over there just telling her to start a little easier and just edge in. Just build into it stronger. Let's hope she can take his advice. Here we go. Let's call it through, Coops.
Here we go. Ivana Hay, final jump, digging in on that right ski. You can see that spray coming up. Comes off the top nicely. Yeah, beautiful looking jump. She's got sensational form. Not 100% sure it was a whole lot further, to tell you the truth, but very nice, tidy looking jump.
I'll tell you what, Coops. This is where you build your technique from. Is from the girls and boys and the kids at this young age. If you can teach them right from here, it saves a lot of bad habits creeping in. Oh, 14.7. What a jump.
14.7, just shy of our 15-metre mark.
Here we go. She's coming in. She's going to get some love from the New South Wales team. Hands together.
So just a little recap there of the under-12 girls jump. We have got Ivana Hay leading out with a distance of 14.7. We've got Alana. Oh, sorry, I said Savannah Hay, and then we've got Alana Hare in second place with a jump of 11.7, followed by Sienna McCarthy 11.5, and Makeda Mitchell bringing up the rear with 9.3, but still pretty good. You can almost throw a blanket over all of them. Well done to our under 12 girls.
Yeah, exciting stuff. Some great little jumping there. That was good to see Ivana there ripping a big one out. It's good. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So for you at home on the webcast, it's happy days because we have a camera back on. Looks like the sky has cleared and we got the cameras back out, which is great news. And we got the over 21 men's going out. We got 2 skiers. So Dale Robinson from South Australia and Graham Ashcroft from New South Wales.
Very interesting to see both these skiers. Graham Ashcroft, he's considerably over 21, but he's got a lot of experience on that ramp and a lot of good technique. Skied in over 35 worlds, I think.
It doesn't have an age limit. It just says as long as you're over 21.
That's exactly right.
But here we go. We got Dale Robinson. He's starting with the single cut.
South Australia.
Digs in nice and strong. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, that's a nice looking single cut jump, isn't it?
Girls, stand one in front of you.
You've got a distance there of 22-1. Sorry, George.
All right, so we got a 22-1 for Dale's first jump. Obviously, single cut. I'm not sure. I don't know too much about this, about Dale.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, to tell you the truth. But that was a nice...
Was he wearing an arm sling?
I thought he was wearing a sling, and I kind of think that single cut might have just been a taster for him. I'm half thinking we might get a bit of three-quarter action here. Finn will tell us what's going on with Dale.
Oh, so here we go. We got some news here from he's from the Adelaide Hills. He's been training up at Waterski Resort up on the Sunshine Coast. He does have an arm sling, and he's cutting out for a three-quarter. Here we go. Pulls out. He's a little early. He needs to hold this out. Yeah, he's got a good work in giving that one up. I think he was just...
Knee injuries. Isn't that the story of a jumper's life?
So he's
knee injuries.
Yeah, right. So he's running with a knee injury here. So I'm happy he passed that one. I definitely think he needs to bring it into the course a lot.
Hey, man, how you doing?
He's got his Waterski support crew here. Look, we got Sadie Ferguson, the coach. What are you telling Sadie? Bring it down. We got Rory Haberman on the photographer.
I saw your trick early, Rory. It's some nice tricks, actually. Some nice flips.
He's out there slaloming up a storm earlier today as well.
Looks like we're going to keep motoring along, Scott. So we might not get through everything that they're working on, but we are going to continue to ski until somebody designates not enough light. And I don't know exactly when that's going to be. But I'm sure we're going to get through Dale and Graham Ashcroft. And I'm pretty sure we're lining up under 14 girls after that, was my understanding. We'll see what happens.
Can't wait to see Ashy. Do you reckon he's only jumping the over 21 men so he can bump up the speed to 57?
It's interesting. It's a whole interesting gig. I reckon he is jumping over 21 men's, obviously, because he can't afford 2 weekends in a row, which is one of the slight negatives that we've had from having a long event like this. He'd probably prefer to come here with his kids and ski, and he can compete in the over 21 men.
Good on him, and he's a good jumper. But first of all, we got Dale Robinson.
It'd be nice if Dale could put a bit of a score out there. It looked like he was going to have the speed to jump a reasonable distance. The timing was poor. Let's see what happens this time.
He's got to be a little patient here. He's turned nice and slow. Can he hold that direction? He's going to be early again, but kicks up the top.
That's a better jump, though. It's a better jump for sure.
That's definitely going to oversee his 22-1 on the first. So.
I'm thinking that could have cracked 30 metres there. Do you think, Scotty? And we've got Graham Ashcroft, I know, he's in the early 30s. Good to put some pressure on him.
Yeah, 28.7. So just shy, a little shy of the 30 bucks. Some good jumping there by Dale. His cheer squad goes wild.
All right, and he's coming in to say good day to the cheer squad. So Dale from South Australia spends a fair bit of time skiing in Queensland by the sounds of it. Why wouldn't you if you can?
Yeah, 100%. But no, good jumping there by Dale. Especially, obviously nursing that knee injury. It's always takes the confidence out. You
Yeah,
know.
I can understand that.
Here we go. Look at the support. Look at the love. Good to see. Ashley's up next.
Graham Ashcroft, relatively famous in the jump circles. Done a fair bit of it. He's going to have that blue bib on for New South Wales. Been deep in the sport for a lot of years. 3 eventing for quite a few years. Not sure he gets the trick ski out that much these days. Definitely likes to have a little run around on the slalom ski occasionally. And if he had been able to come last weekend to the overs event, I'm sure he would have competed in all 3. But I'm pretty sure that jump is his favourite event, Graham Ashcroft. And
Yeah, he loves it.
Yeah, that's why he's made it here to compete in the over 21 division. In this event.
I was recently over in Spain, over in Cesena.
Yep.
Competing the over 35 worlds, and Ashley was there, jumping away, jumped well.
So do we think he's going to go double cut straight off the bat?
Oh, I think he'll 3/4. I don't know. Cal, what's he doing? 3/4?
3/4 jumps. Yep. We're about to see.
So he's got 54 Ks here. Here we go.
Graham Ashcroft from New South Wales on the water now. Just a little bit over 21.
Edges in, nice and strong into the base. Yeah, that's a nice
All
jump.
right,
There's-
he's flying
Can he
there.
hold it? Yeah, there's your leader right there.
Nice looking jump, that one. So, yeah, that's out there. It'll be interesting. We haven't seen one land out there, so I'm not sure what that distance is going to be. And
here we go. Watch the replay. So, folks on the webcast, obviously, get the privilege to watch. Carries nice speed into his turn. Probably could have been in the course a little bit, just to hold direction into the base. So he's just a little early, which made him bop upper body. But some nice jumping there by Ashy. 36.3. 36.3 metres.
all right, nice distance for Ashy. 36.3. So he's loving the fact, maybe he's like secretly just loving the fact that he's got extra speed to play with here. He's gone, well, yeah, 54k was what the boat speed was. So what is he? He's normally 51k is maximum speed for him, yep. But because he's competing in over 21s, he can go fast. Well, good luck. You've got to play within the rules. Why not? And
You getting nervous, are you, Callan? Hey?
Maybe it just dawned on him that he had some more Ks up his sleeve now that he's competing in a different division. Wow.
Well, there you go. He's
38
been
metres.
So
All
we
right,
go.
well, that was jump 1. So that was a feeler out jump, and he's jumped 36.3. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve for jump number 2. Call us through, Scotty, here.
Yeah, he pulls out nice and strong. I like the speed he's carrying on his turn. Can he just edge a little stronger here and get his left? Oh, it just sits back a little, but I tell you what, he's got a ton of speed. So
Yeah, just missed his kick on that one, didn't he? Driving through the ramp. Just back a little. But
I think he's carrying that good a speed in his turn that he's actually getting there a little early. So
Yeah.
he just needs to trust himself here and just get into the course a bit more. And he's just having to ease off a little into the base. Here he goes. Look at that turn. It's beautiful. Sets himself nice and strong. Yeah, just slips out. Misses his kick. 37.9. That just shows you how much speed he had. That was all off speed, Coops.
So if he puts one of these things together, he could go 40 here. Like if he has that speed and he gets off the top, he might be thinking that himself. So 37.9, he's 2 metres off hitting 40 metres. I reckon he'd be pretty excited about that.
So here we go, folks. We've got
Third and final jump
Ashley,
for Ashley.
Graham Ashcroft coming in. Jump number 3. He went 37.9 off a crush on the second. Can he get his ramp work together? Here he goes. Good spot. Digs in nice and strong. Gets the lift.
I think that's a little better.
Yeah.
I think that could be better, that jump. He got off the top on that one. Let's wait for the numbers
Let's
there.
hope it starts with a 4, Coops.
Yeah, well, the last one was
Here we go. Let's watch this replay, Coops. Carries in, gets really nice speed in his turn. Look at him. Here we go. Sets. Edge is strong. And then gets his legs. That's a nice jump. That's got to be 40 metres. Let's wait. Let's wait. I'm calling 40.6. Come on.
We're not sure yet. We still haven't heard a distance. We can't see it in the boat either. I think they might be holding for suspense here.
Maybe he's jumped out of the grids.
We need the number. We want the number.
You could cut this. You could cut it with a knife, can't you?
Yeah. Are they holding
Suspense.
deliberately or what's going on?
What was he speaking? 40.4. Cracks it. I was 2.2 off, but that's some awesome
Beautiful.
jumping.
Biggest jump we've seen today.
You're going to be happy, Cal?
40-metre jump. So that is it for over 21 men's jump with Graham Ashcroft resoundingly in first position there, 40.4 metres. Dale Robinson from South Australia with a very respectable 28.7. So great jumping from both of those guys.
Yeah, Rochelle can relax now. He's off the water.
All right, we go straight into the under-14 girls jump event. And from South Australia, we've got Anwell Dalzell. First jumper on the water.
Yeah, under 14 girls. Round 1, we've got 3 jumpers.
3 jumpers.
Here she goes. Look at that. Cut in nice and strong.
Oh,
unfortunately, just gets pulled out of the...
Pulled out of her skis out the front there, so that first one's going to go down as a 4. Looked pretty good on the ramp itself.
Yeah, no.
This may be letting the handle get up a little bit high. If she held that handle down a little lower, she might have stayed just over her toes a smidge better, but that was still pretty good jumping. This is under 14 girls, so they haven't necessarily been jumping for very long themselves.
Yeah, that's it. So we've got 3 of them in there. So they're all guaranteed a medal. It's just what colour it is. So they're just going to be battling out, which is good. Good to see. Let's hope. let's hope Anwin can get it together here in a second. But we got another guest here. He's come sitting up at the booth. We got young Taj Reeves here. You had a slalom this morning. How was that?
It was alright.
It was alright. You're watching these girls jump. You're obviously in the 14 boys division. You jumping tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so in the afternoon.
That's good. Let's hope you can get conditions similar to this. This is come mint now. Though,
Where are you landing these days, Taj? Out there, distance-wise, ballpark. Don't want to put you under any pressure.
I don't know.
Don't know.
We'll see tomorrow.
Fair enough. Keeping those cards close to your chest. That is fair enough too. Although I did see you slalom this morning pretty well, and I think you did well in slalom, taking it out, putting yourself in the lead position there. And you're tricking as well, obviously, are you?
Yeah, I think so tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so you'll be a good chance for overall because you're going to be up there and jump, and you've certainly slalomed well. So long as your trick holds up, you might be a chance for a real bundle of medals on Monday.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see.
It's kind of settled off pretty nice now, Scotty, hasn't it? Late in the afternoon. It's that late in the afternoon glass out we're getting.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So if anyone, I know it's not the warmest weather, but if anyone's getting thirsty, obviously the bar's open. Go and support Waterski Queensland with what they're doing. I know the Pollocks are doing a sensational job down there, decorating the bar and putting on a vast array of selection of nice icy cold beverages.
I tell you what, if I wasn't up here, I would be down there. Is exactly where I would be. But it's probably good because I get a little delay in starting, which is healthy for us.
Yeah, that's for sure. Since we're all athletes here. But no, definitely go and get the food from the canteen, get the drinks from the bar, and watch some awesome under 14 girls jump.
Anwin Dalzell from South Australia in the under 14 girls jump, coming in for her second attempt. Just that handle popped out of her hand on the landing of the last jump. Looks pretty good on that one, and she's got a hold of it this time, so there's going to be a score on the board.
I believe they got a fire pit there too, so you can have a beer around the fire, and watch some skiing.
And it is a little bit chilly, so I reckon standing around the fire, warming your fingertips up a little. It's not running at the moment by the looks of it. Depends a little bit on each night what's going on. Obviously, we were running the fire last night, and it depends on how many people are hanging around as to whether they fire that up and whether the bar stays open too. So it's one of those gigs. If we want the bar to stay open later, we need to hang out there for a little while.
But here we go.
I know Julie Nieberding will be hanging out there all afternoon. Yep.
And 11.3 meters. Oh, there we go. Cheese platters, all sorts. But anyway, we got Anwin going 11.3 meters on a second. So very tidy,
nice.
very strong looking jump.
Score on the board there, 11.3 meters. That's a pretty good score too.
And it's something she can build off. So she's got the score on the board now. The nerves will be a little bit more settled. Because I know when you just want to ride one away. So she's done that. She's ticked that box. Let's hope she can have a little bit of a dig and get another meter or two out of this.
She's bouncing around on the skis there. I reckon she's excited. She's ready to go.
That's good. That's what I like to see. Here we go. She's bringing it down later. Look at her have a dig.
Yeah. She got down
Come
on that, didn't she?
Keep that edge. Oh, unfortunate. That was
shame. Yeah, she was going for it there. I think she's gone, all right, I've got a score on the board. Now I'm going to have a bit of a dig, and she just went a little out of control on the ramp. Skis crossed up a little bit, and wasn't happening for her. But she's still got a score on the board, 11.3 metres. She's going to take it to round two, so excellent job.
Okay, so yeah, we've got confirmation there. So we got Emma Wright and Georgia Bray will be our last two skiers of the day. The under 21 men's is just getting a little tinge dark. You know, they're having a bit of a crack. So
No, that's fair enough. The light is already starting to fade, and we have got two more skiers to ski. Emma Wright from Queensland and Georgia Bray from Victoria in the under 14 girls. So we're going to see 6 more jumps this afternoon, and then we're going to call it quits. Has been a pretty big, long day. We started out at 6:30 in the morning. They're long days for this particular event because there's a lot of skiers, and we've got a lot of skiing to get through.
all right, so we got Emma Wright, Queenslander, obviously up there north of Queensland. They ski a bit up at your lake up there at Ski North.
They do
Clips.
actually. We don't have a jump on our actual lake at Ski North, and that may change sometime in the near future potentially. But there is a jump up on Lake Tinaroo, which is up the top, but they don't. They get up there a little bit, but they don't. I don't think Emma gets heaps of jumping. She definitely jumps when she gets away to ski schools and so on. She's been over a bunch of times, and I'm pretty sure she's in the low teens. Let's see what Emma's got for us here. She's going to be having a nice single cut to the ramp, gliding in there. Boat sounds like it's going pretty fast. She hasn't quite got that one together. Just a little motley off the top, and it's pulled the handle away from Emma, so no score on the board for the first jump.
Yeah, unfortunately, Emma just going down there. Just needs to be a little stronger on the ramp. Just letting those legs come up. If she can just stay nice and strong, she's definitely carrying the speed.
Alrighty, just a couple of jumpers left for the day. Emma Wright and Georgia Bray. Fall for Emma on that first jump. It's a bit of a shame. Let's see if she can get a score on the board here. Skis up our way, far north Queensland.
Yeah, very talented new skiers there. They're the Wright family.
Yeah, she slalom. They both slalom really well. So both of them were in the lead in their divisions, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
By quite a reasonable amount. I'm pretty sure. I don't know whether she. I don't think she did. She run 14, or she got a couple of 13 or something. I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
But
nice.
it was good, and I know Dylan definitely got a few at 11.
Yeah, Dylan. I was in the boat, and he was on that 11. So, but here we go. It's Emma's time. Can she build on that first one? Just be a little stronger on the ramp. Here she goes. She edges in nice and strong. That looks better. Come on, hold on.
Up she
Yeah,
gets,
that's
all
better.
right.
She gets one on the board.
That is a score on the board. And she seems to be going fairly quick there too, so she's getting a little distance out of that speed. I think that might even be in those low teens. Maybe a 13 or 14 metre jump there could be.
Yeah, so these last two girls actually competed for Australia in the Aussie Kiwi. I know Emma and Georgia.
Cool.
We had a tournament down there at Bridgewater in Victoria.
distance through of 13.9. So that is up there. She's now into the lead.
But here we go, folks. We've got Emma Wright coming in, third and final jump. Let's hope she can build off that second. Cutting in nice and strong. She needs to be built strong. Oh, gets tipped up. Oh, unfortunately, just going down. But she's got a score on the board, and it's a good score. It's a 13-9.
Very similar to and when, as far as falling on the first one, having a nice safe one on the second one, and I think having a bit more of a dig on the third and not quite coming off. But there's definitely a score on the board there.
Yeah, it's all experience, Coops, getting out there, having a crack.
Yeah, and definitely under 14 girls, how much jumping can they do at under 14 girls? Especially, it's difficult to get access to jump ramps around the country, so sometimes people can only get a little bit of jumping in. I think Emma has decided she is going to swim herself in, falling on that third and final. That's going to be a bit of a walk down there. Hopefully a couple of the Queensland crew can go down there and help Emma with her skis down the lake. I'm sure her brother will help her. There, good on you, Dylan.
Her brother's going
down to help her sister.
Carry her skis back.
No doubt he'll be straight into her to tell her what she did wrong. He'll probably go down there and whack her on the back of the head and turn around and walk away. Is what he'll do.
All right, so the boat's gone down to pick up our last skier of the day. It's Victorian, so there's a few Victorians hanging around to watch this. There they are. There we are. So we've got Georgia Bray. Obviously, like I said to you, another one of these young ladies that was competing for Australia in the Aussie Kiwi down there at Bridgewater a few weeks ago. Great event that was.
Cool, yeah.
She, if I remember rightly, Georgia skied up a storm as well. Obviously, her home site down there.
So 3 eventing, potentially.
Yeah. Yep.
I think Emma would have been 3 eventing. I'm not sure whether she tricked in. But she probably did.
Would have been.
Yeah,
Yep.
she tricked in that event as well. So good on these two girls for having a go for sure.
But that's passed, and now we got Australian titles. Georgia Bray, she's got 13.9. Here we go. So we got it's going to amp up a little bit here. I'm feeling.
What do we think? PB of
21.9.
Oh, 21.9. All right.
So it looks like she's starting with a single cut.
Just Georgia can hold it together, then she should have the wood on this event. But let's see how she goes. Preparing herself, a little bit of G'ing up. She looks like she's got a sling on there, does she?
Yeah, she's got a sling, so that means she's going to have a little dig after this one. But first, she's going to get a sider. She's going to get a score on the board. Nice lift.
Yeah, nice cut into the base of the ramp and a beautiful jump. So that's potentially going to catapult her, as I've been saying, into the lead, I would think, almost straight away. And then she might get a little bit of extra distance on top of that.
Yeah, a little settler, as they say. Get one on the board, get a score. 17.3 off a nice little single. So let's hope she can pull out for a nice 3/4. Have a bit of a dig at this ramp. Let's get her over 20 metres.
All right, sounds good. That'd be lovely to see. Wouldn't it? 20-metre jump to finish off the day in the under 14 girls jump in this 2025 Malibu National Titles here at Stoney Park, New South Wales, Australia. If any of our webcast people are still hanging in there with us, we'll just remind you, if you can't tell, we're in Australia over here, New South Wales on the east coast. And we're having our national titles here, our junior side and our open side of the national titles. All of our skiers get 2 rounds in Australia. That's the way we work. We do it over 4 or 5 days over the Easter break, which is where we are now. So we're Thursday today. It's going to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday we're skiing. And then we're going to have a big party on Monday night like we do every year.
But here we
Anyway.
go, folks. Here we go. Eyes to the water because we've got Georgia Brave pulling out nice and strong. Let's see if she can find a spot here. Nice little two-hander. This is a good little. I think this is a good spot. Edge is strong into the base. Oh no!
No, that's not what we wanted to see at the end of the day. Yeah, she's got a hand in the air, so I think she is okay. A little out the back
Here
there.
we go.
So
Watch this replay. I thought her spot looked really good, Coops. She just
was she going a little faster than she liked and just sat back a little bit?
Yeah, arms might have come in. Here we go. Let's watch it here. Yeah, look, she pulls the handle. Handle comes up, sits back. Maybe thought she was a little later than what she was. I tell you what, though, when it's a bit gloomy like this, everything feels like it's going 100 mile an hour.
Yeah, a little
So,
faster. She's hopping into the back of the boat. She has got a score on the board, so if that rattled her a little bit, she'll be fine just to sit it out for the rest of the day. She might strap them on again. Who knows? It all depends. Totally depends on her being 100%. But quite often people pop straight up and go, no, I'm ready to go. Let me out there again. We'll just see what George has got on her mind. And also the people in the boat are qualified to have a bit of a look at her and give her the tick of approval. Or maybe say to her, maybe sit it out for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we got Glenn Hayes out there having a little chat to her. Obviously asking all the questions, making sure she's okay. I think she landed quite well.
I think she wants to strap them on again. I
Yeah,
reckon
look,
she's
and-
putting them down to strap them on for one final jump.
That's what we love to see. Get out there, get back on the horse, as they say. We got Big J-Dub jumping back in the helm of the Malibu response. Look at him, he's ready.
He probably doesn't know that camera's on him at the moment, though. He's going to
But
check his phone.
good to see Georgia putting her boots on.
Wouldn't it be funny if we saw a 4X come out of the side of that there? It'd
No,
be
we're
terrible.
professional, we're
That's right. It would never happen. I'm just thinking it's getting to the end of the day, just as a little gag. Yeah, Johnny is the ultimate professional out there, jump driver. We're not going to see any of that rubbish going on. It's just been a while since we've had the boat cam running.
I don't know who he'd be more scared of. It'd be wife, well, Belinda or or the daughter-in-law, Jacinta Weeks. Who would get up him more?
Yeah, that's right. Alrighty, so we are strapping Georgia Bray is strapping them back on for a third and final jump for the day, and this is the last jump of the day. And it'd be lovely.
Here we go, folks. Let's put our hands together here for Georgia. Getting back after that. Let's will it through. Let's get a big jump on the board. Final competitor, final jump of the day for day one of the 2025 Australian National Championships. Yeah, here we go. Looks like Georgia's going to go back to the single. Just get back over that ramp. Just give herself another look, and then she can have a rip in the final round. Here she goes. Has a nice dig in. Can she get that lift she got in that first? Yeah, that's nice. Nice.
Yeah, nice looking jump to finish off the day for Georgia Bray.
All right, Coops, I think that's
Yeah.
a wrap. I'm going to let you wrap it up. And
Yeah. Beautiful. Thanks very much for joining me, Scotty. So make sure you're hanging around. It's kind of almost a shame you're jumping open because it'd be better to have you commentating an open jump, to tell you the truth. But hopefully Rob Wing will be hanging around. And a few other jumpers will be hanging around. We're going to be excited to see you out there. Thanks very much for giving us a hand.
Thanks, mate. Yep. See you everyone tomorrow.
Alrighty, so that is going to be a wrap from us here today at Stoney Park in Port Macquarie, in New South Wales, Australia. on this first day of the underside of the event for the 2025 Malibu National Tile. It's been a great day, pretty long day. Thanks to everyone on the webcast out there that has joined us for the day. It's been great to have you along. We are going to join you again tomorrow morning. 6:30 is when we're getting started, Eastern Standard Time, Australia. And we're going to be back on track to watch. I'm not sure what the events are tomorrow morning, but there's generally we're going to be starting out with slalom, and I'm sure there's going to be a few crackers going on. So we're looking forward to seeing you guys in the morning. I'm Greg Cooper, and we are signing off from Stoney Park. See you tomorrow.